Okay, everybody, yes, it is time for Hyper Game Dev. I am here learning Godot. I'm kind of new to it, but kind of not. I'm getting there a little bit at a time, and you know, I'm doing my best. Text code is something I'm just starting to learn in the last 6 months or 7 months or so. I feel like I'm getting better with it, and this is a prototype that I'm making of a game. Frank, you're not wrong. There are definitely helicopters going on up in here. And I kind of want to do some stuff with this helicopter today. Even though I'm just prototyping this game, I'm also still learning at the same time. So, you know, I experiment, I take a little bit of extra time, but ultimately I'm just gonna make this game for free. That is to say, it'll be available on itch.io whenever I'm done with it. And then I'm gonna remake it based on feedback and stuff into like the next level of itself. So right now it's just a learning project and stuff like that. You forgot you had this open and thought you were tripping in Fallout 4. Nice. Fallout 4 next gen update dropped today. Yeah, definitely wild that a game got an update after so long. Yeah, so understandable why you're playing it. Also, welcome Pepe. Pepe is a member of this channel, which means Pepe gets a song. Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. Thank you, Pepe, for paying us a visit. And paying us via membership. Speaking of membership, guys, make sure you have your gift memberships turned on. There's a way to opt in. If you click around on the chat window somewhere, you can make sure you're opted in to receive gift memberships, which means you can get all of the goodies that come along with membership just by chilling and hanging out. Frank, by the way, you're not a member. But guess what? I talked to the developer of the chat app. I don't know if you can tell, but look, it doesn't say membership anymore. It says membership moderator. So it's like, it kind of says membership, but then it says moderator. So there's a difference. We made meaningful change in this world just by asking. Sometimes you just gotta ask and you're good to go. What's up, Octay? Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stomping in. It's game over for that incorrect label. Yes, those are a bunch of the emotes that you'll get if you join up as a YouTube member. I wanna give a shout out before we dive in to some of those YouTube members. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do a whole extra 6 to 10 hour live stream every Monday. Whether you're a patron or a YouTube member, you'll get access to that, plus the emotes and other little updates that I might send along the way. And I also sing a song to you. It's not a good song, but it's a song that I'll sing to you when you join in the chat. All of that applies for the patron as well, the patron page. Patreon.com/hypergamedev. You'll get some extra videos because Patreon is like a higher financial tier to contribute to, just if you want to support the channel even more, and you'll get a bunch of extra content actually. So yeah, so that's all of that. Anyway, don't worry about that. I just thought I'd tell you. So yeah, okay, here's what I'm thinking for today, guys. I'm thinking I want to make a level 1. Is that, am I wild to think it? Now look, the game kind of isn't ready for a level 1, but I don't care. I want to try to do it. And to me, like we've just got a bunch of like, I don't know, various terrain level load-in stuff. Oh gosh, we're still at super speed. Wait, I actually updated this, and I need to pull the latest update. It's rerun way too fast right there. But yeah, I want to try to make a level 1. Now it's not going to be the full level 1 that I imagine, but I don't know. I was just thinking today, what do I want to work on? We've been doing all this terrain stuff. What do I want to work on? I don't know. Maybe just like imagine what a level could look like. And it's not, we don't have all the pieces, which is why I'm thinking, let's try to add a new piece. One of those pieces being the helicopter actually being able to attack. Yeah, maybe the helicopter can actually attack. So right now, the helicopters spawn in and they just like hover there and they wait to be killed by the player. They're just like, hey, we're here. And then they just get wrecked by you, the player. And what I'd rather see is that we can take damage from the helicopters. So maybe we can try to figure out some like bullets shooting. I don't know what that's gonna be like, what that's gonna feel like, but it's just kind of the agenda that I have today. So trying to generally set up a level 1, get distracted by getting the helicopters to shoot the player, see how they're just chilling, and then go back to finishing building out level 1. That's my plan. That's my plan. Katie Codes is here. Katie Codes. Oh, this is my ode to Katie Codes. Hey, this is my ode to Katie Codes. This is my ode to Katie Codes. Hey, this is my ode to Katie Codes. This is my ode to Katie Codes. There we go. And see this, you've got the membership name on here, right? Frank had the moderator name on there, but you've got the membership. So there's a difference. Finally, I'm so proud of the person who made this browser extension. They were just like, look, I'm doing the code's a mess, but I'll push an update. And they did, and I was like, thank you. It's different because sometimes people are like, you know, hey, there's a member, you gotta sing a song. And now I can be like, actually, that says moderator. That says moderator. Thank you very much. Boo! Happy Halloween! Oh wait, what's up? Edward! Edward has come toward the stream. 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 Welcome, thanks for coming toward Edward. Wow. Those are your songs, guys. You're welcome. Mostly I am sorry, but you're also welcome. But mostly I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. Yes, Edward has arrived. Did you back up your mods? No, I didn't, because I loaded my Fallout 4 today and it crashed the second it loaded! So all external mods are broken! Oh my gosh. Look, so Fallout 4 is a game, one of the few games that I like play after years and years and years. And it just got like a big update, and it's a game that people mod like a lot. And basically the new update is gonna break all the mods. But here's the thing. They're gonna get updated, because one of them that's really gonna break is something called Fallout 4 Script Extender, and it's gonna it's a well-maintained one. Oh, I just saw a bug. I just saw a bug in our game. I don't know how it happened, but it did. And so eventually it'll get updated. I didn't back mine up either. I think I'm just gonna not play for a few weeks. I think I'm just gonna like lay low and then or just make sure my game doesn't update and then deal with it. I think that's my plan. That's what I'm going with. I also am like kind of willing to just like lose all my progress, even though I've got hours and hours of progress. We'll see. Vortex will back them up. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Okay, I am using Vortex. I just need updating. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I love the songs. No need to apologize. Thanks, Katie. I don't know. I just don't know. Fallout 60 FPS. Dude, oh my gosh. And right, dude, oh my gosh. I cannot wait. Like, my computer that I have should be able to handle it. So we'll see. And then if you're playing like PS5 and stuff, it should look great. All right, I don't know what the bug that I saw. Basically, so what we've been setting up the past couple weeks, almost the last month, but not quite, but almost, is a new terrain controller that has all of the blocks actually stored off camera. And those blocks, see them back there? They're behind the camera, and they just build up, and they get randomly added back in. So that meant that the buildings and stuff, let me go to a different one. When we destroyed the buildings, because we were just recycling old ones, because the original train controller would actually delete a block once it went past the player and then instantiate a new one. But we had to stop that because it was slowing the game down too much to instantiate a new block every time. And so we set up a new one that just moved them around, which meant that if I destroyed a house, it would stay destroyed even when it came back, which didn't make sense. So we've been setting up some code that makes it reappear. So if it got destroyed, it comes back. And then yesterday specifically, I set up a way for these creatures to respawn. So there's things you can destroy, and then there's meat objects that you can abduct, right? So I can grab this human and abduct it, and congratulations, now I have a point, right? And that's kind of how you win this game in theory, is you get a minimum number of abductions per level. And so these needed to replace themselves after we abducted them when it came back. And so the way that system works is there's actually 3 cows and 3 humans on this block. So if I pull up that block, you can see this is what it looks like normally. There are 3 humans and 3 cows. But the script on these 3 humans and 3 cows, I'm just gonna move its position a bit. It flips a coin, and it says either I'm going to be visible and grabbable, or I'm not. And every single time that this appears, or it goes to that block collector and comes back, it flips that coin again. So that is to say, in this case, it only spawned or revealed 1 human and 2 cows. And so every time we run through here, it's going to flip the coin on each of those. And this time it only decided 2 cows and no humans, right? And then what we had to add in again to make sure that it actually like works, here it got 3 humans and 2 cows, is that when I click on it, it doesn't actually remove it. So it looks like when I click on it, we grabbed it, right? We didn't actually grab it. What actually is happening is it's spawning a new, in that case, a cow. So it's spawning a new cow at the cursor, and then it's hiding and turning off the grabbability. So it's basically forcing the coin flip to not show the meat object. And then when it recycles, it just flips the coin again. So and so the bug that I thought I might have seen a second ago was I noticed when I clicked on it, it just disappeared instead of getting spawned in, which kind of makes sense that would happen. What would be happening then is whenever I grab it, like the one that's basically what I had to do was suppress the coin flip, because when I click it and it spawns a new one, it's not supposed to do that coin flip, but I had to suppress it to make that happen. And it's possible that a coin flip could sneak through, which means that when you grab it and it spawns a new one, it might spawn one that is invisible. But hopefully that was just in my imagination. But I'll keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't happen. So since we have some of that terrain stuff set up, I'm just thinking, let's see if we can just like build a folder that is the level and just like see what it feels like, see what it's like. And then I want to set up a helicopter to shoot. So that's my goal for today. Pepe says I uncapped my Fallout 4 game to like 200 FPS and it broke because people can't stop making games FPS dependent. Wait. Because I've tried to uncap my Fallout 4, but it didn't work right. And I was wondering if the next gen update would allow it to work. Are you saying after the next gen update you got it to uncap? That's impressive, if you meant before. J Jorn, oh, it's J Jorn. Hey, that's what we do for J Jorn. Hey, 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 join. I'm sorry for that embarrassing song, but you're also welcome. Delta time go burr. Yeah, sometimes that has something to do with it. Okay, so I guess I need to think about that with bullets and stuff too, huh? So if I'm gonna start building a level 1, what do I actually want to do? At the very least, I might want to think about background music, but not necessarily right this second. So the way levels get built for right now is we just create a folder, like down here in the bottom left, and this folder will contain all of the requisite files. Capped yours to 200, and it fixed because people can start making games FPS dependent. Nice. I didn't know you played Fallout 4. That's awesome. I love Fallout games. I really do love Fallout games. Okay, so there's my file system. Let's make a new folder and go through the process of making a new level. Now there is in the game, before I do that, I just want to show, this is something we made not like a week ago or something. And there's a debug menu that pops up, and we can change to these different levels. But as you can see, the actual levels column is quite empty. I would like to change that. I think I would like to change that and add an actual level in there. And so the way we get stuff in there is pretty simple. It could be simpler, but for now, this is what it is. So I got to create a new folder. Let's just do a blank grass. So all this is a blank, let's start with a blank slate. And I'm gonna say this is terrain. Can I just call it level 1? Is that, I think that's gonna be fine. Level 1. Simple as a pimple. Okay, now one thing to know about this game is there is a plan for how the areas and the levels will work. So I'm gonna also talk about that. Okay, so there's our new folder, terrain level 1. I am gonna need this path, so I'm just gonna copy the path. All right, now that we've got that part done, it's time to go to the globals script. In the globals script is where we keep all the levels. You ready for this? Bam! It's kind of a lot, but it's there. So this is an array, and on this array, I'm gonna add the new path that was just created. Right there, terrain level 1. And then I just have to come over to the menu. Now I'm sure that there are ways we could set this up automatically to add new buttons onto here, but you know what, it's gonna be fine. So let's look at the menu right here. And I want to make sure I'm in the right one. Is it this one? It is this one. Okay. We do have like an empty button. We have an empty button in there. Let's put a real button in there. I'm going to duplicate this button, drag it over, and let's get rid of that one. And we're going to call this level 1. Nigh is the time. I guess I will call it that. Level 1. You know, it's not going to be the level 1 that I dream of, but it also doesn't have to be. Let's make that text a little bigger since we can, and it not take up too much horizontal space. Fallout 4 finally has borderless windowed. I can chat easier while playing. Oh, nice! That was something that really annoyed me, was trying to do stuff at the same time. That's exciting. I'm actually excited about that. I'm trying to convince a laptop. Well, now that is a way to start a sentence. That it can in fact run Windows 11. I see. I see. We don't need to get you checked out. What do you think about Microsoft ending support for Windows 10 in 2025? I don't think much about it. I mean, first of all, I don't know anything about it. I haven't researched it. I haven't heard anything about that. My guess would be is that it's not a big deal. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm completely off. And if I am, send me some links and in the live text channel on the Discord link in the description box. Because I'm not really sure what that means. Because it could mean a lot of things, right? It could mean they're not going to like add improvement updates, but they're probably still going to add security. Like the thing is old Windows versions are still supported, like back, like really far back, right? Very old Windows operating systems are still being supported. So like, what do you mean by supported? And so I feel like 10 is gonna still be supported for a little while. Yeah, I feel like it depends. Honestly, it sounds like a good thing. It sounds like they'll stop jamming it with more ads, and we'll just get the security updates. But again, I could be wrong. Link me with a source, because I honestly don't know anything about it. What's up, Mohammed? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I do use Windows 10 on this machine. No security updates, but you can pay up to $60 a year for security updates. What? I literally, look, I can't just, I don't know. I hear you. I'll have to look into it, because I know nothing about it. I feel like I would have heard about it. I mean, I'm hearing about it now from you. Increasing every year? All right. I don't know. Maybe you're telling me the truth. I'm just doubtful, because I haven't heard anything about it. Okay, level 1. Great, we've got that. Now if I want to hook it up. So it's currently already hooked up somewhere. I don't actually want it to be hooked up there, so I need to disconnect it. It's because I duplicated it from the other button. So in order to get it hooked up the way I actually want it to get hooked up, we're going to hit connect, and we want to make sure we find the menu, which is the script. Connect it. It's going to add a new one. And finally, the last step is to just copy that code and increase the array number, and congratulations, we have a level 1. We have a level 1. You're just gaslighting me. Yeah. Level 1. Bam. Empty blank level. All right. Now this isn't like what the player would use to pick levels, because this is supposed to be a roguelike. And so I would want the player to not be able to choose levels, and to, you know, them to experience them in sequence as they continue to get better and better. Starting support for Windows 10 is so smart. Windows 11 is fully finished. I just don't know anything about it. All right, great. Level 1 created. You know what I want to do more often is make more commits. I do a pretty good job at making commits, but I want to do a better job. Added level 1 to the menu as a path to the globals, etc. All right, done. Committing my life away. Okay, that sounds terrifying. That sounds absolutely terrifying. So now I gotta put stuff in it. How do we put stuff in it? So okay, so then the other thing I wanted to tell you about is the way this game is gonna be structured, which I've talked about it before, but it always bears repeating, doesn't it? So there's gonna be 4 areas, and they increase in difficulty, and they each, in theory, will have 3 levels each, or something like that. Area 1 is cattle farms and rural. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to be abducting cows, level 1, 2, and 3. And then it goes to small towns areas, and these are just reference images that I've been using to make models and things. Area 3, big city. I've been making lots of buildings, very into making buildings. And then Area 4 will be a military base, which will be like the final culmination. And the military and police and stuff are going to be involved all throughout every area, which is why I want to get that helicopter attacking, because I guess we'll kind of say after you first start, maybe even, I don't even know, like should a helicopter appear? But I don't even know. That's the thing, though. That's the thing, because technically you're not supposed to encounter any humans until level 2. Maybe we make level 1 and level 2 today. Whoa. What if I make level... Because the idea is that at the end of level 1, you eat your first human. And that this is part of the lore. You eat your first human, and then after that, you don't get any more or before that, you don't get any humans. So level 2 would have to be when the helicopters actually come in. Whoa. Okay, this just got a lot more complicated because each level is supposed to have a minimum number of abductions that you have to get. So that means we need to set that and have the level advance. You eat your very first human. Totally natural. So I've made cow barns. I've definitely made some cow barns. There's still some changes I want to make to a lot of the assets. I'm just doing my best learning Blender at the same time as everything else. Again, this is a prototype, so I don't expect everything to be super gorgeous. We've got cows, we've got fences, so, it's not, I haven't figured out how I want to do, like, ground paths and textures and things, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. So, yeah, it's going to be, and I think it could even just be really stupid simple. I love eating my first humans in small towns. Yes, of course. Who doesn't? First crash of the new update. Nice, Pepe. That's, well, expected. Okay, so I'm gonna close some of these things up here, and let's build out level 1. I guess I'm not just doing level 1 today. I guess I'm doing level 1 and level 2. So I might need to sort it out. Live chat broke? I don't think so. I doubt that very highly. You might need to refresh your stream. I don't know, guys. Is live chat broken? I don't think it's broken. Is it worth it, though? What? Okay. So I'm going to make a second. I'm going to go ahead and do it now while it's... Wait, really? Live chat exploded? Is that real? What does that mean? You guys got to give me some more details. What? All right, I'm going to duplicate this as level 2. It looks fine to me. I'm looking at the live stream, and it looks fine. In Discord? All right, let's see what we got in Discord. What's going on? What's going on? The only thing I'll say is we did get YouTube partner yesterday. Technically, this channel is a YouTube partner, which means the channel can run ads. I haven't really decided the way that that's gonna like work at this point. And I told YouTube that I get to choose when ads run on the live streams. So like maybe they're trying to run an ad and that's messing up chat. Oh, you didn't blow. Why are you lying? Chat did not explode. Yeah, we did. We hit partner. Run an ad. Run an ad. I love my community. You guys are amazing. Run an ad. Run an ad. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you what. I'll make a poll. This because this will lose its novelty quickly, I'm sure. Should I run an ad? LOL. I was thinking like when I like go up to like use the loo or something, I'll run an ad. Live chat in Discord's not showing up. It isn't? Isn't it though? I mean, we might as well since we can. Run an ad right now. Single ad stream every month. Just like the whole stream is just ads. It's just a full ad stream. Okay. Okay. 2 of you agree. 2 of you agree we should run an ad. 3 of you agree. Oh my gosh. All right, I made level 2 here. I'll check that link though, JJarn. Let me just make my level 2. Let me just make my level 2 here. Do a single ad stream every Tuesdays. Oh my gosh. I mean, that would be a way to like support the channel, right? I don't know that it would make so much money. I feel like it would be such little money that it would become not worth it, would be my guess. I'm not sure. I have to experiment to see like what it actually, I'll let you guys know how that turns out. All right, here's level 2. Terrain level 2. Right there. Looks good. I'm going to copy the path. And then easy ways you can support the channel if you're watching this after the live stream is just hit subscribe. Just hit subscribe. Look, there's going to be ads. I'm going to be very like transparent about it. So like, you know, if that's not a reason to subscribe, if you're not subscribed already, I don't know what is. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. And if you're watching it live or you're already subscribed, there's the thumbs up. The thumbs up works too. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I installed an ad blocker for a reason. Might as well use it. That's hilarious. 4 of you say run an ad. Oh my gosh. All right, after I make this level, I'll run an ad. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what it's going to be like. I have no idea. Members only stream every other Thursday. That's 15 minutes of pure ads. We're hacking the system. So I gotta come to the global script. And add the path. So we'll do comma, paste the path, and then come to the menu where I will add our new level button. So I'm going to duplicate this button right here, level 2. And let's rename it as such. And then I will disconnect from where it was connected, reconnect it somewhere new. Which is right down here. Copy this. Update the number, and we should have a level 2. So we're doing level 1 and level 2 today, apparently. And maybe trying to get them to connect. So level 1, I mean, level 1 and 2 aren't going to look that different, but there they are. Done. All right, guys, it's coming. It's coming. 15 minutes for you, 2.5 hours for us ad watchers. Oh my gosh. I just got here and voted yes because why not? Yeah, we just unlocked the ability to monetize with ads. So look, I don't know what you're about to see. I cannot vouch for it. All I can say is YouTube thinks it's okay. I don't know what to say. Oh yeah, I've seen that bug. That's a weird bug. I've gotten that bug before. I hate that bug. All right. Here's an ad. We'll be right back after this ad. Yeah, we're gonna do it. I don't know. We're just trying it. We're just trying it out. I'm sorry. We'll see how many people leave because of this. We're just trying it out. We're seeing what it's like to be a YouTube partner. Okay, ads inserted. I don't know what that means. I thought they would at least tell me that it was happening. Is it happening? Is it happening? I don't know. I can't tell. The version of the stream I'm watching is on YouTube Premium, so I don't know if it's happening. Wow, YouTube, I thought you would communicate with me a little more on that. Like on Twitch, I'm sure that they'll tell you how long the ad is, that it's still running. I am noticing the chat got real quiet. So my guess is that an ad is currently running. But if you have YouTube Premium or an ad blocker, you wouldn't notice. Yeah. You got a football. You got an ad! Oh, let's go! Oh, it worked! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And thank you. Thank you for watching the ad and for supporting HyperGameDev by doing that. Yay! We are YouTube partners, everybody. YouTube partners in the house. I'm gonna have a snack. Cheers to that. You're not getting one? Well, so that's the thing. They also say, you even have an ad blocker? They also say that not everyone gets served an ad. I'm not gonna spam it. I can spam it. Yes, I can, by the way. It's just one button and it says ad inserted. Katie got stock trading ads on second account confirmed. Thank you for checking. Thank you for checking. Awesome. Yeah, so it whatever the algorithm does to decide who gets the ads and who doesn't. No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna spam it. There's no way I'm gonna. What if something bad happens? Maybe on Friday, in the unlisted live stream, I'll spam it. That's when I'll do it, in the check-in newsletter stream on Friday. Then we'll spam it. That's a free stream if you sign up at patreon.com. Speaking of ads, at patreon.com/hypergamedev. If you just go there, by the way, no, we're not gonna do a poll for that. No way, no way, no way. Because the problem with that is, you know, that just no, 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 no. I don't actually know yet, Edward. I feel like I have to wait till after the stream to find out. If you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can join for free. You can join for free, and that will get you a newsletter in your email inbox every Friday, and that comes with a live stream. It's a live stream that you actually can't get anywhere else. Oh, I also made this video for patrons only, by the way. This is a little sneak peek at what I'm going to be doing for my first YouTube video. But anyway, forget that. Yes, here. This is the live stream. Me pointing at me pointing. This is the live stream that you'll get in your inbox. It's unlisted. It's top secret. So you literally have to join the Patreon for free in order to see it. I will do ad spamming. Chat is telling you to give them ads for the content, Lees, for the content. No way. I won't do it. I won't do it on a public stream. I'll do it right here. Because the thing is, I think the ad is gonna stay there in the VOD, and I can't do it. I'm sorry. Maybe that makes me a bad streamer, and I'm gonna look back on this moment and be like, I can't believe I'll hold off my like until I get it. Hold it off then. Go ahead. Everybody else, please don't hold it off. Give Okay, fine. Jeez. Twist my arm, why don't you? Fine. All right. How many times should I spam it? Oh my gosh. I can't believe I'm about to do this. I don't want to we have to make a compromise. I'm going to spam it 3 times. 3 times, okay? 3 times. God, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, why am I doing this? All right, here we go. Before you do, put something in live text. Okay, here we go. No, we're doing it. This is what you get. This is the compromise. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Spam. Oh, okay. 2. It like goes gray. Basically, the button like it grays. Bye everyone. The button goes gray, and then like after like a second, it lights up again, and I can press it. It goes gray, and it lights up again, and it says "ad inserted" every time. So, look, I'll still try spamming it more in this unlisted stream if you wanna join up in that. We had 1 no. Oh no, someone said no! And what have I done? I have let you 1 person down. But 9 votes, you know what, that is a strong indicator. So yeah, let me know what happened. I don't know if you're back yet, since we did 3 ads. Too many ads, I'm leaving. Get out! Come on now. Oh, come on now. Oh my gosh. Just can't win. You just can't win. You can't win. All right. I don't know if did anyone actually get ads? Because it seems like y'all are still here. This reminds me of another streamer called Doug, who trained his chat to love ads. They use channel points to redeem them. Whoa, that's cool. That sounds like some Twitch stuff, though. 10 out of 10, stream liked. Thanks, Insane Alpha Beta. My phone got 5? I tapped it 3 times. So, wow. First of all, Katie, I'm so sorry. Second of all, wow. You use Stream Deck, right? Doesn't Stream Deck control OBS directly, or does it have its own software in the middle? Unfortunately. Yeah, it has its own software. You know, one day I'd like to do that on the Patreon, is like do like how to live stream stuff. But yeah, and here's the software. It's not great software. Got you on the PC too. Okay. This is the software right here. It's a mess. My folders are a mess. Like I have my BRB scroll right here. I have my intro music right here. We've got a logo button right there. And then in here, there's the scroller bar. Like, why is that there? I don't know. It's in a folder called backup buttons. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Oh, we got a cool wipe. We got a cool wipe. Why not have a cool wipe? Check it out. Maybe check it out. I don't know if I have something cool to wipe too, but we'll try. You ready for this wipe? We gonna do this wipe. It's right here. Whoa! So yeah, it's a separate program, and this controls OBS. You can't just have them. And you can't even use it for anything else, really. I don't love the software, but it gets the job done. All right. I want you to know I didn't even click the skip ad button. Gotta get you that money. Thank you, Insane Alpha Beta. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Have a big red button with ads on it. That macros the button to run an ad. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. It's not too hard to tap and press on my other screen, though. Edward didn't get a skip ad button. Thank you guys for this feedback. This is like really helpful feedback. Yeah, let me know if you have any other questions, Iconic. This is something that Ed is working on in Scratch, by the way. It's a game where you pick a character class and you attack things. And this is some of that attacking. I like that flame effect. This is I don't know how long. It's a very mysteriously lengthed video. I have no idea how long it's going to be. Oh, and you got like different flame types. Nice. This is cool. How long is this video? What if it's 20 minutes long and I just have no idea? It's scary. It's a scary thought. I feel hostage. Yeah, it's coming together really, really well. The crosshair is awesome. I like how it changes too when you hover over stuff. Is it like blue when you're over yourself and red when it's over an enemy? And that like the rotating and this is very nice feedback. You've created great feedback to the player about what's happening. Crosshair bases brightness on current stamina. Turns red and sized up on enemies and blue on friendly stuff. This is some advanced scratching. Here's official Microsoft proof that they are in fact ending support for Windows 10. We're not gaslighting you. All right, let's see what we got. Please dark mode. Windows 10 will reach end of support. The current version will be the final version, and all editions will remain in support with monthly security updates through that date. Existing will receive updates beyond that date based on their specific life cycles. What does LTSC releases mean? What does that even mean? I saw at least half of the scripts for the crosshair and at least half of the costumes. I mean, that's coding. You're just being a coder. Did I say steal and meant borrowed nicely and repaid generously? Nah, that's how it goes. Enterprise. Okay. I don't know. A part of me doesn't really care that much. I don't know. I guess I kind of need someone to tell me what to think about it. Someone reputable who I trust. Who is not just chat. As much as I love chat. I feel like I need to do more research. But, I mean, I see it here. I see the words here. End of support, October 2025. I mean, it's interesting because it's saying... But see, this is just it, right? It says the last version came out in 2022. So why am I Windows updating all the time? You know, why am I Windows updating all the time? So there's like there's something that updates, you know? Something is updating. And my guess is that those updates would continue. But maybe I'm misunderstanding to some extent. you know? Because it does say will remain with support in monthly security releases, so I don't really know. I don't know. But you've given me something to think about. Now I'm gonna make games. I'm gonna play some music too. Now that we've gotten through the testing, thank you guys truly. We've gotten through the testing of the ads portion. We are now empowered to do ads testing, which is cool, and I'm excited. Thank you for being a part of this. As far as I know, those are the major releases, and there are many minor patches in between. Right. And my guess, my ignorant, don't really know, just guessing guess, is that there will still be minor patches for a while after that date. But I could be wrong. I'm completely aware that I could be wrong. So, you know, I just don't know. Thank you, I guess, for making me scared. I always appreciate that. All right. We got some royalty-free YouTube music. Let's dev. So I want to make level 1 and level 2. So level 1 is just cows and barns. Now there's a problem, because in the game you're not supposed. I'm excited. Lee's the most sleep deprivated voice possible. You're not supposed to be a human form at this point in the game. This is 1973 by Bruno E. is the name of this one. You're supposed to be a cow shape. Actually, you're supposed to start technically. Okay, I guess I need to talk about this too, just so we're all on the same page. That's what I understood as well, but I'm clueless. Cue the rock music. Yeah, I just don't know. But I'm glad Jay Jordan is mentioning it, because now I can add it to my ever-ballooning to-do list and sort it out. This whole ad thing gave me an idea. Billboards in your game with in-universe ads to add to the lore of the world. Whoa, that's cool. Whoa, I like that idea. I'll put that on our also ever-ballooning project manager. I use Hack and Plan for my project management needs. It's similar to Trello, but it's targeted towards game developers. It's got a nice thing here. Anti-alien propaganda. Yeah, maybe in the later levels that could pop up, but it's kind of like it's supposed to kind of be like the alien invasion just happened, but maybe not. Maybe there could be time. Yeah, maybe anti-alien. You know what? That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea, J. Jordan. Hack and Plan is free. Yes, it is 100% free. They have a model that isn't free, but you don't need it. The model that is paid is for like studios who want to put their branding in places and are managing a bunch of people. It's intended. The paid plans are intended for game studios, not for solo devs or, you know, people who don't care about some of the fancy stuff. All right. Yeah, Hack and Plan is super awesome, super free. I don't pay for it whatsoever, and you get everything that I see. So personal $0 a month for hobbyists, they say. You get all the project management tools, game design model, which is where I'm about to add the information here. Yeah, it's free. It's free. Metrics, uploads, support. So I don't know, personal plus, like what is that? I don't know. Productivity enhancements, visual customization. So this is more like where you can add like branding and stuff for your studio. Calendar, I don't know, I got calendars. I mean, and I'm not saying this isn't cool stuff, but don't need it. Don't need it. What's the difference between free and super free? Yeah. So it's great. You guys should check it out if you're interested, because I really like it. I really like it. I think it's cool. Hackandplan.com. Dun, 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 depending on your empathy. Oh, totally, yeah, absolutely. I am starting to think more that we lean into the player being allowed to be a terrible, evil alien. Originally, the idea was that you were supposed to avoid being an evil alien, but I think maybe you could go either way. Alright, so what do we got? Overview, gameplay, story, characters, levels, business, art. I guess that's more overview. Philosophy, ideating, game title. I guess this is kind of a new one. We'll say world building. So this is the design model section. We're just gonna call it a folder. I don't need to add a description. And then in here, we're just gonna say billboards. Billboards. I love that. Ads on the side of the game. Ads on the side of the road that reflect the game's lore. Insane Alpha Beta. And even change depending on karma. J-Jorn. Alright. It exists in this place of where we check in with info. And that means I gotta give you guys a credit for that. That's how we do it here. So that's gonna go in game concepts. Insane Alpha Beta. Add a game concept credit. And J-Jorn as well. Alright. Updated. I played Fallout 4 and I skipped the Minutemen and somehow wandered around the right side of the map and ended in Diamond City. All I wanted was the power armor from Robotics Disposal Grounds. Okay. Yeah, skip the Minutemen. Do it. Is this a new game? You could say that, Abo. Welcome. Good to see you. It's a game that I'm prototyping. And I don't plan to like sell it as is. I plan to release it for free, and then based on like that feedback, reiterate and make it again, and potentially have that be something that gets put on Steam or something. But for now, for the foreseeable future, all I really care about is learning how to use Godot, how to make games, and do my best. So So it's a game about an alien or a bunch of aliens who are invading Earth, and you have to abduct animals and people. Oh, I saw the bug. It disappeared. Did you see the bug? I saw the bug. I don't know how that bug happened, but it did. We're gonna have to look into that. And you abduct these creatures to get points. And you can also destroy things, and then in theory you'd be able to abduct things from in there. So there's a lot of work to do. There's also a limb damage thing where your limbs will shrink. You saw it? You saw it? Where your limbs will shrink if you take damage, and your power will decrease depending on what gets hurt. So that's something that I'm working on too. It's a work in progress. I'm just here to learn and have fun while doing it, and then see what it's like to iterate on this once this prototype is done. So that's what this is. You saw the bug. All right, I appreciate that. Yeah, I basically what we just set up was a way to replace these meat objects with new spawns, and it seems like it's possible that sometimes it just deletes them. So I have to work on that. You like the alien model? Thanks. It was like the first thing I made for this entire game was this alien model. And I'm gonna remake it entirely, but yeah, it's there. It has a face. You can't usually see it, but it does have a face, believe it or not. My conscience just woke up and I noticed the debug menu. Yeah, your consciousness. Yeah, we got a debug menu. Added that, I think, last week. Yeah, so I can switch now to the different levels in the game. I'm gonna try to make level 1, level 2 today. I'm sure it's gonna go strangely, but just to have like a task, I think it'll be a fun thing to try to do. But yeah, it's a new thing. It works well, right? And we can just pop it open when we need it. Yeah. What's up, Dragonblade? Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. Oh, Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. Welcome, Dragonblade. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Kai Guy says, hey, woo! Got a day off, so I'll tune into the Rockin' Hyper Game Dev Show. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hyper smash the thumbs up button, too, while you're here. I appreciate it. I missed some whole... I missed some whole ads thing. Now actual levels. You're buffering. Oh, God. I hope it's just you. I hope it's just you. It might not just be you. But I think it might just be you. I hope so. Yes, you did miss that, though. I'm glad you missed it, because who wants to see ads? Apparently, the entire chat wants to see ads. And so I capitulated, and I showed ads. But I feel complicated about it. Oh, it exists in the TM, in the graveyard TM of Hack and Plan. I mean, you know, sometimes I do go through there and check at least the tasks. Basically, the way that that's gonna go is, let's say one day I'm like, hey, let's do art stuff, you know? Let's do art stuff, or let's make a new asset. You know, then I go into the Hack and Plan design model graveyard, if you will, and I go look to see what suggestions are in there, and I pull one out. Hopefully you're not buffering. It looks like it's okay. It should be around 5,000 kilobits per second, plus or minus so many kilobits. It is dipping down to 4,000 here and there, so hopefully that's just on your end. But also hopefully your internet gets better. For those new and confused, she sings for all members. I do. Insane Alpha Beta not buffering. Good. You have a membership because you were gifted. Yeah, Tincho came through and gifted 5 memberships. So that's why you get one. That's why you get one. You opted in. And by the way, if you guys haven't opted in, somewhere in your chat box, you can click to opt in to gift membership so you can get those. All right, let's make an actual level. I'm going to try to make level 1, level 2, and I want to make the helicopter shoot. I do know that Brackeys is back. Of course. I mean, within 20 minutes of the Brackeys video going up, I was becoming aware of Brackeys' return. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I heard he was coming back with Godot, and it was like, yo! Like, okay. Brackeys, if you guys don't know, is a YouTube channel that was extremely successful at not just doing game dev content, but doing, right there, look at that, right on my first suggestions, easy. There's Brackeys, somebody else doing a video about Brackeys. That's how big a deal it is. Brackeys got a lot of fame and success, rightly so, for doing Unity tutorials. And you might have even seen some of those Unity tutorials. So if we go to his, I say his, but really it's a team that works on these videos, at least at some point. But very successful tutorials about Unity and games in general, but mostly Unity focused. And so he was like a big deal for Unity, like Unity, C#, Unity, just all Unity, right? Like you think of Unity, you're like, oh, you're learning Unity? Go to the Brackeys channel, right? Gaming professors would tell their students, game dev professors, go watch Brackeys, right? Because you'll learn well from Brackeys. And then about 3 years ago, the channel was like, we're not making any more videos. And literally 3 days ago, they dropped this video saying that they're going to start making Godot tutorials exclusively. Which is just a huge blow to Unity in general, and an amazing boon to Godot. And so Godot's getting a lot more attention. It reminds me of when Unity introduced the runtime fee, and you were seeing a bunch of people saying, I'm trying Godot. That's happening now again. people are seeing Brackies do it, and they're like, okay, I'm trying Godot, I'm trying Godot. So it's very cool to see happen, and I'm sure it'll be great content as well. He announced about Godot since the Unity changes. Right. Yeah, I mean, and actually he had mentioned it via a tweet as well, saying that, like, earlier when Unity had said, you know, that they were doing the runtime fee, Brackies made, like, a statement about how it's bullcrap. And so it kind of, like, made sense. If Brackies was ever going to come back, it wasn't going to be Unity. And yeah, part of, and this is a great video, you guys should check it out. Part of the video, you know, he talks about the fact that Unity and Unreal and GameMaker are all these, you know, company-bound, these closed source engines, and according, I think according to him, not the future of game development. So it's a big deal for sure. His new videos, he's making it by himself. I didn't realize that. I did not. I missed that part. That's cool, if true. Oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf. Welcome, Olaf. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Oh, Olaf. There you go. There's your song. Wow. I'm kind of sorry for that one, but you're also welcome. Thank you. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you all. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. The Godot community is getting bigger. It is getting bigger. It's amazing. I love to see it. All right. So I'm gonna put some objects in these levels. So technically, I was gonna explain. So technically, in level 1, you're supposed to just be a head and a body, because these aliens on their home planet. Nah, I don't like making 2D games. I don't like making 2D art, despite what you see here. I don't like making 2D art. I don't like making 2D games. I like 3D. I love playing 2D games. I love other people making 2D games, but I don't like making them. I just don't feel motivated to do them. It's something I want to make a YouTube video about someday, about why I'm making a 3D game and not a 2D game. I just don't like doing it. I just don't like doing it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't excite me. You know, if I'm gonna be working on a game, I want to be excited, and 3D gets me excited, and it's just a personal thing. After 30 years, Windows is finally adding sudo. Oh, nice. Just a way to be acting as root. Okay. I have asked this to GPT so many times. So here's the thing, right? Let me see if I can get my other chat up here. Let me see if I can put the other chat up here. It's possible. Does it work? It might work. So here's the way that this goes. These aliens are just heads on their home planet. There are pearls that are created in the sky by wind that causes friction in between the competing winds. These pearls are space magical. Now these aliens, who are just heads, they have decided to secrete their saliva on these things because that's just what they do to survive. And in so doing, magical components of their scientific magical components of their saliva causes their head to fuse with the pearl, and that becomes their body. And the body has magical properties. This body can actually grow limbs. Now they find this out when one day and this is true, humans send animals into space. They don't do it much anymore. They do it with like little microorganisms. But during like the great space race, when Russia and the United States were trying to like compete and stuff, they sent animals into space. Well, one of those animals landed on this alien planet. And as these aliens do, they took a bite. And upon doing that, one of those aliens grew that animal's limbs out of that magical body orb that they have. And so the alien said, you need to go to this planet Earth, please, and get some more of these creatures so we can all have limbs and build a great civilization using all of our limbs, right? We can take more of these pearls and secrete on them and then use them to build domiciles and cool things like that. So they have decided to invade Earth, which means technically in level 1 you're gonna start the game as just a head and a body, right? That's it. And you're gonna kind of be like a Pac-Man thing, where you can eat the cows, but you can't like reach out and grab them. So that's gonna be the way you technically start out level 1. Now I don't have any capacity to set up the head and body thing today. No way. So we're gonna be doing level 1 with tons of OP abilities that will not be in the final game, because I don't have the capacity to do that today. There's a lot of different systems that need to fall into place before that can happen. But we're just gonna keep this in mind as we design it. So then once you eat your first cow, you're gonna actually grow cow limbs, and you're gonna have just legs, which will make you like run faster, but you still won't be able to grab and stuff. And then at the end of level 1, you're gonna fight a cattle farmer or cattle rancher boss who is going to be in like a pickup truck and shooting at you. Maybe we could do that. I don't know. And then once you eat that farmer, then you get the human limbs. And then you're gonna be the version that we have here. And then level 2, more stuff will happen, but anyway, you'll be like this. So we're making a level 1 today that's gonna be way, way easier than it's gonna feel later on. And also, I don't even have all the assets. Like, I barely know what I'm doing here. We're just slapping it together. We're just slapping it together just because it seems fun to me. The amount of times I had to run a new PowerShell as admin. Yeah, that makes sense. Why don't you make a VR game? That sounds like too much work. I don't really like VR. I find it unpleasant, and for me, I used to do, I played some VR, and I never found myself being like, you know what I really want to do? I want to go back and play VR. It just didn't happen for me. So it again, doesn't excite me. So that's why. Had you thought about how the aliens move when in native head form? Hopping. Definitely hopping. I mean, on the other hand, it'd be kind of funny if they like wiggled a bit. I could get into that. So we'll see. Windows 11 stuck at getting ready. Oh, I hate that. That's the worst. Especially when I'm about to live stream. I'm interested to play this game when you release it. Nice, I love that. Well, I mean, there is the GitHub page. The repo link is in the description box. Obviously, you can subscribe to this channel to get more updates. There's the Discord. There's lots of places where you can keep up with it. I'm on X/Twitter. Wherever. I'll make sure I keep you updated. But I'm gonna be working on it for a good amount of months here. But yeah, I'm really interested in getting people's feedback once this prototype is done. So yeah, noted. Speak of the devil, it's finally done. Okay. I don't know, big bad guy. Okay. Alright, so now that we have some context, let's try to build this level. So it's supposed to be a cattle farm with a bunch of cattle. So let's add some cattle and some farms onto here. There is a bug that needs to be dealt with. It's not the end of the world, but it's something to think about. I think I actually know why it might be happening. So I'll take it as it comes if I have to. So let's get some cows. That's gonna be in the NPCs folder. Actually, let's do the barn first. That kind of makes more sense. So barns, cow barn. It says cow barn 1, but they're both in here. Cow barn 1 and 2. Oh, I forgot I haven't made this destructible yet. But actually, it should be pretty destructible. Actually, it might already be pretty... Yeah, we could... Because all we gotta do is just have, like, the roof disappear. Oh, yeah, we can do this. Okay, cool. Dude, let's make this destructible today. Alright, cool. Totally doable. Alright. So there's a cow barn. And the way that this is gonna work is I'll just make a bunch of tiles here. And then they're going to randomly get chosen to keep spawning in over and over again. So we'll see how that goes. It's gonna be such an easy level. It's gonna be such an easy level. How many? I feel like there shouldn't be that many cow barns per tile, now that I think about it. Right? Like... Also, something else that I'm thinking is, like, maybe everything is at a 45-degree angle. Is your SSD in your PC 256 gigabyte? I do have an SSD in here. I don't remember how big it is. But I do have one in here. I don't remember. Wait, let me see. I don't know if I... the box that I've got it in is blank. So I don't know. I don't know. It's something. It's something. It's a very... Just a highly specific question. Alright, so I'm thinking I want to put these all at like 45 degrees or something. It's just like an idea. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but like then things on the left versus things on the right. I don't know if I really want to do this, but we're just experimenting here. We're going with the flow. Let's get some trees in here, which I've got in naturally the foliage folder. Ooh, some of the trees aren't yet fully destructible, so I might want to add that. That's kind of like part of this effort, I think, is gonna be making sure everything's destructible. I don't have all of the like particle effects set up, so like for the build for the houses, that's pretty much the only thing that I have and the helicopters too, although not fully. But the houses have particle effects that explode off of them it does need some adjustment. They don't quite appear at the right angle for some reason. And then the helicopter has some particle effects as well. But everything else doesn't yet. So like this building over here, we can destroy it, but there's no particle effects. And the same thing is true for the tree. So it's not gonna be all the way everything that I want for it, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't know why my particle effects are at weird angles. I gotta work on that at some point. Okay. I'll keep trying to get practice in GDevelop. Nice. I want to get through a whole bigger but beginner tutorial today. I love GDevelop. GDevelop is great, free and open source. I'm so glad, Kai Guy, that you're sticking with it. The trees are very important to be careful with, because if there's too many, the game's gonna be really hard, because part of the game is about avoiding things that you can run into, right? And so, you know, you have right now the collision areas are not set up correctly. That is to say, they don't move with the character. All right, Jay Jordan, thanks for hanging out. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you next time. So they just kind of sit there while the animation moves. That's something that I'm going to change, right? Once I remake the player character model, I'm going to also figure out, you know, how to get those collisions to actually move with the body parts. And then the other thing is that when the limbs shrink when you take damage, these don't shrink. So there's a lot of things that are kind of tough to like balance for or whatever right now. Oh, jeez. What has happened? Oh, this is a weird bug that happens with the helicopter spawns. I will say the helicopter spawning is not great right now, so we're just gonna ignore that bug for now. But so, you know, if I run into, like it kind of looks like I was in between those trees, right? But we pretty much bumped right into it, which is not great. And then if I keep taking damage on those limbs, we gotta come back around here. So you can see this arm is shrunk more than the other one. And we can get to the point where it's basically gone, which is supposed to mean you can't attack anything, right? But guess what? We can still attack things. I have not added those limitations in there yet where that will actually keep you from attacking. And then similarly, you know, if we start breaking the legs, you can see that's getting smaller. In theory, you would be walking kind of lopsided. That is not yet implemented. Here you can see we're floating above the ground and stuff. Actually, if the legs are completely gone, we will fall to the ground. It's just, I just haven't bothered to like set it up yet because there's so much to do in a game. There's so much to make when you're making games. And you can see this arm is like separated from the body, right? So it's just like a whole area of development for this game that is a work in progress. But we're still bumping into things as if that collision is there. So right there, that would have normally been an arm collision and it would have hurt me. But it didn't hurt me because the arm is not there to be hurt anymore. So it, you know, it needs some work, but that's okay. And so there, we actually fall to the ground. And then you can see the like terrain disappearing back there. So things to work on. And that's okay. And also, you die in this game if your head fully shrinks. Hey, Albeska. Albeska, you betcha. Albeska is here. Oh, yeah. You betcha that Albeska is here. Oh, yeah. You betcha that Albeska is here. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You betcha that Albeska is here, here, yeah. All right. There's your song, Albeska. You're welcome. I'm a little sorry, but you're also welcome. So you completely die if your head takes all the damage. You can see, actually, the cow barn isn't set up to hurt you yet. I would like to change that. So I don't know how much of this stuff I'm gonna do today, you know? And that's kind of why I want to build this out, is so I just have to like answer these questions to myself. Like, wait, should I make it so you can't grab when your arm is gone? Should I make it so you move slower when your legs are gone? You know, like what's gonna make it feel right? You know, I don't know. I can't even hurt myself on it because those collisions are still working. Okay, there we died and the game restarted. So yeah, things to work out, but I figured I'd be transparent about what is not currently set up. All right. So, but I still have to be, but the reason why I started saying that too is because the game can get way too difficult really, really fast if I put these in too difficult to navigate positions. So if I like do a wall of trees like this, I mean, forget it. Like we're not, like, this is, I mean, you can go around it right now because there are no boundaries, but there will be boundaries at some point. Again, another thing, maybe we do boundaries. But like, there's no navigating this. Like, you will get hurt. You cannot go through that. I mean, right now there's a jump, but the jump I'm thinking might be nerfed. So you can only do it sometimes, or, you know, it's like an ability. So technically we can jump over it, but what needs to be possible, basically what needs to be possible is the player can somehow safely get through in some way, right? In some way, we have to make sure the player can weave through. That's kind of like, for level design, one of the main things. Need a way to regain health. Some form of attack, even without no limbs, should be possible. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Absolutely. Yep, could not agree more. So the way that's gonna work is, if you have no limbs, the only way you can attack is like with your head. So similar to like how we can click on the, let me restart it, how we can click on the helicopters right now to destroy them. You could click on the helicopters to chomp on them. But the problem is they're gonna be too high, right? So you can only actually attack things within a certain range. I might have done a drawing for this somewhere. I don't know. I feel like I probably did a drawing for this somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. NPC navigation, game plot, gameplay example. Well, I suppose we could do one, but I would have thought that I did already draw something for this. Height obstacles, healing choices, grabbing logic. Oh, let me see that one. What's that one like? What's grabbing logic like? What is this supposed to be? Oh yeah, this is it. Okay, so the idea is, like, if you have all of your, so the limbs each have 4 hit points. If both of your arms have 4 hit points, then imagine this, so imagine the white area is the area that you can grab in. So if your left arm takes 3 damage, the range that that arm can grab is now reduced. And the right arm will still have all that range, is going to be the way that is supposed to kind of work. I don't know what this drawing is supposed to be, but it's something. It's definitely something. Oh, this is thinking about, like, how we would choose, how the game would choose which arm to use. What is healing choices? I don't think this is... Yeah, this is different. And so then, well, this is kind of similar. So in terms of, like, how you would heal yourself, when you grab something, so it's gonna be a little interesting in that regard, because you have to, okay, let me see if I can explain it this way. So when you grab something, you're gonna have 2 choices: to abduct or to eat. So if I grab this cow, I can abduct it, but there's gonna be a second option where you can drag it to the player, right? You drag it to the player and then you will heal, and it's gonna have like 2 different choices. Either you drag it to the head and you heal the head, which is, again, if you lose all your hit points on your head, you die. Or you drag it to the limbs, and then it's going to distribute the health across the limbs.
AAA batteries?
AAA batteries.
It's okay. Oh, man.
Somewhere.
Okay.
This is my last 2. I don't think I used any of them. Just buy some more.
Put them on the list. Thank you.
Alright, so then you'll be able to heal either your limbs or your head, and it'll distribute that healing across all of the limbs. So that's how that'll work. And then if you're just a head, you'll be able to eat things, and that will heal you. So just like we're grabbing this, instead of it getting grabbed, you would just eat it. So you won't be quite as good as dead. It'll just be, it's basically going to get much more difficult to get back to the point of having all of your limbs back, if that makes sense. And, you know, again, not yet implemented, but we'll get there. So, yeah, so I have to be careful as we design this, whether, and this is true now or later, I have to make sure that I do not put them too close together, so the player can always still get through. Because maybe we'll adjust the collisions, but really what we have now is like basically the healthiest of collision. Like if you have all your limbs, it's still a little bigger than it would ultimately be, but it's pretty good. It's pretty much it. So we have to make sure we can weave through all of these. Whatever I set up, we have to be able to weave through it all. So these are plenty big, maybe even bigger than we need. So I guess what I'll do is I'm gonna try to ascertain what the minimum distance is between them. Then I can sort of determine how difficult it's going to be for the player to survive in. Okay. This looks workable. I wonder if we can go even closer. I have it snapping right now to 2.5 units. Is that meters? What are those units, pray tell? Transform, meters, yeah. So right now it's snapping to 2.5 meters at a time. And then if I hold shift, it does like some fraction of that. What fraction? I'm not sure, but let's find out. If I hold, so right now it's at 2.5, which makes sense. If I move it here, it goes to 0, 2.50. If I hold shift and move it, I'm confused. Let me bring it to 0 and move it. That'll make it quite obvious. 0.25, okay. Wow. All right, that's very small. So then this would be 2. Let's see if we can't do, let's do 1. So these are 1 meter apart. Let's see, what's this at? This is at 2.5. That's at -1. So let's just try making them 1 meter apart. So this one's at 2. I'm sure we won't be able to pass between it. This is at 2 and this is at 1. I'm sure we won't. Trees aren't destructible. They are. If they are, you can keep them closer and the player can carve a path destroying one or more. Totally. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I guess like my thinking, yeah, they are destructible. My thinking is oh, we can go through. It should be passable even if they aren't destroyed. And this is just me like spitballing what, you know, level design theory for this game could be like. And you know, maybe it makes sense to say, well, the player can just destroy it. To me, I would rather first build it to where it doesn't force the player to destroy it, and then add in later, if it feels like it's too easy or something, add in stuff that blocks it. That's kind of like my... And then maybe there are certain areas, like as the game gets harder, that it could force a carving path, but I guess I just want to be more intentional and thoughtful about it. Especially because there is some randomness here, right? Where we're going to be loading in different tiles. So, you know, I also have to think about how the different tiles will line up with each other. But yeah, I totally agree that the player should have to destroy some things. But, you know, if the player's going to be dodging bullets and making sure they get meat objects and stuff, you know, I guess right away, I guess just what I've done so far, I've found that forcing the... I don't really know how to decide when to force the player to have to destroy it yet. And so if I start putting it in there, I'm like, oh wait, that was a bad place. Oh, that was a bad place. So I kind of want to wait to start putting up those obstructions. I really appreciate you asking these questions and saying this stuff. It's so fun to just like theory craft on like how to level build. It's really, really helpful. So thank you for that. I feel like that should be a credit in and of itself. Just like talking out like problems, or just like, you know, what do you even call that? I'm just gonna say level design. I feel like that is, I don't think there is, this is the first time I've really done anything level design wise. So that's just what it's gonna be. It's just gonna be level design. Okay. Level design. And there you are right there. And we will add a 1. Let's go. Oh, you're way up there. I don't know why you're so down. Sometimes it doesn't sort correctly. Let's get you up there. Alphabetically, no less. All right. Thank you for your help. Okay. So, amazingly, we can pass through these two trees. Oh, I stopped it. I was like, why am I stuck? We can pass through these two trees. So 1 meter apart is acceptable on the trees, which is good to know. So I guess that's about how far apart I'd want to make them. Now, I mean, if I'm thinking of a cow ranch, I'm not sure, like, how typical that would be, that there's trees everywhere. Oh, there's some trees in the background. But I guess the ranch area would be without the trees. More than likely. But again, we do want to have obstacles for the player. Maybe I need more reference photos. Maybe I just need more reference photos. Cattle ranch. Give me a cattle ranch. No, I don't think so. Kansas City, Missouri? Is that where you think I live? Nice try, Google. Try again. Yeah, all the trees are pretty far in the distance. Oh, not here. In the Wikipedia entry for ranch. Okay. Okay. Oh, look, trees all up in here. But this is tiny. And that doesn't, is that a cattle ranch though? I think that for the first level, it makes sense that the player can go through without having to destroy anything to have a difficulty progression. Yeah, exact progression. Right. Totally. This is a very different kind of ranch. Smaller. They're all so small. I mean, I had imagined that the aliens would plan to invade, like, a very, you know, like a more industrial cattle ranch. You know, for obvious reasons, since they're looking for meat. Oh, look at this one. This is lovely. The cattle are all up in there. Man, that's a big picture right there. Picture is big. My gosh. I don't even see that picture there. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're just gathering some more references. Yeah, I agree entirely. And you know, there's gonna be some mistakes there, you know, where I'll realize I'm gonna still make mistakes that I need to like improve on as we make more levels. For sure. But I mean, for the most part, like generally speaking, not a lot of trees nearby. And actually, yeah, you're right. Like it kind of goes with it. Like that there would be less obstacles and it'd be easier. Kind of goes with it. Being an easier level. You know, I guess I don't want level 1 to be a total throwaway. And again, it doesn't have to be realistic. We don't have to make it realistic. Like this can be, you know, whatever I want it to be. But I guess what I want to avoid is that the level is so easy that you don't even have to worry about it. You know, that's all. Come to think of it, if aliens were to invade, there's no telling where they would go. Not like they would know what the important places are. Yeah, totally. Well, originally, my plan was that the game would take place in Sweden. And that was the reason why, is because they have cattle farms there. There's lots of open areas. And the citizens, in theory, are more likely to be armed than other countries, for various reasons related to their military history. And I thought that was kind of funny because for our geopolitical world, Sweden, no one would ever invade. Is it Switzerland? I keep saying Sweden. I meant Switzerland. Sorry. Switzerland, not Sweden. Sweden, forgive me. I take it back. Switzerland. Wow, I can't believe I just mixed them up. They're easy to mix up, all right? They got S and W. Switzerland. I was thinking the game would originally take place in Switzerland. Switzerland, more likely to be armed. They have a bunch of cattle farms. And in our geopolitical world, Switzerland is seen as like a country no other country would invade. They're like neutral. It's not a good place to try to militarily to try to invade. They have like old military defense stuff set up, but it'd be kind of funny, like who would invade Switzerland? Aliens, because they wouldn't know better to not invade Switzerland. But ultimately, I realized, yeah, to most other places is what I mean. Well, and so here's the thing. I feel like everything is in the United States, which is why that's boring to me. Like, everything takes place in the United States. Not everything, but so much. And so I wanted to not do the United States if possible. And so I guess what I mean is Switzerland is a country that is more likely to be armed than other countries besides the United States. But yeah, but then I kind of realized I don't really want to worry about like localizing it to like a certain part of the world, and it just is what it is. It takes inspiration from anywhere, and it's wherever. It's just somewhere. But the aliens will at least be looking for meat, and we can just assume that they know that cattle farms have a lot of meat. We don't know how they know, but they know. It's done. Win 11 on an unsupported PC. Now just a scrub of the bloat / spyware. Oh, good luck. Good luck. It's not easy. You can get a little bit of that scrubbing, but not a lot. It's rough. It's not a fun journey. It's one reason I love streaming on Windows 10 instead of Windows 11, because Windows 11 be popping up things all the time, and as a streamer, that's really annoying to have like things popping up. Here's your local weather. No, stop! Don't show me local weather. What are you doing? You know, or like Copilot coming in and Cortana. It's just it gets really annoying. Or the news pops up, and now there's like, you know, some horrible headline you don't want to see, you know, and it's just there's ways to get it to be less bad, but overall there's always something that's gonna get in your way, at least in my experience so far. Argentina maybe, for the cattle at least. I don't know about being armed. Yeah. That's a I like that suggestion as just like locales to be inspired by. I like that idea. Noted. Argentina. And so that's kind of it, right? Is I'll just like I'll look at like certain areas and then maybe take inspiration from those areas and build that into one nondescript area. What's up, Hollow Tempest? Welcome. I'm just trying to like play around with the idea of building levels. We'll see how that goes. I wish the snap was smarter. I don't know how it could be. It's pretty unrealistic to expect. So it's at 2. The snap is fine. It's fine. So I would want to drag it apparently to 5. Wait, that's not 1 meter? Wait. This is at -1. This is at +2. I said 1 meter apart. They're 3 meters apart. Sometimes I can count. Once in a while, I get to count. This is at 2, so that should be at 5. Nice. And it might change if I rotate it as well, so that's something to think about. Let me see if I just do a full line of these. Duplicate. So that's at 5. That means we want to put it at 8. Delete that. I'm just going to make a little row of them. This would be at 11. Drag it out to 11. Whoa. I forgot to duplicate it. Pretty important. Drag it to 11. And then for good measure, let's do one over here. So that's going to go to -4. Duplicate it. Put it at -4. Okay. Aliens be like, let us first capture some nuclear power plants, large hadron colliders, SpaceX rockets? Nah, gimme all them cows. Yes, exactly. Exactly, because all they know is that mammals or animals give them limbs. And so they're going to where there are lots of animals. That's it. That's the logic. Logic. Also, you know, it's like kind of a trope that aliens would abduct cows, right? You like see cows like getting lifted up into alien tractor beams. That's another reason I like the cows too. They have technology better than ours. Cows, on the other hand, cows not having technology better than us. No, I wouldn't suppose cows have better technology than us. That would be just like, you know, we see a lot of, you know, evolved cats and lizards and dogs and wolves in popular culture, but you don't see a lot of evolved cows, do you? Alright, so these are all fine. We can go through them. Oboro Boy loves me. Okay, love you too, buddy. So I'm going to try rotating them around a bit, just to see like if that messes up any of the color. It's probably not a big deal. I mean, you can kind of see that this is gonna make it a little tighter. You know, these are just like little considerations that I haven't really spent a lot of time bothering with. So I'm curious. I'm curious to do so. Let's see if this one... Yeah, we can get through them pretty easy. Nice. Good. So that seems safe. So not 1 meter, 3 meter. 3 meters apart for these. I really want to add a note somewhere. I hate that I'm about to do this, but I kind of just want to... This is so messy. I kind of just want to add a comment in here. 3 meters apart from each other. Can you use the music from the band That as the OST for the game you're making? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know who that is. There's no way. I can't think of anything besides the Taran from WoW. What is that? La 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 la. Oh, like a cow. Oh, wow. So there you go. I should have known. I should have known World of Warcraft would handle it. Of course World of Warcraft would have done something. It's pretty cool. I guess it's wow. It's cool. It's giving bull. I guess I never really thought about wow, what it would look like. This looks awesome. Looks scary. It's giving orc. Alright, this is a terrible comment, and I apologize to everybody that this is my comment on the code. But I did do it. Okay, so we don't want too many trees, though. Something, you know, maybe I start establishing boundaries. You know what? Before I do this, I need to establish boundaries. So I wanna talk about that real quick. There's 2 different ideas that I have for establishing boundaries. One of those ideas is invisible walls, which is what I'm about to do, because that's simple. But in my ideal scenario, there would actually be overlapping. It would like loop. So if you go too far over to the left, you would just start coming out the other side. And so you'd just be infinitely going through the same section. That's kind of my dream setup there. I did try to draw it once. Oh, I did it in Excalidraw? Okay. Oops, I just closed one of my new reference images. Let me show you Load from file. Yeah, replace. You can replace this. I don't care. I mean, you can save it too. All right, I'll save it. This is from yesterday. I'll save this as meet object new method. Okay. And then I can open this. Okay, so this is, oh, this is something else. Wait, where is it? No, I drew this. Dang. All right, well, I guess I'll draw it again. I totally drew this recently. Okay, let's just draw it again. So what I'm imagining is, let's say in this, and this isn't something I'm going to do today right now, which is why I didn't really want to bother explaining it. But let's say this is the play area. Dude, Infinite boundary, it's right here. I knew I saved it. Okay, great. So imagine this red area is the camera and where we play the game, right in here. So there's our alien. Boop, alien. Done. And then this yellow boundary, or whatever color this is, orange, sorry, green. This green-yellow boundary is how much of the level is actually designed. And then this blue section with stripes would be a special overlap area that would be actually two parts split. I know, this is wild. I know this is super weird. I know. It'd be like two sections split up. And then if you move over into here, it'll show you part of that split up section. And then while you're in that section, it's loading in the same section that you are in before, and it's queuing it up next to it. So then, so it would like go over here, and then you would see the same thing. And as you come to cross over here, you'd start to see it, and it would be infinite loop. I don't know how the heck I would do that, and I'm not gonna try to do that right now, but that's my dream way of setting it up. For now, we're just gonna make boundaries because I really need to know how big this level is supposed to be. So how big should it be? Let's actually use something with more stuff in it. It's starting to feel a little too far. We don't want it to be too far for lots of reasons. Let's say, I mean, to me, it should be about the size of the viewport, you know, like what you can see here. I think that's a good measure. And I guess I'd want to say like from the furthest away that you can be. So I guess I kind of like on this military strip with the hangars, not this one, but the other one. I think that's probably, not that one. That's probably a good boundary limit. Not this one. It's about the same. So I'm gonna use that as my reference for the boundaries. That is another block that I have over here. That's in the Asset Expo folder. Where is the Asset Expo folder? There it is. And it's, is it maybe the first one or the second one? This one. Wow. I mean, that's almost the whole thing. Jeez. That's pretty far. That's pretty far. And I mean, we're talking about like designing the whole level that way. Wow. Okay. What point would we say that's at? I'm just gonna make like an empty node 3D here. And then drag it over to the edge. And that is at -31. Can we do -30? Yeah, let's do, I like nice rounded numbers. So we'll say 30 meters on each side. Okay. For now. That is, wow. That is quite a far boundary. So I guess I haven't tried making a boundary before. It seems easy enough. Just, it's gonna be an invisible wall for right now. That's how it's gonna be. Make it a box shape. We want its position to be 30 meters over. And then ideally it would just be exactly the size that it needs to be. Whoops. No more, no less. Trying to grab the thing. I'll just do this. We'll see how well it works. Now there's another quiz. There's kind of a question here. So I think, well, this is gonna be a little tricky, actually, if I'm being honest. This is gonna be a little tricky. Because I don't actually know how to stop the player. I don't know. I haven't really tried to do that. We stop the terrain, but what do we mean? The player can move left and right. Oh gosh. I guess we just want to detect if it's left or right, if it's on the left side or the right side. So we kind of need a little bit of code here. Obviously, there's so many different ways this could be done. But what I'm thinking, let's make this a groove. I'm gonna save this. I'm actually gonna save this as a scene. Environment, not environment. What is oh, that's like the lighting and stuff. Yeah, I don't think that. Manage objects, debug, spawners, terrain. To me, that feels more like a terrain thing. So that's where I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna say block boundary. Okay. Now wait. Mistake. I made a mistake. I don't want this to be a collision shape at the top level. That was a mistake. That's okay. No. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy this value. Can't you put a limit to the X value of the position instead of putting invisible wall? Yeah. That's a smart idea. Wait a minute. That's a smart idea. That's way smarter than my idea. Not to be mean to myself or anything. I didn't mean that. That's just a great idea. Okay. That's a great... Dude, of course. Thanks. Thanks, Albeska. You've saved me. You've saved me from grief. That makes no sense. I appreciate that tremendously. Okay. So, totally. I guess that would need to be... We do that in, like, process, physics process. So let me go find the physics process. We already have, like, a Y position limit somewhere. Here. If global position Y is less than or equal to the fall death distance, then you die. Oh, it's right at the top, too. Alright, let's comment this. This stuff is all a little messy in here. I'm gonna say fall death, and let's say horizontal boundaries. If self global position, gosh, that's such a great suggestion. Thank you so much. Is less than or equal to, well, we'd want to say whether it's positive or negative, right? It would need to be able to determine if it was positive or negative, but How do you use absolute value? I guess I'd want to say... Does this just do it? Returns the absolute value of a variant parameter x. Oh. Supported types, vector 2, vector 3, integer. Let's go. Good. All right, we're gonna be all right. If absolute value is less than or equal to, we'll say boundary distance. Let's create that. Constant boundary distance. We're gonna make it 30. So whether it's positive or negative, it's less than or equal to 30, or sorry, greater than or equal to 30. Then we do need to check whether or not it's positive or negative to determine which we're turning off. But so the place where this becomes relevant is wherever the movement is. Here, velocity x. Because we want the other, so this is gonna be a little tricky. We're doing input get axis. UI left, UI right. Obviously I'm gonna change that from UI, but it is that right now. Technically, I don't know how to do this. I was gonna have to figure this out one way or the other. So this is what moves us, right? This is what actually moves us. How would I limit this to not be able to go a certain direction? Direction x is set to transform basis times vector 3 input x 0, 0. What is this 0, 0? Vector 3. What is that 0, 0 for? I don't know what those arguments mean at all. All right, it's time to ask ChatGPT. It's time to ask ChatGPT. As I've said, I'm very new to Godot and GDScript and Python and all of that. In GDScript, what do the arguments of the vector 3 mean? From the following code. Y coordinate of the vector. Oh, really? Vector 3 class represents 3D vector using floating point coordinates. Let's break down the arguments in your code snippet. Input x is the numeric value representing the x coordinate of the vector. It's used to, oh, it's the x. Oh, gosh, I see. It's the y and the z. That was, I'm so sorry that was confusing to me. I apologize from the bottom of my heart, guys. Of course that's what that means. Alright. It happens. So this is saying x, y, and z, and x is the input. And so input x is going to be either negative or positive. If it's negative, we're going to go to the left. If it's positive, we're going to go to the right. So on here, I need to make sure that depending on whether we hit the left boundary or the right boundary, it limits that to a certain range. somehow. So I guess I'd want to say, Oh, do we reach the end of the music already? Or something? Oh, geez. The page isn't even loading. The music just said, that song was too whimsical. We gotta go. We're sorry. And I said, it's okay. I understand. Take your time. Be music or not. We do our best. So if I want to limit this, let's see if I can ask ChatGPT to help me with that. How can I limit input X of the vector 3 to not go into negatives? It'll understand that. At worst, it gives me an old method. Max. Really? You can use the max function. Here's how you can modify your code snippet. Ensure input X is non-net. No, that's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to ensure that input X is non-negative. What? In the modified code, oh, I see. It's commenting. I see. It's saying that's what this does. Oh. In the modified code, max expression ensures that input X is at least 0. If it's negative, it will be clamped to 0. Nice. So then min would do the opposite, I'm guessing. Albeska says you can simply force the input X to 0 or more if you're at the left boundary, and limit it to 0 or less on the right boundary, the clamp method. Chat and ChatGPT, you know, you guys are goated. More so you than ChatGPT, but. Well, apparently I can use this to clamp it. But I wonder if it's the best way to clamp it or not. Here's what I'm thinking. Is we define input X elsewhere. So input X is not defined here, which is going to obviously give us an error. Right? Oh, because we have another error. So up here, we're going to say something else. Variable input X is this, normally, which is fine. But then depending on this if statement, if global position X is less than 0, clamp is more general, but in this case, max and min will work fine. All right. What's happening? That's a good question. I am creating artificial boundaries, so the invisible walls, so the player can only go so far left and right. And so I was going to be a total noob about it and put up invisible collision boxes, and Albeska made the excellent point that this would be done quite effectively in code. And so I'm checking a boundary distance constant, which is set to 30, and whether global position X is negative 30 or positive 30, this condition will be met if it's greater than that, and then if that global position is less than 0 in that moment, I'm going to say make input X be clamped so it can't go less than 0. We only want the, oh, this is a bit of a problem though, isn't it? So actually we don't want to do that. We don't want the full input X to be clamped. If not using collisions, game work better. That's true. Very true. I know it. I know it though. Welcome, Pierogi. Pierogi gone is not gone. I said Pierogi gone, not gone. Pierogi gone is not gone. Pierogi gone's not gone, cause Pierogi gone is right here. Oh yeah. Welcome, Pierogi gone. Good to see you. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev and being a member. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Isn't there a clamp function that you can just run every frame? I think it's what I'm kind of, I don't know, I mean, look, I'm just kind of hacking it together here. I mean, yes, is that what's happening, or no? I don't know. I'm also very surprised that it's saying that I need an else after ternary operator condition. What? Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. I see why. Okay, I understand. So if self global position X is greater than 0, input X. I mean, look, you know, I'm open to suggestions. I'm just doing my best. Also, I forgot to do that. Oh, that's why it's giving me an error. Probably. Wait. 2 of your RB expected 2 but received 1. 2? Turns a maximum of the given. Oh, 0. Oh, we have to put the 0. Oh, the 0 is the maximum. I see. Oh. Didn't get that. Didn't understand that. Now I understand it. Comma 0. Seems there's a clamp function you can pass the variable, the minimum and the maximum. Is this not a valid clamp using max? I wonder if I keep chatting, is Discord in Discord for live streams, one day I can get you to forget that I just got here and you'll forget to do the song. Definitely won't forget. If I forget, it'll be for some other reason, but not because of that. It wouldn't be a challenge. That's not how it works. I don't think about who you are. I think about what I see when I look at my screen. And when I look at my screen, this is how the algorithm in my brain works for doing member songs. Whoa. It's like this. It's like, here's the chat messages, right? And when I see that there's a member icon, I'm like, have I seen this person here in the chat today? I guess you make a point, Rogi. You know what? You make, now that I say it out loud, the algorithm could be fallible here. Because I say, okay, is it a member? Yes. Have they made a chat here today yet? Yes or no? If no, sing a song. But no, I don't think so, because when I think about chatting with you in Discord before the live stream, it's just not the same. It's just not the same. I don't know what to say. Like it's just not the same. It won't happen. Good luck. Challenge accepted. See what you can do. See if you can trick me. I don't think it'll work though, but you should try. It would be one line, but this works too. If you're more comfortable, just go for it. No, give me the one line. Hell no. Give me the one line. Get this out of here. Boink. I have no interest in rejecting the advice of a senior developer. All right. No interest. I am here to take these suggestions if they seem more efficient in many ways. You have some ideas on how to trick me? I'm not promising success, and I won't do anything annoying. All right, let's go. Let's go. Rogigon is a friend of mine, by the way, and a moderator. Oh, I'm kind of curious. Oh, it's a little tricky. The person who works on this chat browser app, it's an extension, it's an app, whatever, it's the same thing. But they made a change because I asked them about it to differentiate between members and moderators. Progigon is a member and a moderator, and it's interesting that the moderator thing overwrites the membership. I don't really know what makes more sense, but I'm taking a screenshot. And that's all you need to know. All right, Psychonic, how do I do it? I need your help. You don't have to commit. You don't have to commit if you don't want to, but I need more help to understand what I should do. The one line would be clamp input X lower bound, upper bound. Supposedly you can just, it does say membership, I know, but so for us, so it knows, yeah, but so earlier Frank was chatting, and Frank is a moderator but not a member, and it's the same thing. It says membership and moderator. So there's technically no differentiation between someone who is a member moderator and not a member moderator. Yeah. You really forgot Godot? The physics process I meant. Oh shoot. I put a simple fix to your line in the live text on Discord. Oh no, we've got competing suggestions. I fear this. But it's also interesting to see different ways that people do things. But it also scares me, because now we have to make a choice between Albeska and Psychotic Joe. They are both established, esteemed helpers for this game. Let's see what we got. Albeska would try input X equals max input get access. Oh. Well, see, the reason why I wasn't gonna do this, Albeska, is because then you wouldn't be able to move. Because right, I guess right wouldn't be negative. So the reason, and argument one should be float, but is string. Oh. Oh, Jesus. All right, understood. Part of me still feels confused, but it might not. Both of them work, but max doesn't restrict the upper limit. Well, it doesn't work because it doesn't like it's because I see, because the number, you wouldn't change the input. You would, yeah. I just kind of realized that doesn't make sense because that's just the input of the string. The number, the value itself is coming from get access. That's where the float comes from, is get access, not from UI left, not from UI right. It comes from get access. And all this is doing is controlling whether that axis goes negative or it goes positive. So literally, right is always positive in this case. So it would make more sense to put max here. I get it, I got it. Oh, and not even there, though. You were saying before that, maybe? Nope, that was it, yeah. Now, that's not saying what... Yeah, you can go right forever, yeah. I gotcha. It would ignore any further movement to the right if you're on the right boundary. Yeah. So, Psychonic was saying, I'm very interested in this one-line solution. The one line would be clamp, input X, lower bound, upper bound. Supposedly, you can just run it in the physics. Yeah. Okay, I'll try it. And so I guess my question is, how do I implement that? So how do I implement that in if you are on the left boundary versus the right boundary? Where do I put, where does this line go? Are you saying, oh, I see what you're saying, -30 and 30, lower bound, upper bound. Oh, then I don't need any of this junk. Oh, you're a genius. Okay, you guys are brilliant. Okay. I gotcha. Yep, I get it. Okay, understood. Nope, I got it. No. We're good here. Thank you, guys. Okay, all right. You know what? We're just gonna Control Z our life away here until the input goes back where it was to start with. I will keep boundary distance, but beyond that, nothing is necessary here. We can leave input right there. These if statements are absolute garbage trash for the poo-poo toilet. That's where it goes. Flush it right on down. Bye-bye. No clog here. And then we'll come to the input X, and we just wrap it in the clamp. Makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Clamp input X. So, oh, so I would even say over here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Input X, comma, -30, and I could say negative boundary distance, boundary distance. Oh my gosh. Just, I wouldn't have, oh my gosh. Function clamp not found in base self. Is it lowercase? There we go. Done. Done. We'll see how it goes. Position X. Oh, you're right. Oh. Wait. How is that gonna work? Okay, well that complicates things a bit. Limits the boundary. Mine works in the movement itself, ignoring movements that would put the player beyond the boundaries. I'm confused. Hey S, what's up? Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, S got gifted a membership. Tincho gifted it. What do we do for S? That's an interesting one. S is so special, singing songs. So I'm trying to do all the words with the letter S. Oh, that's really hard. S song so special. S singing songs to S. What am I gonna do for S? Oh my gosh. I don't say when S is here. 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 I don't say When S is here, I don't say eh. When S is here, S is here. Okay, I tried. Oh, I almost lost it there. It's man, sometimes having the new members, it can be tricky to sing the song. All right, there we go. I did. Wow, I'm sorry. You're welcome. I'm also really sorry. You'd leave things as is, then add clamp position X, lower bound, upper bound. I think after move and slide. Really? Psychonic's solution sets the position to a value within the range you set. Albeska's solution only runs movement code when you are in a boundary. So let's be clear. Albeska's solution is technically my solution. Albeska just told me how to do my solution correctly. So I just wanna give credit where credit's due. Albeska and I collaborated on that one. And I also want to say that I'm sure Albeska would come up with an even better solution than the one I did. because seeing Psychonics, I'm just like, it's better. I'm pretty rusty, so I might be messing up somewhere. Lisbeskas. Woo, that kind of has a nice sound to it. Lisbeska. I'm pretty rusty, so might be messing up somewhere, but theoretically that should be it. All right, let's try it. 2 G's up. GG. Welcome, Gab Games. Gab Games is gabbing here today. Gab Games is gabbing here today. Gab Games is gabbing here today. Oh, Gab Games is gabbing here today. Welcome, Gab Games. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for gabbing with us here today. All right, let me fix this back to normal. My plan was to just try to make level 1. The smile you needed. Yay! I'm so glad. Your name, I don't have a hard time coming up with a song for your name because it's got like a word in it. But I gotta remember, folks like S, it's a little trickier. It's a little trickier. I'll get better. It'll just take practice. But it's nice when it's easy. Okay, so after move and slide, evidently, we can just plunk this on in here and say position X. Expected closing. Oh, there you go. Closed. All right, let's see what happens. So just making a level, just making levels was my goal for today. And so it's just kind of leading to other things like setting up boundaries and whatnot. Yeah, we are cruising. Okay. I was gonna say, technically you do say when S is here because you can't say, that was the song. That was the entire song. Of course. I don't know why I put a parenthesis there. That's probably part of the issue. For no good reason, there's a parenthesis there. Why did I put that? I don't know. The brain does its best. I'm not super sure if it's a good idea to force a position on a body. I think it should go in the integrate forces method instead of process or physics process. Whoa! So this is Albeska's true suggestion. So, I mean, I will say, this is not working. Can you right-click the clamp function? The docs don't mention much. Yeah, I would love to. Clamps the value, returning a variant not... Oh, sorry, let me get this out of the way. Returning a variant not less than minimum and not more than max. Any values that can be compared with the less than and greater than will work. Yeah, there's not really much here. For better type safety, we can clarify what it's clamping. It's not a global position thing, is it? Albeska, I have to tell you, your suggestion I'm completely confused about. Although I completely trust that it will work. It's been stated all over the docs. Position X equals the function. Oh. It returns. Interesting. So position X equals its own position. That seems a little tangled. And we definitely don't want global position. Here we go. Oh, it's working! I can't go. I promise. Bam! 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 Boundary exists. So then I have to ask, for Albeska and Progigon's point, what is the advantage, or like what is the disadvantage to doing it this way? So Albeska was expressing concern that because it's on a body, oops, some other thing. Oh yeah, this is a very weird bug we've been getting. This bug sucks. This there are some problems. This is one of them. Work in progress to be continued. Forcing the position bypasses collision checks and such. Yeah, now exactly. Now it's time to consider Albeska's point. Bypasses collision checks. Okay. Okay, alright. I understand that that could be true. Rogi can't explain... Okay. Documentation states it can cause bugs to force positions on bodies. Well, I mean... I guess then I would just come back to how do I implement Albeska's suggestion? And, you know, I say we do both. And then just pick one. You know, if it's easily implemented, then we go for it. Also, let me update credits before I forget, which I don't think I would, but just in case. Just to be safe on the side. I guess it might be too hacky and cause issues down the line. I like it, Psychonic, but based on what Progi and Albeska are saying, you know, it makes me think, look at that, we got the dream team here. We got the dream team. Based on what y'all are saying, it makes me think it could be a problem. I think it's easy to implement. Just set velocity instead of position and multiply velocity by 0 if you aren't in the boundary. That is not code. But that sounds good. I can't work with that. I can't code that. I need words, or I can try. I can try. Yeah, that weird error really sucks. That's something that we introduced yesterday. Honestly, doing the meet object spawn thing has introduced some problems. But I'm choosing to ignore that right now. But I thought Albeska was saying to put it in some function. That's okay. Alright, Albeska. I mean, sorry. Alright, Progigon. I cannot explain the disadvantage, not that. Where Albeska said something very specific. integrate forces method instead of process or physics process. How does that work? I have to look this up. I'll have to do some research. I don't expect you guys to give me the answers. I really don't. You're back with Valentine, my beloved. What does that mean? Integrate forces. What was that? The integrate forces method. I just don't know what that means. Allows users to control a rigid body by adding forces, impulses, or setting velocity. What? This method provides direct access to the physics state? Dude, this looks awesome! I've never even heard of this. Oh! I forgot you were playing Fallout 4. You do like Nick Valentine. Yeah, he's pretty cool. And then he was all like, and then like he wanted me to do his quest, and I didn't want to, because it's like a lot of effort, and it doesn't have a good reward, and so now every time I have him as a companion, he's just like, so you managed to get those tapes yet? So you find all those tapes I asked you about? Hey, you get those tapes I was talking to you? It's like, shut up, shut up. Shut up! And I had to get rid of him. But he's cool. You should move the line that clamps the exhibition into integrate forces. Integrate forces is nice. I had to use it once to add buoyancy to a rigid body boat. Dude, this is amazing. So it's just like a function that will keep track of when something should happen, and then it'll just go whenever it's the right time. I don't even understand how it works, but I like it. Movement 2. That way it doesn't mess with collisions. Well, it's like now I'm thinking, what else should I put in this awesome thing? This awesome function besides it. Still gonna Concord, and you're gonna bomb the railroad like a true Fallout 4 player. I mean, look, the railroad is clearly kind of an afterthought faction, unfortunately. I think the railroad is the coolest faction, like, politically, but they just don't, they're not really, like, one of the big players, unfortunately. And I think that just kind of comes down to, like, the game being a little incomplete in that regard. It's like they just didn't finish making them a full faction, which makes them not a great faction, unfortunately. Technically, I'm doing boundaries, invisible wall boundaries. I want to make, the level 1 and 2, or just kind of try to mock up level 1 and 2 of the game. And I realized I needed boundaries if I'm gonna be able to design the level. And so I was gonna noobishly use collision boxes to do it, until it became quite apparent that it would be better to code it. And we're trying different ways to code that. That's what we're up to. And we're about to try this. Generally, its use is alter the forces, velocity, and position of a body after the physics engine has done its calculations. So, like, what, like, okay, so what if I were to just say, like, print hello? Right? Like, probably a completely inappropriate use of this. Is it just gonna be like every frame, essentially? Not at all. It's not doing anything. Now, if we come to the boundary here, well, Well, that didn't work. So I have to call, do I have to call this function? I have to call this function. Does this just go in physics process or something? No, I'm confused. Also, the player is a character body, which is a rigid body, so I guess it's fine. How do I use this? Looks like I'm asking Copilot. Look, there's Chat GPT, and then there's Chat. Whichever comes first wins. The code should be on the player script. This is the player script. 100%, this is the player script. So we've got that. Check. Player script, check. How do I call the integrate forces function in GD script? State. Oh, wow. It's literally used an example for boundaries. Did it deduce that because of what we said earlier? Or is that just like the right thing to do for this purpose? For working a rigid body, you can directly apply force to the integrated force, edit the physics, direct body state, pass to it. Assuming you have a rigid body node called myRigidBody. Body state, myRigidBody, get direct state. Body state, apply central force. What? I don't understand that part. What is this state thing? Do I have to put the word state in here? Why am I doing that, ChatGPT? Am I doing it because you told me to do it? Or is it important? I think I'm just doing it because it told me to. It's missing the argument state, so Godot doesn't recognize it. It's missing more than that, I think. Is it because I said print hello? Is that why? Does that isn't that just a mistake to be printing things you're not supposed to do in there? That would be weird, right? If it cared about that. Yeah, because it's 30 is right the edge of this thing right here. So it should be hitting at this point. So maybe it's this other thing. We have to apply it. Edit the physics direct body state, pass to it. What does that mean? What in the world does that mean? I don't know what that means. What does step 2 mean? It makes no sense to me at all. Little help. Chat GPT. You got my back or not? Oh gosh. It's like, all right, buckle up. Buckle up, I'm explaining stuff. I'm like, okay, chill, jeez. We get it. You know stuff. I'm not super familiar, but in integrate forces, shouldn't you call some function to actually apply a force instead of changing the position? That sounds like something. But how would this function even run in the first place? In Godot, a rigid body node represents a physics body that responds to forces and collisions. Yeah, me too, Pepe. It's commonly used for objects that have mass and need realistic physics behavior. When you apply forces to a rigid body, it responds by moving according to the laws of physics. Okay. Physics direct body state and integrate forces. The physics direct body state is an object that provides direct access to the physics state of a rigid body. It's an object. The integrate forces function is called during the physics simulation step. It allows you to apply custom forces. Here's how it works. The physics engine calculates the next frame. When the physics engine calculates the next frame, it calls the integrate forces function for each rigid body. So it should be getting called. Is it because I have it? Do I need to put it like below? I mean, that seems silly, right? You know, by that logic, we should see that print hello happening like all the time. I would think. But I don't know. If after the physics engine calculates the next frame, it just calls integrate forces. It seems like it should be happening more often. All right. Godot docs search not take 2 billion minutes challenge. It's sourced, so technically I should fix it on my own. What? Godot search not take 2 billion minutes challenge. Oh, I see. If you want it to be better, you should fix it. Applying forces. To apply a force to a rigid body, you need to get the physics direct body state associated with the rigid body. Use methods like apply central force, apply torque, or apply impulse to apply forces. For example, apply central force, vector 3, 0, 10, 0, applies an upward force to the body. The vector 3, 0, 10, 0 represents, okay, the force vector. In this case, it's force pointing upward along the y-axis. Oh, so I think it might be what Psychonic is saying. All right, let me ask you this then, ChatGPT. Fix this to apply force. Just do it. Just do it. You get the context here, ChatGPT, no? Integrate forces is specific to the rigid body 3D. Oh, it inherits from physics body. I knew that the character body inherited from something similar, but I forgot that it wasn't rigid body. Well, so we've just been on a fool's errand. Okay, well, I guess we can just clamp the position in physics process and call it a day. Honestly, Elbeska, Thank you. Like, this has been learning. You, me, all of us here have just learned stuff about integrate forces. And it sounds like if we wanted that to work, we might have wanted to do body state apply central force. We might have wanted to do apply central force to get it to work right. So, you know, we've learned something extremely interesting about rigid bodies that I had no idea about. And I know for one thing that next time especially in the game jams I do on Friday, I'm gonna be like, wait, if I want to make this rigid body move around, we just got to use integrate forces. So thank you for that gift. So let's just go back to move and slide, and we'll call it a day. And thanks, and thank you for confirming this too, Albeska. Excellent work. Excellent work. I just learned so much about rigid bodies and a cool function called integrate forces. Another reason why I need to, and so you may have noticed a problem of my own here. When you guys have been helping me the last several minutes, what's been the thing? Documentation. What did I do? I went to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was like, okay, sure, right? But if I had gone to the documentation, perhaps sooner, we would have noticed the inheritance problem with the rigid body and the character body. So I think that is like a big lesson that I'm still kind of trying to learn and wrap my head around, is to go to the documentation as like a first thing. So thank you for being a part of me learning that lesson. And so we've got it. We've got the left and right boundaries. Let's go back to level building. Bam. Boundary. I'm not a great fan of the way the boundaries are set up right now, right? Like, I'd love for it to look more interesting, because right now you can't really tell. Like, the player's just gonna suddenly hit a boundary. Like, that's annoying. You know, again, what I really want is for it to be infinite. And when you get to the edge, you just loop around the other side. But that is like stretch goal stuff that I know I can't be bothered with. But that does mean I need to seriously consider how the invisible wall boundary will look as if it was going to be in the game for real. And so I'm thinking, what I imagine is it's just like darkness, like shadows over here. Or fog, even. That would probably be the easiest thing to put in here, is just like a line of fog, so the player can kind of see that you can't go further than that. I wonder how hard it would be to open source Godot Copilot. To create an open source Godot Copilot. I mean, that's fascinating. Like, you're talking about literally a custom large learning model that's just for Godot. That'd be pretty cool. That's why I proposed the clamp, because it will leave less clutter behind when you'll switch to infinite scrolling. Yes, yes, absolutely. You did propose it a long time ago. That's true. Yeah. Less clutter, the better. I love your optimism. Thank you, Albeska, for the optimism of when I'll switch. Should a cliff be on the sides? It could be. What I don't like about that is it asserts what the world is. It's like, and it's kind of what I'm trying to avoid, is contextualizing where we are. Or a thick forest, definitely valid. What I don't like about it is that it implies something. It's like, oh, it must be, we must be in a forest or amongst forest, or oh, we must be amongst cliffs. And what I like about like fog or shadow is it's the player's imagination to decide where we are. And it's not defining this. It's like, there is stuff out there. Who knows what it is? We just don't go there. And even with the infinite scroll version, you know, it'd still be implying that there might be something somewhere else, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. So that's why I like that better. But these are super valid boundaries, for sure. They just kind of, I don't know. I don't feel as good about it from a art direction standpoint. Oh, let's get with that 4D vision. I know. I'm like, yeah, maybe I will. I will switch to it one day. Okay. So I'm gonna do that because I think that would be nice. Oh, and before I do that, let me just make sure I don't want to push it out a little further. It's too much effort, but it can be personalized for each biome. Right. I was thinking that I didn't want to say it, but like, I should have said it. Totally. For each area, it could be different. Stacked buildings for a city, right? Cliffs or mountains. It does become a lot more work. Yeah. Oh, wraparound. That is what it's called, yeah. Well, yeah, so that's what I mean. When I say the infinite scrolling, that's exactly what I mean. To me, that is like my #1 choice. That's what I want. Wraparound. That's what it's called. Yeah. I want wraparound very badly. And I mean, you know, I've just kind of like imagined what it could be like. Did I keep it open? Did I close it? Jeez. And what I've imagined is, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Wait, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. So this is like an imagined version of that I have, which is, and this isn't even pseudocode, but it's like, you know, here's your character chilling in here, whatever. And then the red is like the camera. And so the idea is that, let me see if I can get a decent grab, or we'll see. Grab this. So the idea is, that you would move across here, right? So the camera would move. The green boundary here represents the level design, or like what we would actually put in the level. And then this is a copy of the level. This is a copy of the level. This section here would be like a buffer zone, so to speak. And so really, this is one shape, right? You can see those lines lined up here. This would be like it'd just be some sort of like Psychonic was talking about, like for each biome, it would have some different stuff. This would have different stuff for each biome. It could have like, you know, maybe a road for the city, maybe, you know, some trees for the cattle farm section or something. And so this would be split if you think about it. Not really, but technically. So then the camera would come over here, and as soon as the camera enters this area, it would take a clone of the main area and put it here. I don't know if this would work. Again, it's just like my imagination. It would take a clone of the main area and then blend that into, and just basically put it right next to that. And then imagine we're coming out. So this one on the far left is the same one as the one here on the right. And when we go this way, this other portion here would become visible. Again, this would be just some trees or like a road or something like that. And then we'd come out back to the center. And it would just keep doing that. I have no idea. I don't even think if this makes sense. But Something like that, right? Getting this to work would be super sad. Oh my gosh, it would be, right? It would be. Yeah. So, you know, who knows sooner than later if that ends up happening. It's kind of down to my and or y'all's whims how soon this manifests. But that's what I want. Well, maybe. So I wouldn't, I guess what I would, well, here's what I would say to that, Albesca, is it would, maybe we would, because technically we only need 2 versions of the level. And so I guess I would just have 2 terrain belts. So it would have 2 simultaneous terrain belts. Wait, that's actually awesome. So 2 simultaneous terrain belts. Once you get into this blue zone, it'll move the other terrain belt to the other side. You know, I gotta say, that almost sounds doable. Wait, does that make sense? So there's 2, as you're crossing, I guess it'd have to be as soon, I guess what it'd really be is once this gets all the way out of that section. So as soon as that red line crosses over into here, then bam, it could move this, or not that. You know, whatever. Oh, I guess this? See, now I'm starting to think we could do this, which is terrifying. So once the red line crosses over into the blue section, this would just teleport over here. It would just go boop. Honestly, I don't even think we need that blue section. I think that blue section is not necessarily necessary. No, it is. It is. It is. It's a good buffer zone. So it would just go boop. I guess the problem would be you can only go so far on an axis. So we would... So I guess probably the biggest challenge would be to say, because we can't just have this infinitely going, right? Eventually it has to stop. So we'd have to then also be somehow moving the whole unit over entirely. There'd have to be the entire collection of both terrain belts, buffer zone, and player would have to be shifting one direction whenever this moves over here. Something like that. Playing devil's advocate here, why have the alien wraparound at all, other than the technically cool challenge? They have teleportation powers? Basically so the player doesn't ask questions and just keeps playing. That's why. Game magic. But certainly, I would invite a theory like that. But technically, just because it means I don't have to justify anything. In my mind. Maybe players will disagree and they'll be like, just put boundaries. I hate this rap crap. I don't know. To me, the rap is like cool and takes away the thought as a player. And you just accept that this is the world. And like visually, almost like visually, because in your periphery, you could still see stuff. It wouldn't be like, you know, a void or a wall or something. You would know and see that you can technically go anywhere you want. I like the mind game that it plays, I guess. But ultimately, it's not something that needs to be there at all. I just think it'd be cool. The whole unit could be on a giant cylinder. You know, that would be cool. Oh, well, okay. Okay. But I don't know. That seems very hard. Because then, like, physics would have to be, the gravity would have to be changing. That sounds like a whole other challenge. Barriers should just be natural like a mountain range, no? Nah. I don't like that. Personally, I don't like that idea. Because I just don't. Like it's like a personal taste thing. To me, just personally, from an artistic perspective, I don't like boundaries. Like physical boundaries that are like justified by something. Personally, I hate it. I don't like that there's this invisible wall here. But I'll take an invisible wall over a contrived wall any day. Unless, you know, if the whole game takes place in a building, okay, walls make sense. I'm here for it. It's just personal taste. If it's like a mountain range, it's like, why would there be this one area that's in a mountain range? It just, I don't know, it's to me, it starts to raise questions about the world and why it is built that way. It starts to define the location as well. We know that the world takes place in between mountain ranges. And it's like, no, it doesn't. No, it freaking doesn't, okay? Those were just there as invisible walls. Whereas if it's just fog or a black void, then it's like, well, okay, probably the world doesn't exist in a black void. It's just, we just can't see it for some reason, which also kind of sucks, which is why I like the wraparound. Teleporter for your barrier. Teleporter for your barrier. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's another option. You know, I fear that would look really unnatural. Like, once we get to the end, you know, how does that look smooth? We'd still need visually you to be able to see what's coming up, right? Something would, whatever we're going to go to, would need to visually appear on the other side. Or else, or, you know, right, it just literally, like, it just jumps you to the other side, which would be kind of jarring, I think. To me, it's like, either it as long as it looks smooth, I'm happy. But for now, I'm gonna settle with fog and or avoid. Have like an alien sci-fi barrier, like they have encage the area to eat them. You know, I kind of thought about that for like a second. And then it kind of brings me back to like, we're communicating something about the world to the player. And like, do I want that to be communicated, right? Like, now it becomes a part of the lore, which makes sense. I don't really like it. Maybe I'm being stubborn. So let me keep that in my mind. Pepe votes for the caged barrier. Cause that'd be fun, right? Like people are maybe banging on the barrier. I don't know. Or they're like running away from the aliens. They didn't want to get eaten. And they run into the barrier and get cooked or something. Like, it definitely introduces something interesting. You know, there could be a cutscene with the news, which is something I want to do. And they're just like, strange barrier has been enclosed around our... It feels, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stubborn. But it's just not, I'm not vibing with it. Alright, so for the fog stuff, how am I even gonna test this? How the hell am I gonna test this? It's hard because this section, we don't really see anything. I think there's actually a way. So there's a way to set the fog from the bottom and from the back. So I feel like there's gotta be a way to do it from the sides. The two belts idea can work. The tricky part to figure out is when the other belt switches sides. To me, the tricky part is, to me, that's one of the easier parts. To me, the belt switches sides whenever this red box... Oh, come on, Paint. Why do you suck so much? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Paint for what I've said. So, to me, it's just as soon as the edge of the camera, the viewport, right? The edge of the viewport has left the first belt, or the current belt. As soon as the viewport has left the current belt, that's when you move it over. I think that's it. To me, the hard part is how we get it all to move back, so that way we're not creating a situation where the player creates an infinite axis and eventually crashes the game because they go too far to the left. So that means that everything would have to somehow go back to the center without the player noticing it. Which maybe if the camera moved with it, theory of relativity, the player wouldn't know that they're moving. Honestly, I'm starting to think it's not that hard. If I'm being genuine, I kind of think this actually might not be that hard. Are we gonna do this today? Because... I mean, I tell you what, it's probably gonna introduce like 85 bugs. But I don't doubt that it can be kind of done. Mesh collider on the tree bark. And no collision on the leaves. I do currently have collision on the leaves. It's a little silly. It's a little silly. I'm kind of thinking we just test it and see if it feels too silly to keep. Noted. How about Mothership in Space is throwing down a portal barrier, causing the wrapping? I'm too convoluted? Nah. I like that. I like that. The thing is to me, with the wrapping, there doesn't need to be an explanation. It speaks for itself, which is why I like it so much. And then you can come up with a fun idea as well. The blue part are as large as the viewport? They're not. I mean, they could be. They could be. Maybe they should be. I guess because it's, I mean, do they need to be? I mean, if we think about it, it only needs to be, honestly, I wonder if the blue area is even necessary. It probably is. It is necessary. I don't think it needs to be as big as the viewport. Because if this is all we see, then the player isn't gonna notice the stuff moving over, right? In theory. Right? Technically? Maybe? That's what I think. So if we bring this over here, the player won't know, because the player can't see. As soon as that red enters there, immediately, instantly, move this over here. Not interpolate it, just instantly, bam, it appears over here. And the viewport is this red area, so they won't see that happening. Like, that's gotta work, right? It's just eventually the game's gonna crash because it's gonna take us too far to the left or right or whatever it is. And it's gonna need to somehow shift the entire game area over so that way we're not making infinite access. A blue bar could be a river or a highway or fog or whatever makes sense to that level. Yeah, exactly. I guess it's a matter of checking that the viewing distance is close enough to not see anything teleporting. Yeah, yeah. I think I mean, I don't really see why it wouldn't work, but that doesn't mean I'm right. probably means I'm wrong. If someone's pushing back, it probably means I'm wrong. I mean, you know, the biggest challenge comes in. I mean, well, not the big. I keep saying the biggest challenge. There's a lot of big challenges. I would need to somehow duplicate the terrain belt in general. I mean, I wonder if I were to just literally duplicate the terrain controller, right? Like right now, and scooch it over, what happens? Probably devastation would be my guess. So we've got double. Wow. I almost need 2 collectors as well. It's a problem that's gonna require a lot of thought. So I definitely can't do it today. It would probably make sense to somehow... I don't know. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna make fog, though. That's what I am gonna do. It's fun to think about, though, right? I appreciate it. I've been wanting to see what you guys would think about how it could be done. Y'all have been really helpful. Trippy, it's that dang mothership meaning energy to the ground. There, explain. Well, Trippy, it's that dang mothership beaming energy. It's that dang mothership beaming energy to the ground. Yeah, something like that. Something like that, yeah. Something like that, you know. Yeah. It's the force fields. It creates a gravitational anomaly in space and time. The gravity of time. It makes sense. It makes sense. So with the fog... So the fog actually, and unfortunately, it's like impossible to see here. I wonder if it's visible if I add a, just a mesh in here. I think it can work. The problem of going too far on the sides can be solved by alternating between teleporting the belt and the player in opposite directions. Whoa, do I understand that? Teleporting the belt and the player in opposite directions. Right. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see. Right. We don't have to move them. We can literally just in a second just doop doop. That probably wouldn't have any unforeseen consequences. But you're right. Just move the entire area over in a snap. An idea, duplicates of the meshes without the collision that mirror the look and position of the actual object past the wraparound barrier. Contact with the barrier teleport stuff. Whoa. I mean, that sounds cool. I also just thought of another problem, by the way, that kind of makes all of this fall apart, and I'm sorry. Although, this idea might work with it. You know what I just realized? What about the helicopters? What about the things that aren't tied to blocks? The helicopters are just free agents. They're not tied to the blocks. So if I go all the way over here and we move the terrain, that doesn't mean the helicopters are gonna come. You know what? I've got the solution to that. The helicopters follow the player. That's it. Simple as that. They just follow the player. You know what? that works. Never mind. It's not all. We're fine. I take back the alarmism. Although that does introduce a possible strategy, which is fine, that you could lead them into danger. But I'm okay with that. Never mind. It's not a problem. Everything's fine. The extra mesh replaces the object and hides any teleporting happen. That, honestly, that is an incredibly compelling idea. It's an incredibly compelling idea. What I'm wondering is, you know, I feel like there's a lot of like we have to make sure it actually looks convincing. Like, I feel like there's gonna be that moment of teleportation, and we just really have to make sure that that looks good, you know? But I like that idea a lot. What problems are we working on again? Technically, I'm just adding an invisible wall, and I was gonna justify it with some fog. But I shared my desire to have a wraparound effect, where if you hit the boundary, it teleports you to the other side, and you just keep coming out and keep coming out infinitely. And so we're just kind of like imagining how that would be done. Yeah. I would tie the helicopters to the camera. Nice. Nice. Yes, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's interesting. Yeah, the movement of NPCs like that is a whole area. Pac-Man asteroid. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Precisely. Yes. But it's complicated. I'll try to draw what I mean and post in the Discord. Thank you. I have an example of something similar I made too. Love that. Yeah, guys, for stuff like that, there's an entire section for that. I created it on the insistence of Jay Jordan, and I'm glad that I did. Oh, we got pseudocode from Rogi. YouTube thing, I assumed it was some kind of chat DRM, but recently started wondering if it is because of my name. What? What's happening? Wait, what's happening? I like S's idea too. Oh. Wait, are you control F'ing that, or is it actually showing those S's? Or are they spaced? That looks wild. That's upsetting. Looks like when someone puts my name. Oh, everybody thinks, oh my god, it thinks they're talking to you. It thinks they're talking to you. Because your name is S. That's kind of amazing. That's actually amazing. And also I'm sorry. That sounds very annoying. And yet amazing. Anyway, so there's a whole section in here, by the way, in live stream. So in the live stream category, there's the Hyper Game Dev forum. And in the Hyper Game Dev forum, there's this pinned message that lists all the projects that are currently being worked on during these live streams, which is just a game jam template, and then this game, the Alien game. And you can create a new post in here, or build on another one. So we have the terrain controller 2.0 one that Thought T and I were working on. Someone mentioned something about adding an effect to the helicopters so they float. Yeah. So you can come in here and you can make a post under Alien Meet World, and then that would be where we can collaborate on stuff outside of the live stream. So yeah, and I'll make a little invite. Yeah, I'll just create one. Expire never. Infinite. So, there it is. Forgot how you did it before? I guess it depends, you know, on the game and what it needs. Alright, so despite all these incredibly exciting ideas, for the time being, I'm just going to implement fog. Despite my dream being to have the wraparound, I'm just going to put some fog in there. So I'm pretty sure there's a way. Oh, I was going to add like a blank mesh because I kind of want to look at it in the viewport here. Oh, there's the blank mesh that I made. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to make this a box mesh. And then I think we'll be able to preview. Let's make it 100 long. Yeah, there's the fog. So see that blue right there? That's the fog. That's where the fog begins. And you can see it notably in the fall pit, the cliff that I made. Whoa. I don't currently have that cliff in this. Oh, there's boundaries. Oh my god, there's boundaries now. Okay, I'll add the cliff. Ooh, I just thought of another debug level to make. Okay. Well, actually, real quick, I'm going to make a debug level that has the cliff. Thoughty in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. We were just theorizing how an infinite wrap boundary system would work. I'm basically trying to just build out some levels and then just deal with the problems as they come up. And one of them was setting up the boundaries on each side. And I'm just going to make some fog that justifies the invisible walls. But my dream is wraparound. So, for maybe no good reason, I want to demonstrate. We're going to say this is debug. I want to demonstrate the fog stuff. Debug. I guess just fall, or let's say terrain heights. I don't know, something like that. Debug terrain heights, and then I'm gonna copy that path. I'm gonna get quick at doing this. I'm gonna get quicker at doing this. We come to globals and add a comma, add the path, come to the menu. This would be in debug levels. Duplicate it, level debug 4 is fine. And we call this terrain heights. Make that font a little bigger because I have absolutely no chill. And then the node that it is connected to, or the method that that's connected to, disconnect. Connect it to the menu script separately. Grab the code, paste it in, and increase the number. Okay. And then I want to add the ones that I'm talking about. These have some bugs, which is why I tend not to use them. And actually, this reminds me of a whole other problem that I have that I forgot to mention. I still want to have a way to introduce the levels, because right now the levels will get started, and this is why I stopped using this, because you might spawn in on a hole. That's something that I actually still need to figure out. Totally forgot about that. Wow, and that's gonna be part of this level design. Okay, so there's a pit. I completely forgot about that. I'm going to duplicate it to terrain terrain heights, copy it over there, and then there's one more that I think would be good for this, wherever it is. Not pit, cliff, this one. Duplicate that, no, not duplicate it. Move / duplicate. Copy into terrain heights. Okay. So now, I should be able to test this. In the mesh. Oh dear. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, right. There's stuff in here. There's obstacles in here that I haven't configured correctly. Like what? What's in here? Oh, I think I know what it is. I think it's on the cliff one. I think because the cliff, so the cliff one is a little different. The cliff one is basically a wall that you can run into. I think I made that wall an obstacle. And so it's going to require that it has obstacle stuff in it. Yeah, it's got the obstacle script on it. Yikes. Well, maybe we don't test that one right now. Yeah. What else is it going to be looking for as well? Just the arrow hover. I mean, I could add an arrow hover in there. We could just add an arrow hover in there, even though for many reasons the arrow hover is actually not working. Man, it's just amazing. The more and more I work on a game, the more problems are left behind, the more things there are to do. It just it seems like the more it comes together, the more it falls apart. That's what making a game to me feels like at this stage. And I love it. I do. I do. Right? Okay, let's see if that satisfies it so we don't crash as soon as it starts. Okay, nice. Okay, so anyway, the freaking, okay, now I gotta get that out of here. It's always something. It's always something. I love it. I do. I promise. And then let's hide the menu because that's not what I want. Okay. Open up this, go to terrain heights. There we go. So, what I did all of this to show you that when we fall down here, you can see the fog right at the end before you die. So this is like a yeah, the cliff height one. I guess I didn't do the full cliff on it. But yeah, the idea is that you just see the cliff all the way down. I'm surprised I didn't do a full cliff on there. It's good to see you already doing things much more confidently than when you started getting to know the engine. Yeah, I am doing things more confidently. It's actually really amazing to think about. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I actually just today, because yesterday we unlocked Partner on YouTube, which is really cool. That means we can run ads, yeah. And so looking back at some of the old live streams because, you know, they're like, do you want to roll mid-roll do you want to do mid-roll ads on past live streams? And I'm like, I don't know. Thanks, Tati. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Do you want to do mid-roll ads? And I'm like, not really. But so this is actually still the most popular video on the channel, is this live stream I did, whoops, which is my first Godot live stream that I did, is the most watched thing. And it still picks up views to this day. And so I added some ads in there. And just for like a second, when I was watching it, I couldn't believe how, like, it's really trippy to see. Like, I was having a hard time. It is so different now. Operations, it's if first of all, if line 8 actually works, it should replace what line 7 is saying. Or you know what? Let's watch the whole thing. Let's just have a 3.5 hour watch party. It's the root node. Well, whatever. I don't care. Just kill it anyway. Add a new node. My microphone quality is not so good. Oh, hey, Keith. Luckily I had you guys to help me. Now that right from the start. Very interesting. Good to see you. Welcome on in. You do have to start somewhere. I know that's right. That if you're gonna tell me the answer, I'm gonna use it. Let me see if we got undos. We do. Control Z. Done. Whoa, they have search in video. That's new. All right, let's try it. So okay, here. This kills me. I hate text code, you guys. I'm gonna try to like it. I swear I am. She said I hate it. I hate text code, you guys. I'm gonna try to like it. I swear I am. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna try.
Textless game.
How far we've come.
What you do is you.
How far we've come. That kills me. Let's look at this video. I hate text code, you guys. I'm gonna try. And that was September. That was September. And now I love text code. I would never go back to visual scripting. Never. I'll do it for like Blender geometry nodes and stuff. But besides that, miss me with visual scripting. Yeah, so I definitely feel like I've come a long way. For 100% sure. Thanks for reminding me of that. I appreciate it. All right. I can't believe that cliff doesn't have... Wow, it really doesn't have the whole thing on it. Did I, like, make it invisible for some reason? That's gotta be it. Oh, it's just invisible. But wait. It's also not in the right place. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I made them invisible. Probably to demonstrate something. Okay. Anyway, all of this just to show you that when we fall down here, there's fog at the bottom. And this was just a nice, easy setting to be able to, say, have fog come up from the bottom. So we could make this higher if we wanted. Also, this other thing here is an idea in case to add some, like, platforming into the game. And so you could, like, climb stairs or something, like, climb up a cliff. And maybe it could be, like, mountains. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but that's what this is supposed to test. The problem is it's glitchy. So, like, we can run into that and jump up and be okay. But it gets iffy if you jump into it, then you get stuck and you can't get out. So it's a little buggy. But that's why it deserves a debug level. So we're on the right track then. I feel like it's time for a commit. I don't know what I really did, but I'm trying to commit more often. I just am. I remember that you once said at the beginning that you don't like text coding. Yeah. I despised it. Because, like, I started out my artistic career doing filmmaking and then script writing. So, like, TV shows and movies and plays and writing those. And I got really tired of looking at walls of text. Really, really tired of it. And so looking at text code just reminded me of that. And I was just like, I don't ever want to do that. I want to look at nice boxes that you wire up with noodles. Like, that's way more fun. But then when I realized how fundamentally different something like prose or scripts are from code, and actually, in many ways, more challenging than code, when I realized that, and how useful and how much control text code gave me that visual scripting doesn't, that's when I was done with visual scripting. Because I suffered through a lot of visual scripting, and I liked it, but I there were lots of things that frustrated me about it. And then when I came to text code and I found that I wasn't having those same frustrations, it was like, well, this is amazing. Oh my gosh. I can actually search things more easily. I can refactor them more easily. I can shape the way that it flows more easily. I don't have to rely on, well, I hope there's a node connection that works. It's like I can hack together more. I can be hackier with text code. I feel more empowered to express myself with text code. Visual scripting felt like it was limiting me to have to conform more or something. And GDScript is nice stuff. That pastly sounds like current me. Eventually I might graduate to text coding. Maybe. Especially if you're using gdevelop, I feel like the pathway is even easier. Wouldn't you replace it now? Would I replace text code with visual scripting? Hell no. I would never go back to visual scripting. Wouldn't do it. Despise it. Do you think that I've switched? I guess I'm kind of a lot of black and white thinking this, aren't I? Do you think that if we used assets to make a game and made it in Godot 4 and again in Unity, do you expect it to be bad on Godot? Okay, let me see if I understand this. If we used assets to make a game, so we have assets and we make a game in Godot. Oh, and then in Unity, do you expect it to be bad on Godot? So you're saying like a challenge, like make the same game in 2 engines. I think that there are so many different vectors. It depends what you're measuring for. And it depends on who is the one doing it. If you have if you have one dev who is proficient equally in both Godot and Unity, that's very different than somebody who really knows Unity and kinda knows Godot. Or kinda knows Godot, or kinda knows Unity, but really knows Godot, right? Like that's a really, it kind of depends. And really, is anybody equally proficient in 2 engines at the same time? Maybe. I feel like we've always been using something more recently than something else. So I feel like the test is pretty flawed. And then, you know, it's like, what are you measuring it by? Like performance? Like maybe you could get something that has, I don't know, better graphics out of Unity over Godot. I don't know if that's true though. Maybe you could get something that is more this than that in one than the other. And it might depend on the way the person builds it and stuff like that. So honestly, I don't know. I think it depends on so many different things, and it's always going to be a flawed, biased comparison. And I think they're pretty equivalent. Like, honestly, It depends, and it depends, like, what does the game demand? Like, there are some things, like physics, Godot doesn't do very well. So if it's a physics-based game, the Unity one is going to turn out a lot better, right? If it's not, then you might have a better shot in the Godot one. It's just kind of depends, right? So I don't really have a specific, I have a very nuanced take on that. What are we doing here? Nothing. We just created a terrain height debug level. That's it. New debug level with pit and cliff. Made some adjustments to the cliff visibility. Maybe something else. Created a mesh object for testing fog in the main scene. Alright, commit it. Graphics also depends on who can use the engine's functions. Whoa. A Godot game can be more beautiful than an Unreal game. Right, that's a great point. That's an excellent point. Right, like, right. I mean, you might, that goes too with the player. The player might prefer something that's more stylized over something hyper realistic made in Unreal Engine, right? You can have like a super beautiful, or not even beautiful, but super realistic, high fidelity 3D environment with realistic water physics and, you know, grass that moves perfectly when you brush up against it. And there still be something more appealing about, you know, a voxel art game made in Godot or something like that. Like the style, and it's especially if you're talking about somebody who they don't have a lot of experience making high fidelity graphics, but they do have a lot of experience making voxel art games, then that voxel art will probably look freaking amazing and be really satisfying. Yeah. Right, there's so many vectors that it's almost impossible to balance for. And I even take some issue too with a lot of the videos you see where people, you know, talk about like, well, you should use Unreal if you plan on making this kind of game. You should use Unity if you're planning on making this kind of game. And Godot, if you're putting it, like, I don't know if that's, I feel like it's even more nuanced than you can really boil it down to. You know, there's some things you can say. Like, if you're making a 2D game, you really probably shouldn't use Unreal. Unless, but that's not, I don't even know if I agree with that. You know, there are people who make awesome 2D games in Unreal. So it's just, it's all so subjective. Okay. So fog stuff. We see that the fog exists. We get that it's real. I don't have to prove that to you anymore. There's the blue, that's the fog. Now what I want is to get that fog to come in from the sides as well. We know that the boundary's at about 30, so I'm gonna move this up to 50 meters. So we should be able to just creep on this and start seeing that blue like we see down here, or whatever color it's gonna be. And it should, I wonder if that's even on the top too. I guess it's not on the top, or we would already see it. And then also, just to punctuate it all, or the point that I'm trying to make, or the thing I'm trying to demonstrate, if we make this really deep, you can notice it a little bit in the back too. Nuked the cereal box. Never let Kellogg speak. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. In Fallout 4. You're really cruising. You already are getting into the Institute. Nice. It's a little harder to see, but there is fog on this axis too. It's weird. It's almost like it's based on the camera position. That actually might be true. Now that I think about it, I don't remember. Still haven't met Preston. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to at all. You really don't have to. I didn't in my playthrough most recently. I did it. I eventually was like, wait, whatever happened to Preston? I should go find him. I just skipped that. It's funny because, like, I feel like when you first play Fallout 4, you almost always go to Concord first. But every time after that, I've skipped it. Selling them in Nuka World? You get the castle and he's gone. Yeah. I'm not quite as angry about Preston. It depends on my build. It depends on my build. I think I might... I don't know what I'll do next time. But I know my next playthrough, I know what it's gonna be. And it requires mods that make sure enemies don't respawn. That's pretty much it. And then my goal in the game is to kill every enemy. A part of me wants to, like, live stream it. I won't, because I don't have time. But I think that'd be a really fun, like, live stream and video challenge. Would be just to, like, play Fallout until every enemy is dead. Because there's mods that turn the respawn timers to be, like, infinite. That is to say, there's no respawn from enemies. I just think that'd be awesome, to truly waste the wastelands. You get the NPC killer mod and then try to kill all essential NPCs. That sounds fun. See how the game breaks? I like that. I'm doing a remake of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003 on the Godot 3.5 engine, and I really have some fears that the game will have bad graphics. I'm developing it on Unity and Godot. I'm really comparing the final quality. Wow, so you were just like really, like you were genuinely debating between the two. Yeah, you know, I mean, well, I guess I wonder why you're on 3.5. I know S was on an old version too for a while. Maybe you have your reason. But, you know, if you're sticking on 3.5, you're definitely going to be limited at some point. Because there's a lot of graphic things that are getting updated. But, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, it's... I don't know. I don't really know how to advise you on that. But I wish I could help you. I mean, I can hear your struggles. TMNT 2003. Game. Ah, you could totally do this. Oh, the graphics card. Heard. Well, I mean, I guess I can't guarantee, but I feel like you could. I mean, it's tough because the game already looks pretty good. Like, it already looks like kind of a nice game. I mean, I kind of want to. I mean, look, whatever. Make what you're motivated to make. But also, you know, when you're remaking a game that already like looks this good, you know, you're definitely setting yourself up for a big challenge. But there are shaders. You're using shaders, right? There are definitely shaders that can achieve this look in Godot, and it can look pretty good. But I'll be interested to hear how that goes for you, like which you feel looks better. It sounds like you're doing twice the work. But it also sounds like a very interesting comparison. Anyway, there's fog in the distance on the z-axis. Whoa! Night mode. Because of the mesh is making everything dark. But there's fog in the distance. That's why things kind of emerge. You can obviously see some things spawning in, which, by the way, makes me think I want to add more than 7 at a time, especially since now we're not instantiating them. I don't feel like this is as bad on performance, maybe. But this is why things kind of seem to like emerge from the background because of the fog distance. I don't really know how to see that in the editor, but technically it should be there. Somehow, in some way. But I don't notice it on here. So I gotta go look through, but I think we can just use this to make some artificial fog boundaries. Temporal reprojection. Apparently I've decided to enable that. I've enabled a lot of things without really thinking about it. Maybe it's just fog? Height. Oh, I think that's how we're getting this. Let me see. Yep. Okay. So in world environment, fog, height. World environment, I've created an environment, mode sky. And then a fog height. We can make it taller or lower. That's how I did that. I'm a little concerned we're not gonna have left and right. And so now it's just consuming everything. Height density, don't care about that. Sky affect. I don't know what that means. Whoa, cool. Aerial perspective. Okay. Density. So none of this, unfortunately, has anything to do with coming from the left and the right. Volumetric fog length. Maybe that's the one that's in the distance, is the volumetric fog. Whoa! Oh, shoot! Wow. Oh, there it goes. Goodbye, fog. Goodbye! It is gone. What does that look like without the fog? There might still be like a vanishing happening in the distance. Yeah, a little bit. So there's something else going on back there too that's making stuff disappear. This just adds some extra intrigue. I gotta hide this mesh again. I want to see it happen at runtime. Okay. Wow. So it kind of like adds some like graduality. It's like spreading the fog out further. Isn't that music awesome? I love that song. I love that song. I think it's so good. So this just spreads out the fog more. So this isn't really the source of that fog, as I'm kind of imagining. So I might want to go look somewhere else. And then well, what if I turn off both volumetric and fog? It was captivating. Yeah. I like being captivated. So we still can see things disappearing in the background. So whatever's happening with that blurriness back there is neither fog nor volumetric fog. Okay. Where is that then? That might be on the camera. Actually. Or is it sky? Oh, maybe it's sky stuff. Procedural sky material. Sky, a Ryzen curve, energy multiplier, cover, ground curve. I don't know about that. I just have a feeling it's somewhere in camera. Camera attributes. Depth of field blur. Oh, maybe that's it. Far enabled. Oh, well, they were going to be in trouble. So if I turn this off... Oh, that's it. It is on camera. There it is. Wow. Wow. It looks so different. It's just green in the background. Wild. 24 hours until the game jam. Yeah, you're right. Every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here in Hyper Game Dev, we do a 1-hour game jam. As long as you can submit the game via an HTML playable version, you can use any engine you want. So I don't think I'm going to be able to do this on the left and right sides. I don't think we can do a depth of field on the left and right. Ooh, what you been sharing about the infinite thing? You put it in live text? Okay, that's a place. All right. I can move it to the other place. There's a second sprite behind the player. Normally first half. The player is hidden when it goes above a certain point, and the Y for the other sprite is flipped while the X is matched. I added some footage where the player doesn't disappear so you can see through the illusion. Oh, I skipped all this. So when the red line is touched by something, it teleports to the other red line. Real teleport. Oh, nice, nice. I like this. The teleporting also teleports its corresponding mesh to where it was, so the teleport is hidden. The issue then would be clicking and colliding with stuff over the line. Right. You just can't. If the player moved right and the helicopter moved left, you would see the helicopter's extra mesh coming from the right. Whoa. I love your helicopter also. I love it. There's a second sprite behind the player. Normally, first half, the player is hidden when it goes above a certain point, and the Y for the other sprite is flipped while the X is matched. I added some footage where the player doesn't disappear, so you can see through the illusion. The video is just something kinda similar that you had in a simple game. Whoa, this is cool. The player is hidden when it goes above a certain... This looks awesome, by the way. When it goes above a certain point. This is making my head twist up. I don't know if I understand this. This is a crazy effect. So you're pointing out that there's that moment where it's swapping between the mirror and the actual sprite, and that it looks totally smooth. It's literally just mirroring it, and it's saying that when the player gets above a certain height, start mirroring it, and then hide the real player. That is so freaking cool. And so similarly, when the alien gets past a certain X position, start mirroring it, but hide the real one. And then also teleport everything back to the real one. I'm a little confused about how the teleporting part happens, but I see how visually this works. And I think that's super cool. That's amazing. I love that. I'm gonna make sure I at least mark this as unread. So I can come back to that later. Wow. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure I like. I mean, I can. You know what I'll do too? I'll download this, and I'll put all of this in the hack and plan. So that way, I don't have to come hunting through Discord to find it. That will make this easier. All right, Albeska. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Hey, I'll see you next time. Thank you for all your help today. Thank you for your help. You got me set up with that boundary, you and Psychotic. I really appreciate it. Take care. Yeah, I'll see you. Albeska, y'all. Overview, gameplay, story, art, characters, levels, areas. I don't even know. Business, art, HUD, UI, music, technical. I don't even know what technical is. Oh, like debug and stuff like that. I guess it goes into levels. Special effects. Special effects. Or like level properties. Level properties. For the alien, it wouldn't really need the meshes as much as you wouldn't see them, because the camera follows the real player. Okay. That's confusing. You're saying we wouldn't need to do the mirroring? Oh, right. Because we're mirroring everything but the player, is what you're saying. Gotcha. Right. We wouldn't be mirroring the player. We'd mirror the buildings, things like that. Trees. Okay, that's helpful. Wraparound boundary. Thoughty has a thought for future games making the TMNT 2000 remake. Thoughty says, port it to Godot for sooner rather than later, and you don't have to worry if the game will have bad graphics, because you can do a lot of nice things in Godot 4. Yeah, I was thinking that too. And then I think their problem is their graphics card can't handle Godot 4. The point still stands. As soon as you can, start using Godot 4. Good night, S. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your company. I appreciate it. I will be at least taking these notes strongly. Your work has been helpful, because someday I'm going to try to tackle this infinite boundary. At this point, I'm definitely going to try. And you've given me something to work with. So thanks. Appreciate it. Good night. I don't know if you know this. S is probably gone by now. And I apologize for saying something as soon as S leaves about S. But this is what happens. S is actually a top commenter on this channel. That's apparently a thing, by the way. That's apparently a thing. I didn't know it was a thing But in my YouTube studio area, there's these little icons next to folks. And S is the only one who has this special badge, which is top commenter. Received one of the highest number of hearts from me, which I think is really cool. And I kind of wish like that was shown more somewhere. Like, why are you just showing me? Users should like earn those as badges that people can see. That'd be nice. Anyway, I think that's cool. That's probably missed that, but I've been meaning to say thank you. So I kind of want to just, I feel like in this folder, oh yeah, no. Don't close it. Create the folder for the wraparound boundary. And then within here, I'm going to say S's approach. S's approach. Aspect, I don't think I have something for this, but I realize a category we could make for this. Would be just approach. Approach. It's an approach. That's what it is. The design model, levels, level properties, wraparound boundary. Add a new one. S's wraparound idea or something, whatever. And then I'll label it as an approach. Okay. So then we can start pasting this stuff in here. So I'll just get exactly what... Actually, we can even get more particular about it. I could get the message link from Discord. Paste that in here. Discord message URL. And then I'll get the text as well. Put that in a little quote. Add the image in here. We have to add it as an attachment. Oh. I think I have to upload it separately in order for that to work. Unfortunately. Okay, so I'll tell you what. We'll just create that for now. Get this text. Because we can add attachments in Hack and Plan. But it doesn't look like this is the place to upload them. It might be a lot of uploading space to take up. Okay, here we can do attachments. Whatever, let's experiment with it, who cares? So we're gonna get both of these, beach illusion and wraparound diagram. So then to reference them, wraparound diagram, beach illusion. So come into here and say, I guess this would be, I don't remember, $1, $, there we go, beach illusion. Oh, it was 2. And then this one was after, $, wraparound diagram. Let's see if that looks correct. Well, in theory, it would show the image. In theory, it would show the image. Hello, 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 hello? 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 Is this thing on? I think so. Alright, let's see if that works. Finish. You're back after 5 hours-ish. It's been, I haven't even been live for 5 hours. It's been 4 hours. Oh, I put these in the wrong order. Whoops. I knew it was 1. I knew it was 1. Okay. There we go. All right, recreated. Done. Note taken. And you're gone again. Like magic. Okay, cool. Now that that's done, back to my fog problem. Which I'm actually not sure what to do about. Truth be told. I wonder if I can just add like a fog thing in there. I bet I could. Like a volumetric fog node or something. Fog volume. Bam. Easy. Let's go. So we'll leave all these other settings alone. Let's add a fog volume. Also, I'm going to move this mesh to not be completely swallowing up the character. Yeah, like right there. Okay. So a fog volume, a region that contributes to the default volumetric fog from the world environment. Oh. That's not exactly what I was expecting. But okay. Maybe I could... Perhaps I could work with that. There's a chance. Let me update the music real quick. Edward's profile picture makes him feel fake, like a stock image come to life. They're probably really nice. I think that's what it is. I'm like 100. I'm actually 900% sure that's a stock photo. I've seen the exact stock photo. Edward has used it in one of their games for the 1 hour game jam. And it had like, you know, Getty images on it or something. So you actually, Pepe, you're right on the money. You are taking in Edward's vision accurately. Okay, fog volume. What are you about? What's your story? Are you good? Do I like you? What happens? Shape box local. Material empty. New fog material. Density albedo emission height fall off edge fade. I don't know what I'm looking at. Let me hide my massive mesh. Oh, it's got an error. Fog volumes need volumetric fog to be enabled in the scene's environment. Oh, did I not turn volumetric fog back on? Oh, I turned all the fogs off. I forgot that I turned the fogs off. Oops. Let's get those turned back on then. But wait, it's still giving me an error. Is it giving me the error in error? Perhaps? Ah, I see some fog. I see some fog. Okay, we just had to save it. Now the error's gone. Sweet. Okay, cool. We're in good shape. So this, I don't know why it's so far out there, but please do not. Can we just reset its transform to the origin? Yes, we can. And this only needs to be as long as the terrain belt is. I'm not exactly sure what that would be, if I'm being honest. I do have... Actually, I did make this block to represent the furthest spawn, but I just pushed it back a little further than that. So this plus a little further is how far we have to make it. And this is at, this furthest spawn is at -130. So maybe like -200 or a little less than that. I like this little cloud here. It's kind of cute. I want to see what it looks like. I love Godot. We just got some fog. It looks kind of funny. Dude, that looks great. That fog looks great. Yes, Godot. Wow. It looks so good. It could be anything. Could be like exhaust, smoke, some kind of magical spell, a UI element, blur. It's really, really cool. It's really nice. Frosted windows. Probably wouldn't want to use that for frosted windows, but it's cool. So we want to make sure that this goes out 30 on each side. And we said about -130 to the back, a little more. You can increase the quality, but it has more GPU performance. It already looks so good. And it can get even better. Noted. It'd be nice if I could like mirror it on the other side instead of just like putting two of them, which I'm about to do. So let's put it at -50 or something. It's probably too far. Probably needs to be more like -40 something. At the project settings, by the way, you can make later settings in the game menu, like fog quality. Oh, nice. Noted. Okay, we're way too far over. Let's just do negative. Let's just do like -35. Oh man, it went so far. I wouldn't mind making some better fog. There it is. There it is. Wow. Okay, I guess we want to come way over. Let's just do -30 then. And you said it's in project settings. Fog quality. Oh. I'm inclined to believe you. At the project settings, the default setting is really good. It's not absolutely necessary to increase it. I just thought I'd mention it. Yeah, I wanted to further create the memory in my brain by finding the setting. I wasn't gonna change it though. Technically, I don't see it though, but I believe that it's there. Why would you make that up? Lights and shadows? Environment? Glow. Volumetric fog. There it is. Why didn't the word fog pull up? Volumetric fog. Volume size, volume depth. Use filter. Yes, higher quality. Enables filtering of the volumetric fog effect prior to integration. This substantially blurs the fog, which reduces fine details, but also smooths out harsh edges and aliasing artifacts. Turn off when more detail is required. I'm gonna say no. Make it ugly. Give me some ugly. If you double it, that's double resolution. Oh. I wouldn't have known what to do with that. Oh my gosh, it does look so much worse. Oh my goodness. Look at it glitching. It looks like dookie. It looks like trash. Oh, I hate it. Put it back. Quick. High quality, high quality, high quality. Huh. Horrendous. But faster. But it was faster. Oh yeah. Actually, now I can see the sort of flashing that's happening. It might be, maybe it's like my computer as well that's causing that. This isn't the most powerful computer, which I think is good for game development, to not have a super powerful computer. I can repair it? Let's repair it! It's a pretty good edge. Increase the temporal reprojection. Dang! Thoughty, you like really know what these settings are. But don't max it. Environment settings, volumetric fog. Oh, oh, you mean like over here? There it is. So it's currently at 0.9. It's almost all the way max. It's like, it's already almost at max. It was at 0.9. I apparently already realized that that was making it look better. A little bit ghosting if you max it. So wait, am I seeing the ghosting because I maxed it? Oh, that does look better. Oh, that looks so much better. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good though. Do I have to not max it? It was so close to being max anyway. Might as well. Proper Silent Hill style. The background is really creepy. It's like even more intense. I almost need to tone it down a bit. So that's my idea for boundaries right now, is to use that. Thanks for the help there, Thoughty. I appreciate it. Lighting and environment. Okay, so let's make this thing a lot longer and taller. Probably will want to do that with the box. No. I mean, I see there's little gizmos on here, but I'd love to enter it. Oh, size. I see. I found it. Wallfog is really great for horror style. I'm gonna say 150. And then I want this to be, I need to zoom in further. I killed all my zoom. Probably do want it to be pushed back a bit. I'm gonna make it 200. Just to give myself a little extra wiggle room. Why not just burn some processing power for wiggle room? Alright, let's see where that gets us. I don't want to mess with the height just yet. One thing at a time. Whoa. Looks like snow. I don't know if I love it. I don't know, it's weird. And it like moves. It's super weird. It's fine. It'll have to do for now. Until I get my dream wraparound. Let's make it wider. Oh man, this is gonna burn a lot of resources, isn't it? Let's start small and work our way up. I'm gonna do 50 width. Oh, but now the position is different. Dang. Right. Okay, let me get my example mesh here. So we want it along the edge. We want this at 30. That's the edge point. So maybe like right up against there or something. See where that gets us. Obviously, I want this to be as small as possible. Forgot to get rid of that. For purposes of resources. Also, I don't need to keep restarting the game. I don't know why I do that. I know why I do it, but I don't have to. Whoops. Okay, that was measured incorrectly. Understood that that is wrong. Oh, I guess this would need to be twice as wide. I see. You know, I tried my best. I keep forgetting about Fallout 4's fast travel is free. But you're about to bomb the railroad. It's free if you're not in survival mode. Then it's not possible. Unless you get a vertibird. I don't have to restart it. I get that from like Unreal Engine and Unity and stuff, where you have to compile every time. Alright, nice. It looks like I don't need to make it that far out, because I can't even see further than that. So let me see if I can't shrink it down. I'd like if it wouldn't shrink from the center. That would be awesome, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think I just have to redo it. So I'm gonna make it 70. Pull it up close. Still not seeing the edge over there on the left. So I don't think it even needs to be that big. Let's make it 30. Really small. The smallest we can get away with. I feel like I can kind of see like some vignetting on the edge there. But it's really subtle. Almost to the point of being negligible. So I'm gonna say that's good enough. Although I'm kind of curious to push it further. What if it turns out that vignetting is still there and it wasn't what I thought? No sense in wasting precious space. Okay, now I can see that line very clearly. See what 25 gives us. Now that I see that line, that's kind of helpful. Because I can make sure that that goes off screen. A little hard to tell with the UI in the way. I think 30 seems pretty good. If I was happy with it, then I'm happy with it. Alright, and then for height, I mean, we do want to think about like jumping and stuff. It would be really weird if somehow you could get above it. So let's say, I don't know. That's probably higher than it needs to be. Let's just try 20. And then I'll just bring this right up to the red line, the origin there. Let's get this out of here. It's just a big old fog block. Let's see if we can't bring that density down a little bit. It's kind of doing the most. Okay, do a little more. Do a little more. I went into negative. You know, I don't love it. What I really want, of course, is the wraparound. So I wonder if color has something to do with it, which means I'm gonna have to, you know, if I change the sky colors, I'm gonna have to adjust the fog, because I kind of want it to match. I'm not thrilled about this, but I will settle with it. But I can't say I love it. Kind of matches. And I'd kind of like if the player can go in the fog just a little bit. Maybe I want to also do like the edge fade. Actually, before I do that, let me scooch it over some. Let me try adjusting that edge fade. Whoa, oh, interesting. Oh, because that was probably like the edge as in what's right behind the player. I kind of like that it has sort of like an ethereal quality to it. If we go like really weird with it, then it's just, well, now it's just nothing at all. Density texture. Oh, so if maybe we wanted it to be like spotty or something, we could put some fast noise in there. That'd be kind of nice. And now I'm just doing stuff because I can. It like looks different, right? It like looks different, I think. Probably. I can tell. I don't think I can tell. I don't think I can tell. So I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm kind of starting to overthink it a bit. You can modify the density of it with the texture or with shader commands. I'm still procrastinating shader commands, unfortunately. Animated fog. That sounds cool. I like the sound of that. But yes, I am deep in procrastinating learning shader code. But I will. I swear it. I will. I mean, I'm sure this is doing something, but it's not perceivable to me. So therefore, I'm not gonna do it. This is fine. It's just, it's temporary. I guess what I'd like is if, you know what I should do? I should make it a lot shorter. Much shorter. Let's bring it down. Because I don't want it to look quite like this infinite wall. I'd rather it look a little more, like rounded almost. Volumetric fog is a spatial grid with values, and you can modify these values themselves. I am very excited to get into shaders. Obviously not so excited that I'm doing it yet. The resolution in the project setting, the resolution of this grid. Oh. What you're saying sounds almost like it makes sense to me. What would be the effect of doing that? This looks a little better because it's just looking a little more rounded. It's not like a flat wall. It's kind of like this encroaching thing. I like that a lot better. I'm gonna make it a little taller. It's just like, there's nothing to see over here. Don't worry about it. Don't go there. It is what it is. We wish it was wraparound, but this has to do. Kind of thing. I'm trying to get that color to match, more or less. Something, maybe kind of like that. Alright, I can settle with this, honestly. And I like that we could like put some things out here in the distance. Now it's a little bit problematic if you can click on things, I guess. You can like do stuff. I don't know, whatever, who cares? It's justified. You're the one wasting your time destroying things that are off screen. That's up to you, player. But it could be nice to have like things that are unclickable over here. Just like husks. That would be imminently doable. All right, I feel good about that. So now I'm gonna put one on the other side. I needed to be careful about that. I wanted to do that carefully. The railroad has been taken care of. Who are you going with though? Are you doing Brotherhood? Ugh, I did Brotherhood once. Honestly, anyway, I'm not gonna say that. I kind of am disappointed with all the factions in Fallout. I feel like to make it so all choices were valid, they made no choice perfect. Which makes them all feel a little... Victoria. Which makes them all feel a little... I don't know. It's fine. Like, what? Should there be, like, a perfect thing? That would be boring, wouldn't it? So, this is at negative 44.384. I hate that number, but we're just gonna have to live with it. So, this one I will put at positive 44. You're only in it for Optimus Prime. Alright. And you don't like the Institute? something the railroad. The Minutemen need say more. Yeah, I say more. Yeah. I understand. I understand. To me, I hate them. I hate them all. I don't like any of them. I still think the railroad's the coolest, but again, they're not really a real faction. Neither are the Minutemen. The Minutemen aren't really a real faction either. They are, but they're not as... They don't have as many comprehensive story choices as Brotherhood of Steel, Institute, and Brotherhood of Steel, Institute. Who am I forgetting? I guess the Minutemen are kind of one. I don't know. Who else are you gonna pick between the Brotherhood of Steel and the Institute? Why did I think there was another one? I guess the Minutemen are more of a faction than the Railroad. Nuka World adds raiders. That's true. But they don't really have like main plot faction stuff, you know? I did download this mod that lets you like pick all the factions and you could side with every single one of them. And it like tried to add in like new dialogue and stuff. It was pretty wacky, but it was okay. Alright, I guess I feel good about this. This is gonna have to do. There's the boundaries. The boundaries are in there and they work. And they look good enough for me for now. I wish it was a wraparound effect. What does it look like if it's just like darkness? I feel like I'm not gonna like that, but I'm curious. What if it's just darkness? We have to make it a lot more dense. Oof. Oh, we have to move this over more too. It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It looks bad. I guess because it's already blending with the existing fog. No. Undo. Undo! And then I need to scooch this over a little bit. Oh, I guess that was just because of the... Really can't tell. Let me restart it. The only thing I love is I love Paladin Dance, but he's a synth, so... Yeah, dude, Paladin Dance is awesome. Mice and Manim, I love how this game makes you a psychopath. Dude, Dance is awesome, and like, I'm all for him surviving after they find out he's a synth. Oh my gosh, you're a monster. I've been a monster before myself, but I was like a monster with principles. I was like, okay, I'm a monster, but Dance, you can survive. Just stay out of the way. Actually, I recorded some video that you might appreciate. I never posted it on Discord, but I meant to. Basically, this mod let me have Dance and like side with the Brotherhood at the same time. It's weird, but like what I did is I brought Dance to the Brotherhood of Steel, and so as soon as that and basically because the Brotherhood of Steel won't be mad at me, it's okay if I have Dance with me, but they'll fire on Dance. And Dance is essential, so he never dies. So basically, I could just like bring Dance into the Brotherhood of Steel, and he just starts wasting everybody. And like everyone comes out, all of the like generals and everything are like out here like trying to kill Dance. But like he's immortal, so he just keeps coming back, and he just wrecks the entire Brotherhood of Steel. even though I am the one who's bringing it upon them, and they're not mad at me because I didn't do the killing. It's like kind of awesome. So it's just this dance, it's just like raining bullets on them, and then he just like gets a little tired, and he gets back up, and he starts like wasting everybody. It's I got a kick out of it. But maybe you wouldn't like that because you do have principles, but your principles are with the bad people. All right, this looks good. So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit, as one does. As one does. Added fog. Whoa. Added fog barriers / boundaries. Can't go too far left or right. And fog is there. Actually, let me rename it. This is fog boundary. I'm gonna say boundary left. Fog boundary right. Okay. Commit it. Nice. You love anarchy. It is, dude, it is anarchy. And it is a lot of fun. Okay. That's done, been pushed. Okay, so now that that's done, I can finally get back to making this because I now know how far over we can go. And, you know, pretty much, I mean, if I look at, let me go back to the asset showcase, because I kind of want to keep designing all the way to the edge. There's just a certain point where we don't need to worry about playable things. So like, which one of these tiles actually build stuff out to the edge? I don't think any of them do. No, none of them really do. Oh, one of them maybe had like something over there. Now I can't see because it's foggy, which is good. I mean, the terrain blocks are like very long, and actually I kind of have a problem because you can see the edge. I gotta say, I almost want to make the terrain blocks longer so you don't see that edge of the ground. Oh no, did I just realize I want to make them all longer? Oh, that's horrifying. I hate that. What if we... I hate that because I have to do that now. That's okay. I'm fine with that. Whoa. Insta crash. Was it the helicopter crash thing? Oh, is it because I increased the number of blocks? That's probably why. I need to add more blocks because I increased it to 8, but I don't know that these have enough. The new levels that I made, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they don't have enough blocks in them. So I have to duplicate. Otherwise, we get an issue. Duplicate it, increase the number. And let's add an extra one so it actually has some randomness. Really, I'm gonna need a minimum. If I'm being honest, like, this is wacky, but I want to try loading like 20 blocks per level. At least. Honestly, maybe more. Maybe more. I want the levels to feel sufficiently random. And then something I want to add in too at some point is a degree of dynamism. So like, maybe each level, depending on how far you're getting, it'll like change a bit. And like there'll be like harder blocks that only come in as you're getting further in the level. But maybe not. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually know about that. But if nothing else, we need a bunch of these. So I'm adding a crap ton more. I want to see how it works. So then I'm going to copy let's duplicate all of these to level 2. So it's not going to look like much because those are all blank, but we won't get the error for one thing. Oh, look how light they are. I need to work on that color for the fog a bit. It's very bright. You can really tell here how much too bright it is. Oh gosh, I made a huge mistake, didn't I? I just duplicated this before I started making them longer. So that means I have to make 20 of these longer if I want, because it's not instanced. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, that was a mistake. I admit that. I admit that that was a mistake. That's okay. So I'll just get rid of literally all of them. It's the same thing duplicated. It's not complicated. So on level 1, I've only started building out like a tiny bit of stuff. So I'm gonna get rid of all of these blocks. Literally burn them down. We just made them, and now they die. And then on level 2, I'm gonna do the same thing. Not that big a deal. Delete them all. I don't even think I need 1 in there. We'll just literally duplicate level 1 entirely. So that means I want to make... Oh, I should have kept 1. That's okay. Okay. So I'm gonna come to the terrain ground, right? No, I guess we want to do the terrain itself. Here. We want to make that longer. Now, obviously, the cliff isn't long enough, apparently. I don't care. I don't think it matters. I don't think we're gonna see that. So I think that'll be fine. So instead of 100, let's make it 120. See if that... Oh, that's gotta be far enough. Oh, crap. I deleted them all. Oh, wait, I just realized we're not gonna be able to load the level because I deleted them all. So I have to try it on a level where I haven't deleted them all. Oh my gosh. This is actually more tedious than I anticipated. Wow. I don't think I can undo all those deletions. You delete them, you delete them. Okay, fine. Just freaking duplicate it. This isn't blank, though. So this will be the new blank one. I try my best. I really try my best. I wish you could, like, duplicate them en masse, like, not just one at a time. I guess I could if I didn't want the numbering to be good. Maybe there is some way to do it, but I don't know what it is. Okay, I will make only the number we need, which is 8, which means this would count up to 7. Okay, now I can test it. And let's see if that edge over here is gone. Oh, I can still see it. I can see it right there. A little bit longer. A little bit longer. Delete all those. Please don't do that. You didn't have to delete them. You just check the one and see if the one is longer. It's okay. Instead of 120, let's do 130. I probably should do more than 130. Just to be safe. But here I am, not doing more. You can create inherited scenes from it. Sure about that? but that's something... Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I could, right, just for the sake of testing. I see what you're saying. I was like, but then I can't make them different. But that's the point, is that we're not making them different. I see. That's a good idea. For the sake of testing it right now, I might as well. That's a great point. This would be in terrain. More inherited from the different ones. I must be misunderstanding on some level. Wait, but I can't just dupe... I don't... That doesn't... I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I guess I should do that. I guess I should do that, huh? The only thing I'm thinking... Yeah. Alright, Pepe. So I know the, terrain belt code that we've been using is looking for a mesh instance. You didn't say anything about not making the top level a mesh instance. But that's what I was thinking in my head, was if I don't know, if I'm gonna make him inherited, I don't know. Because I don't know, okay. I'll try it. We're starting new levels, I might as well try it now. Screw it, let's do it. I won't even think about it too much. This one will be inherited. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, it does, so it does have some code in there that like checks to see what the like width and size of it is, which I guess the node would inherit the width, the mesh size. It's just this code like type hints mesh instance all over the place on here. And I mean, I guess there's no reason why we couldn't just look for the mesh instance within a node or something. But that's why I've been hesitant to change it, because it's built into it. Right. So I guess we just keep it as a top level, which is fine. So still, screw it, let's do it. Block grass That's this one. This is the new inherited one. No, it's not. I don't know. Just delete it. Okay. This one's the inherited one. Do I need to keep that, though? Yeah, because this inherits from it. So I would need to... I see. Right. Okay, so I would need to move this right here. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come to the... Let me make a new folder here. I think inherits from the base without houses, trees. Yeah, it should, yeah. Okay, alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna delete this new one that I made entirely. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is... I kind of have to restructure some of this, but I think it's the right move. I'm gonna create a new folder in terrain, and we're gonna say base terrain blocks. This is a special new folder. I'm putting in all caps to evoke a constant, the idea of constancy. Base terrain blocks. Ashkedal, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in, saying hello. Appreciate it. Block blank grass. And so then from this, I'm going to make a new inherited scene. And save this. Yes, in level 1. And this will be block level 1 I don't even know what I want to name it. Block level 1 01 cow ranch. Cattle ranch. Whatever. We can change it. Okay. I am trying to just like build out some of the actual levels, which is entailing a lot of other things. And I'm glad I'm kind of framing it this way. I'm really just doing a bunch of tasks sort of tangential to that. But by that being my goal, it's forcing me to think about and do other things that I need to do, which is nice. Including getting my terrain blocks to be right. There's plenty of bugs to fix, other things to do, but like I can only do one thing at a time. So this is what I'm doing. So then we open up the inherited thing for grass, or the base version of this, and let's make it 130 and see what that's like for length. And then down here in the cattle ranch, I will duplicate this. I mean, I kind of would want these to be different. So this, I don't know, whatever. It could be Cattle Ranch 2. That's fine. I guess I'll rename this to Cattle Ranch 1. You know, I don't particularly want 20 cattle ranches. That seems like a lot. So maybe a quarter of them are cattle ranches. And then we could have a quarter of them be trees. Forest 01. Forest 02. Forest 03. Thanks for making that suggestion, Fati. I needed that suggestion really badly. I had been procrastinating making them instances, and I didn't really know what the right time to do it was. That was the right time to do it. That was the right time to do it. Level design was where I put that credit. That was the right time to do it. You know, I don't have to worry about it with the other ones, because those are debug ones. Whatever. If I'm building out the actual levels, this is when to start making sure that the blocks are laid out the way I want them to be. If nowhere else, here. Oops. That's the number 6. And then another quarter of them could be like a little town or like houses or something. That doesn't make sense, because we want to make sure that the... It's a little tricky. The level 1's gonna be weird. If there's no humans, it kind of doesn't make sense. There would be houses and there's no people in there. Level 1 needs to literally have no humans except for one until the very end of the level. So we don't want to put houses and stuff in here. I'm just gonna say field. An empty field will be some of these. I don't know why I have level 1_1. I don't know why I put that there. But it's there. I don't remember what the significance of that was. I think that was significant previously, and it became insignificant. But now I've already made a bunch of these, and surely I'm not gonna come through here just to remove that. Huh. Well, it would appear that I am coming through here just to remove that. So, there we go. I mean, you know, especially just thinking, like, this is where I want to set everything up for levels. I want to think about it correctly. But yeah, so there's not going to be any humans in the first level, except for the final boss. And so it kind of doesn't make sense, like, why are there no humans in all of these cattle ranches? I don't know. Because there's just not. Deal with it. Like, there just isn't. I don't know. Maybe it's the middle of the night? Whoa, level 1's in the middle of the night? That would be kind of cool. Wow, that's even something else to think about. Like, how will weather or time of day change based on anything? I don't even know. Like, what area you're in? Something like that. Kind of makes the most sense, like, why there wouldn't be people. It does kind of raise the question, like, well, wouldn't the cattle rancher live nearby? Yeah, probably. Just not right here. Just not right here. Somewhere else. Okay. Oh no, we're still making these. So I'm gonna duplicate this. 5. So 5 fields, 5 forests, 5 cattle ranches. I don't need to do all 20. It will be a field, then maybe you can lightly sprinkle it with some grass. Feed the GPU a little bit. Feed it a little! I like that. Feed it a little. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, someone had suggested cornfields. I really liked that idea. Cattle farms near cornfields. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Here's some information about cattle fields and cornfields. Cattle farms and cornfields. What a stupid title for something. Cattle farms and cornfields. Why does cattle eat corn over grass? Why does cattle eat corn over? I don't know why it's funny. I'm just trying to understand how plausible this is. Cows and corns are friends. If they are, then maybe we should. This is adorable. Okay, I guess this is it. We are doing cornfields. Not the GMO ones. No, that would not be good for especially the cows. Yeah, I'm eating corn. So what? Yeah, I'm eating corn. You taking a picture? Okay, cornfields it is. That's fun. Okay, duplicate it. Cornfield 01. And we could get real Unreal Engine fancy and try to have like the corn like part. Like if you run through it, it like bends. I mean, you know, in terms of what would be easier, it would just get destroyed. Or like one of the levels of destruction could be that it just folds over. But then it would have to know which way to fold over. Oh, but none of it always folds, because we always run one direction. So it could just fold that way every time. Instead of going like that, it could just fold that way. And then, like, one of the stages of its destruction is just that it, like, folds that way. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, frick yeah. That'll be so satisfying. Oh, man. Now I gotta make cornfield stuff. Dang, I was really planning on making some of my assets more destructible. Next Monday during the YouTube member stream. YouTube Patreon member stream. I was going to make the first building I made have interior rooms so we can destroy it. That would be the responsible task, I think. I mean, there's really no responsible task. But now I'm thinking I want to make cornfields. Oh, that's definitely happening. Alright, anyway. So I finally made way more of these than I could possibly need right now. So that way I could just check to see if the length is enough. That is to say, if we come to the end. It doesn't even look like fog. I can actually still see the edge a little bit. But now, we can just increase that. Bam. So you see what I'm doing there? So if I make this 100, see how it gets shorter? If I make it 50, we might fall off the edge. So this is me just adjusting the length of it. And so you can kind of see, I guess it's probably easier the other edge without the text in the way. There can also be some alien cornfield signs in the cornfields. I was thinking that, right? Because like that's like a thing, right? When the alien landed, yeah, totally. Oh my gosh, yes, 100%, yes. The game should begin in a cornfield. Okay, so unfortunately, this brings me to a logic question, which is I need to find a way in the terrain controller to insert specific blocks and then start randomizing it. And ideally, I would like a system that I would be able to insert, you know, like 1 or 2 or 3 blocks that aren't random and then go back to random. That second part, don't know if I actually need it, and I'm not asking anyone to make it for me. I'm just saying I might as well put it out there for myself, and in case anyone's like, oh yeah, I know how to do that, you just do this. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll do that. But that is something I've been thinking, is in the existing terrain controller, I want a way to load in, let's say, a folder of 3 specific blocks. So it could be like you start out in the cornfield. That way it doesn't randomly load in something else. Yes, 110%. A priority system. Now that sounds like the thing. I don't know how to do that, but that inspires me. Wow. Wow. So you're saying, like, we could say the lowest priority is complete randomness. If it's the highest priority, it would be like some kind of like gradation. That's interesting. You can see the little edges here, so that's why that's not far enough. 100 will cover up the blocks, but now you can see this line right there. 130, it's still there, just a little bit, and I don't like that. This is what's great about doing this instantiation in part. 140, it's almost there. 150, now it's pretty covered. I think if I do 160, yeah, I don't notice anything. 150, okay, so now we know that we can see all the way out into the distance. Which means, in theory, I might want to put random assets all the way out to there, but probably not, because that's a lot of assets. In terms of like how far I have to design, that's something to think about. Our priority, what can be at first? Oh, okay. That's all that matters. Yeah, I wonder, that's something that I experimented with that before, and it was a mess, and it was a mistake. It would require almost like another collector, you know, maybe like there's like the collector for random stuff, and then there's a separate collector that's just for like inserting things that aren't random. Pepe's back. You sent your friend a picture of you killing the railroad, and his reaction was priceless. You know, I also filmed myself killing the railroad once. The first time I killed the railroad, I put a bunch of like mines and stuff everywhere. And then like I just like threw like a nuke or grenade or something that just like set everything off and killed everybody at once. The only person who didn't get killed was Ada. Is that her name? The Assaultron. She didn't die. But everyone else died. I'm glad you got to. I feel like it's just part of like playing Fallout 4, is when you're asked to kill a faction, you gotta like record yourself like doing it, because it's gonna be epic. Especially the railroad, because they're so like they're just like poor people, which is really sad. Which is why I think they're my favorite. Because they're the most relatable. I'm like, hey, those people are like me. But it also makes it, like, maliciously more fun. I didn't realize she isn't hostile until you attack her, until I killed her. Yeah. Anyway. So, the point where things don't matter anymore. Let me add a mesh in here, because it's something I just kind of want. And this would be a good thing, I think, to put in here for the instance scene, because I just want to demarcate what the edge is, so that way I know how far to develop the level before we put in things that like don't matter. Thank you, Thoughtty, for that perspective, that I need to add a priority, some kind of priority thing. Definitely want that cornfield idea. That is such a good idea. I guess it is something I'd want to do sooner than later here. Oh, we can't update the instance? Oh, if I save it? Wow. Okay, we do have to restart it if I update an instance, I guess. That makes sense. We can't have everything here in Godot. Just almost everything. Wow. Oh, there it is. You can barely see it, but it's right there. Very hard to see. If I make it taller, it might be easier to see. Oh, that's not tall. There it is. There it is, poking above our short fog. It's actually helpful to have it there. It's interesting that its size can change, but it can't update the position. About loading set tiles, could you preload the tiles you want by having the ALR placed in the level, then start the random loading afterwards? The ALR placed in the level, then start the random loading afterwards. Well, that's kind of... Yeah, maybe there's some way to, like, turn off the randomness. It feels tricky. Oh, already. By having them already in place, I see, in the level, and then start... Gotcha. Already in the level, and then start random loading afterwards. Maybe. That'd be a good idea for at least the intro. I'm just gonna bring this a little closer in. Did it crash? Is it our... Oh yeah, this is our unexpected error that we introduced yesterday that I don't understand. Nor do I particularly want to deal with right now. I've decided that since this error is frequent enough, eventually I'll be motivated to deal with it. Is that how to be a game developer? At least an indie game developer. Solo indie game developer. Probably not. Wouldn't want to do that with a team. That'd probably be pretty brutal. Pretty inconsiderate. But yeah, that might work. I just am not... I'd have to figure out... Whoa. Why only one? I'd have to figure out how to, like, do that. And then the thing that I would wonder is... how to... Why is one of them... Did I move, like, the whole terrain? I'm officially very confused here. What is... Oh, because I'm on one of them. I'm not on the instance. Okay. It makes sense now. It makes sense now. I'm not sure how to get the randomness, because the random stuff, like, starts right under the player. And so if I were to add them in, I don't really know how to do that. That feels like a mind flip, but I like your idea. But it also, I feel like we need to, like, look at the code to really understand. Rogi says, yesterday tired me out so much that when I got home, I wrote some subpar pseudocode for your problem. That then took a 2-hour nap. That's badass. I saw some of that pseudocode, and then when I realized that we didn't need it whatsoever, I was like, oh no. Oh no. Okay, so that's the limit, pretty much, that we want to stop things being interactive. More or less right there. On that side, anyway. Probably would want it to be the same on each side. Oh wow, it's right at 31, which makes sense. So I'm gonna duplicate this. This is boundary indicator, or I'm just gonna say indicator marker boundary right. I heard that you all decided to do something else, but just wanted to finish what I was doing. Nice. Mark, you should. I mean, that's still, there's still value in having done that. I didn't even know it was there, honestly, until it was like way too late. But this is what you're talking about, not that. Oh, and then Psycho even gave an example of integrate forces, but it's all for rigid bodies. Yeah, the problem ended up being is the player character isn't a rigid body. It's a physics body. That's where it fell apart. And so none of this even works. But I gotta say, I'm really interested. I like this code too. If in water, this is awesome. This is from Psychonic. If in water, apply a force up. And I kind of want to like experiment with it in the game jam tomorrow. Because I've been using rigid bodies more often in the game jams. And I'd kind of like to just experiment with some integrate forces stuff. And just see what happens. This is you creating a direction integer. -1 is left, 0 stopped, 1 is right. Whoa, this is a lot. If input action is pressed right, move right input 1. This is some breaking it all down. I like the from scratchery of it. I like this. Because I'm just using like built-in methods with the axis to generate some of this stuff, but it's kind of cool the way you're planning it, because then it gives you a little more granular control. Applying velocity from boundary conditions. And if that number goes too high or too one way or the other. Multiply it by character speed. If, oh, I see. Unless it goes outside of those boundaries. So this is okay. Unless it's outside of those boundaries. This is honestly a cool idea. I like this idea. It requires changing more than makes me comfortable, but this is a solid start for something, you know? Pepe asks if we could edit the code to have tiles load 1 or 2 in front of the player. It wouldn't give you many tiles to work with, but it might work. Yeah, that's honestly, Pepe, I feel like I'm just noticing that the way you're talking about it doesn't acknowledge like what it is. The GitHub repo, by the way, is in the description box, and this is on a script called Terrain Controller in scene. So that's the path that's popping up right there. Terrain/terrain controller in scene.gd is the script. But it's just the way that it works is it like, I don't even, it's hard for me to even really describe right now because my brain is somewhere else. But it's I wish it were that simple. Let me just put it that way. I wish it were that simple. And it's hard for me to take suggestions without this being our task, you know, for that. Unless you have like a specific thing and you're like, okay, I've looked at the code. Here's what you can do. Just add this in there, right? Like that, I'm like, okay, I can handle that. But like, unless it's the main task and I've like already been going through it, it's hard for me to like integrate like an idea like that, because the way that this loads is very particular. And there's a lot to shift around to make that work. But I understand what you mean. It's just like, it's a lot of work. It's another day. it's another day. As much it's another day unless someone let me put it this way. It's a task for another day unless someone knows exactly an idea to wedge into this code. Bergion says, it's readable, so I should be a little kind to myself. You should be very kind to yourself. I like it. You lost all will to stay awake immediately after finishing what I was doing. I mean, you don't have to help if you don't want to. I think you know that, and you were doing it because it was fun. But, like, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Oh my gosh. I know you're competitive, but it's okay. We'll get there. You'll move up the ranks. You got the credit anyway. Teal Ink RR is back. Who are you? Back from what? Welcome, Teal Ink. Happy to have you here. I don't know who you are, but I like you already. The way I said it was funny. I realized I was so sleepy. Okay. I was like, it's okay. It's okay. You good. You good. Okay. So, boundary stuff. So we got the right boundary. Let's make the left one. This one, pretty simply, we can just put negative, and that should be good enough. I'm not even really gonna bother testing that. And then there's like another boundary too. Like I kind of want to imagine like what's the furthest that you can see out there. I don't need to do that. We just need to remember that this is where the play area is. And out here, I can put little design stuff. I am gonna make them invisible by default. You know what I'd like to do, actually? I mean, now, look, since we have a mesh instance, or an instance in general, what I'd like to do, is add a script to it. This is gonna make my life so much easier. Add the block script. And then on the block script, I can say this stuff is visible, but then on the ready function, func ready. So you decided to put walls temporary idea, or what you're going for? Nope. So these are just visual markers, which I'm about, kind of roguey, which I'm about to hide. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say onReady variable marker right, onReady variable marker left. I'm gonna make them both accessible as unique names. Drag left here. Drag right there. And then in the ready function, I'm just gonna make them disappear. Marker right, visible false. Marker right, visible false. So that way they're not there, but they'll be there in the editor, so I can see where to design. So now when we play it, ooh, I've done terrible things. What have I done? Invalid oh, whoops. Invalid set index visible. Oh. On base null instance. Why is it a null instance? Why would it be a null instance? How could you say that? Is it because it isn't actually ready? Is that why? Oh, well, I also made these the same, for one thing. What did I do wrong? Teal Ink says, I was in your stream before like a year ago, and I started to quit my channel, and now I'm on here one last time before the channel is terminated. Oh my gosh. Is there good stuff on there? Should I watch it real quick? Yeah, you are welcome on here. Absolutely. Person with a channel or just a viewer. Good news, today was my last day teaching someone else's crappy class. And 2, I only have to go 2 workdays next week. That is good news. Teal has to meet the rest of the channels I view before leaving. Okay, goodbye, Teal Inc. I'm sorry I didn't remember you. Thanks for saying hello. What an interesting thing. That is cool, Rogi. Nice. Nice. You're so close to being done. You're so close to being done. What did I do wrong? What do you mean it's a null instance? If I... Am I bugging? Am I just absolutely bugging out? Am I bugging all the way out here? Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because these aren't on every... They're not on every thing with the block script. So I have to say if has node, which is just silly. Which is really just silly. If has node marker boundary right. Which, I mean, we only need to check for one. I guess we could say both. This is some unnecessary logic. No, we'll just say one. That's why it was crashing. Because not all the things that have the block script have all that stuff on it. Okay, so now it hides. That's all I wanted. So the markers stay there in the editor, but they go away when we come to play. So Rogi, what I decided on with the boundaries was to do invisible walls for now. S put out some ideas on how we can get the wrap to work. Not something gonna think about today. So for now, we're just doing the boundaries. I put some fog, some volumetric fog here, so you can kind of see out into the distance a little bit. And then I'm just marking the boundary. Basically, this is gonna be where playable stuff is within this section. And then out here, I'll put some like Blender models that aren't interactable. So it looks like there's still something out here. And so that's kind of why I was always putting that wall there as just something visual to remind me how far out I have to build the level. So that's the idea. Did you know you can do drag selection and press tab and it'll indent multiple lines? I did know that. I did know that. And I love that. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. Did you not know that? I'm so happy for you. And you can do shift tab, as you may also know, to go back. It's a wonderful, very freaking useful thing. Especially if you have something like this, right? And I just want to take out that one line, and then we can just, bam, bring it on back. Yeah, it's nice. It would require a total rework on all physics objects, but the cylinder thing is easier than you might think. Is it? Is it? Is it though? I mean, I'm open to it, but I'm pretty opposed to it at the same time, if that makes sense. Easier than you might think for you. Okay. It's very mathy. Okay. Yeah, so it sounds like it's easy in the context of not the game that's already been built. You're talking about some new game that takes that into consideration from the beginning. I don't think it's the right solution for you or 90% of devs. Okay. It sounds cool. I would love to, like, see it. I bet it's awesome. I bet it's so good. Alright, so this is where we're gonna build the level out, right in here. Before I build the level out, I'm gonna use the loo. I gotta use the loo. I gotta take a quick little break. It'll take me 2 minutes. It'll take me 2 minutes. Now, since we became partner on this channel, we can now, like, run ads. Which, I'm not saying this is a good thing to do on breaks. Pepe says, ad! You guys are awesome. Thank you for supporting the channel so well. Okay. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Run it. I will be right back. And then we'll get back to work. So we'll run some ads, and then I'm gonna we're gonna actually design the levels here and get to that part. Because the reason why I needed to do all that is because I needed to actually, like, know what the boundaries were. Now we know what the boundaries are, so we'll sort it out. You're feeling recreative now like you were earlier in the week. I'd totally make it right now. You should. No, take a break. You'll make it one of these days. All right, enjoy the music, stretch your legs, tolerate the ads. I will be right back in 2 minutes or less, or so. Can't believe we're out here running ads. You turned your ad blocker off just for Lise. Thank you. Thank you. Do I technically know whether everyone's ads are done? No. Technically, I have no idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me how long the ads are running. But I assume they're done. Right? One of these days, I think what I'll try doing is I'll try having a setup where I can like watch the stream on like another account, so I can actually track the like what's happening with the ads. But I guess then again, you can skip them after 5 seconds. So like, you know, I don't even know. All right. This song is your childhood? What is it? What is this song? It's just one of the ones in the YouTube library that they let me use for free. Did you know it was called Brain Trust? Because that's what it's called. Brain Trust. I'm not saying it should be called that. I've started some of the new Fallout 4, and there's a boss wearing a suit of XO2, and I was so scared by my best weapon. I'm scared that my best weapon is a 10mm, and I accidentally shot his fusion core, and he died. Now I'm good. You're kidded for the entire game. That's awesome. Nice. Wow. Well done with the fusion core attack. Smart choice. All right, let's try to build a level. Maybe I won't bump into something I need to set up. So we want to do cornfields. I haven't made corn yet, but we can do some barns and trees. What I was doing like 20 minutes ago, 20 hours ago, it sounds like a Zelda song in a shop. Oh, it did kind of sound like a Zelda song in a shop. This. I'm setting up all this, and we actually are redoing this at this point. So I'll paste all this crap in here. And I guess this one is doomed? I still have it, technically. But I guess I'm gonna delete it, because I don't need it. So it's dead. Goodbye. Don't save it. Burn it down. So what I was doing forever ago was figuring out how many of these, like, trees I could put, or how close together I could put these trees and it not hurt the player. That is to say, the player can actually fit in between those things. And then I started wondering how far over I could put this stuff. Apparently very far. Very, very far. So a few trees seem fine and all. We want to make sure we don't go further than that. This is about 3 meters apart, basically, is the situation. Something I want to try doing is having more like 45-degree angles. Oh, I guess I wanted to make the cow barn destructible so we could actually, you know, destruct it. This is also still just level 1, which means it shouldn't be too difficult. So I'm just gonna put some trees around. I'm not gonna think too hard about it right now. I guess it gets a little tricky putting them 3 meters apart. Let's see here, this is at 13 on the X. Put it at 16, nope. Put it at 10. And on the Z, put it like there. I don't know. So that way it's... That seems... Oh, I guess it's different on the Z axis. And then something else that'd be nice is thinking about how to do like paths. Like I'd love to have just like a little like brown patch on here on the ground. Probably be best to do that with like a texture. But I'm trying to avoid some of that as much as possible. I don't know why. Do you have a way of ordering tiles that can spawn? Like make slightly harder ones appear after X minutes? You know, that was something I was just talking about. I want to figure out something like that. And the reason we were talking about it is because it became quite obvious that it would be awesome if the game started out in a cornfield. And so we make sure that that's the first several tiles that spawn, and then it's random other spawns after that. But I really don't know how to do that. I have tried to do something like that, but it did not work well, and it caused a lot of lag spikes. So the answer is I don't have a way of doing that. But there may be a way. There definitely is a way to do it. I just don't know what it is. And so at this point, in terms of problem solving, I ask that I can only handle, at this point, suggestions if someone looks at the code and knows exactly what to insert in there. Other than that, that would be honestly a good task for like next week. I should add it to my task list in the Hack and Plan, which means there's a higher chance that I come here looking for something to work on, and I see that, and we do that. Tiles have respawnable elements. This is testing. It's a tough problem. Few people understand the tile system. Yeah, I mean, you know, definitely at least one person understands it in this community. And that's Thoughtsy. And then I would say I 65% understand it. And actually, I would say if I sit there and study it, I 90% understand it. What I don't understand very well is my options for modifying it. Yeah. Pepe's finally gonna meet Garvey because he went to the castle and levels. Won't need the power armor though. Wonder if there's unique dialogue. Oh, nice, because you already have some. Nice. Probably. That's kind of interesting. Design a variety of objects, that's just always going. Tile spawns have randomized meat objects. This is in testing. I would say this pretty much works, by the way. Set up on complex obstacles, that is definitely done. Estimated how long this would take? I don't know. We're just gonna say 16 hours, and it took 13. That's what we're gonna say. Just guessing though. Okay, so then I'll add a new task to in progress as actually that might already be a task now that I think about it. Let me see here. Tile gen rework. Oh wow, we might have already done this one. Oh, this is kind of it. Terrain knows what came before it and bases what comes next on that. Sometimes the terrain isn't procedural, but after certain events or time, it becomes procedural, thus avoiding spawning in holes, etc. Yeah, this is pretty much it. I don't really want to worry about any of this kind of stuff, but this is pretty much it. So not tile gen rework, but block generation control would more be a way to describe this. So wait, I don't have to create it. It's right there. And then I'll drag this in here. And I feel like I might even have another one in here. So many things. Pause, maybe Refactoring, replace copter look at, new grabbing mechanic, 2 arms at once, arm attacks, player hurts, repurpose health bar. Alright, I guess not. Dynamic terrain, oh, maybe this is it. Dynamic terrain file path folders. Terrain controller chooses different folders to get terrain blocks from, depending on level progression. Debug controls. It's kind of similar. Actually, we've already gotten the debug controls thing set up, but that's not really what I mean. I mean what you were suggesting, Rogi. So really, I would merge these. Someone was asking earlier if Hack and Plan was free. One of the non-free features, I'm pretty sure, is merging. I could be wrong, though. Did I make that up? Am I imagining that? I could have sworn that was something. Well, maybe not. I guess it's not. I thought it was a non-free feature, but... Working myself on mine. Thanks for the great environment. Yeah, Gab, of course! Thank you for helping make this environment great. I appreciate that. Heck yeah, what you working on? You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me, don't worry. But I'd be curious. Alright, I'm gonna merge these because these are the same thing. So I'm gonna say... I'm just gonna copy this stuff. I've predicted 8 hours on that. It might be a little more than 8 hours, just to guess. It seems like well more than 8 hours for all of those things. I'm putting 24 on there, baby. Terrain knows what came before and bases what comes next on that. I don't think we really need that, honestly. Possibly unnecessary. Just so I'm not, like, worried about it. Come on, spell unnecessary for me. Thank you. Sometimes Dream is a procedural, but after events in time, it becomes procedural. Yeah. That. Dynamic terrain file path folder. I mean, that's just, like, an idea more than a subtask, but whatever. We're slapping it on there. Level progression changes tile spawns. Debug controls change tile spawns. Alright. So now that's filled out a little bit. And we'll see if it's literally the only thing in the in progress section. Wait, why is it? Oh, no, it's not. We're not on all items. I was like, wait a minute. There's at least one more thing in there. Okay, there we go. So it's the only programming thing in there. So at least I'll see it next time. Because that would be a good thing to work on next week. For sure. Learning how to incorporate AI script into a Unity project. Whoa! Like, so like, interesting. That sounds fun. That sounds cool. I'm curious about how, but that's too many questions. There's a lot of different ways you can do that. At the moment, creating a project template with menu prefabs to have for later. That sounds, honestly, to me, that sounds really fun. It sounds super fun. I love making UI. Nice. All right, Gab. I did find something interesting. If you skip meeting Mama Murphy but take dog meat, he will be renamed to dog meat in the quest to find Kellogg instead of Mama Murphy calling him dog meat. That's funny. He just gets renamed. It's kind of fun. That is interesting. Like from a game dev perspective, that's pretty interesting. You have to be ready for those different paths. All right, so Right, I wanted to put like some dirt on the ground, but I don't want it to be hard. Lise, the only way you can do it is a UV map. You must know this. It has to be a texture UV map. Or a shader. A shader, this is where you'd want a shader. So I'm gonna not worry about it. Unless I'm wrong. Wouldn't it be cool if there was some kind of like node that could just like project a texture like down onto something right below it? That sounds cool, right? Making a quit button? Nice. In Godot, projectors are used to project textures onto meshes. No. Such as selection rings and targeting rings. Oh, that's a little different. Is that really a thing? That seems like an inefficient use of it. It's not a thing. Is that some old thing? Viewport. Oh. Mesh texture. Projected light texture. Spatial shaders. It's 4 years ago. That's 4 years ago. This is some old stuff. This is some old-timey Godot stuff. I don't know about all that. Decals. 4.2. Ooh, I like the sound of 4.2. That's extremely promising, I have to say. Give me that 4.2 knowledge. Yes, it's real. It exists. Somebody, the Brotherhood of Steel beat you to Concord and killed the Raiders. Wow. It's fun playing the game out of order. Recommended for your next play. Noted. Wow, right, because you discover all these different ways that the story can go. Thank you. I'm gonna remember that. Node that projects a texture onto Mesh Instance 3D. Let's go. Let's freaking go then. Albedo. Yeah, just give me an albedo. Wait, can I even load? The dirt? The selected resource does not match. Oh, okay. All right. And what was it? What kind of thing did it say it was? I'm a little surprised, but I believe you. Standard material 3D does not match any type expected for this property. Okay. Mesh texture, curve texture, gradient, animated. What is mesh texture? Mesh base texture. It was a material.mesh maybe. What you mean? The file? It was a T-res was the file. I mean, I don't need that one. It would just be nice because that was what I was already using for the other ones. I'd love to like keep them consistent. I just don't know if I can for this, which is like okay. And I love that we can do a normal map. So we could add like some 3 dimensions to it. That was meant as an actual period. Oh, okay, let me read it again. It was a material. Mesh maybe? Oh, nice. Thanks. Thank you. Whoa, wait, what if I just put like a mesh? This is wild. Okay, a cylinder. Oh, and then I can put a material on here. Okay. Yes. And put the dirt. Okay, but Okay, alright. I'm waiting for it to look like something. Waiting for it to look like something. I don't know if it works. I don't know if this is what works. What if we just do something that maybe works? I don't know, image texture? Decal. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a decal. That is what it is. Can we just put like icon.svg on here? Please. As one does. There must be something obvious that I'm missing. What does Godot say decal does? Godot says decal does this, but I didn't keep reading because I often just get bored with documentation. Projected textures that apply on opaque or transparent surfaces, happens in real time and doesn't rely on mesh generation. This allows you to move decals every frame with only a small performance impact, even on complex meshes. While decals cannot add actual geometry, they can make use of physically based rendering to provide similar properties to full-blown PBR materials. How to set them up, how to create them during gameplay, such as bullet impacts, how to balance decal configuration between performance and quality. Static decoration. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Ooh, it's adding some dirt on top. Ooh, this is good documentation. Good call, Rogi. I have such a like a freaking childish problem with looking at documentation. I'm just like, no, I don't wanna read something. I gotta get over it. I know I do. You today have helped me do that. I almost need, like, something to remind me. Something that's listening for me to say something, and it can say, do the documentation. Anyway, I guess that's you guys. All we gotta do is come here and say, Lee, it's just me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I almost said a channel redemption, but I don't like those. I don't like those, especially on YouTube, but it would be helpful, potentially. Maybe. We'll see. Using an animation player node or a script, decals can be made to fade over time and then be removed using Q-Free to improve performance. Blob shadows. Okay, this is boring, boring, boring. Create a decal node. That is kind of cool, though. Whoa. Actually, this is kind of interesting. Wait, what's the... Vehicle's underside shadows are well represented using blob shadows. Huh. Wow, this is actually awesome. You could use it for a platformer shadow. You know, I was wondering this the other day. How to do this. Because there are some of the shadows in the game that, for like NPCs and stuff, that I was a little worried about. Oh, under the pot. Thank you. I was like looking on the pot. Like, what? The pot looks the same. I see it's under the pot. Yo, decals are cool. Create a decal with inspector, expand the textures, and load a texture into textures albedo. Okay, well this didn't help me, Rogi, because I remember you trying to do that. This is the part I need clarification on. And it's like, just do it. Just do it. Just load it. Just load it. Move the decal node towards the object, then rotate it so the decal is visible and in the right orientation. If the decal appears mirrored, it doesn't appear at all. It doesn't appear at all. Look at 3. That might be it. Just like moving it around. Let me turn off snap for a sec. No, I said snap. I mean, I didn't, but I meant it. Specifically rotating it. Why would I need to rotate it, though? There's no way that rotating it is gonna be the magic thing here. Textures, albedo. It's a mesh texture, right? Something else is wrong. Yeah, something else is wrong. Yeah, I really, well, so the reason why I used a mesh texture is because I really wanted to just reuse something I was already using, but I have a feeling I can't use a mesh texture for some reason. But also, why not? And why is it there? Why does it exist then? Also, I'm wondering. What's the purpose of it if it doesn't work? It has to be for something. Somewhere in the world, it has to matter. Maybe not here, but for some reason. So when you say simple texture, that's not one of these. I have viewport texture, canvas texture, compressed texture 2D, portable compressed texture 2D, image texture, atlas texture, mesh texture, curve XYZ texture, gradient texture 1D, gradient texture 2D, animated texture, camera texture, placeholder texture 2D, texture 2D RD, noise texture 2D. And documentation's like, just load it. Now you're saying just load. Okay, but load what? Okay, so the image worked, but that's not what I really want. What I wanted to load, that's cool, okay? That's cool, but that's not what I want. What I want is I wanted to load this T-Res file, but it tells me that that's a standard material 3D, which isn't one of the types. And the only reason I wanted to do that is because I'm already using that elsewhere, and it would just be nice if I could consolidate all of the colors that I'm using in the files. And obviously I could also do that, you know, with like a texture. I have a very irrational avoidance of textures, basically until the last second. It feels like it goes against the rules of prototyping. To go, what, make a texture and UV map and all that? For prototyping, it's just wrong. Right. I guess I don't know what a T-Res is. Like, I don't know what that is. I know that it's a standard material, but I don't really know what makes that different from a texture. Maybe mesh texture also needs a normal, like maybe it needs more information to work. Yeah, maybe it needs more information. Because really, yeah, maybe. Really, I just want to have everything linked. Standard material is a built-in shader code. Interesting. Not a texture. I see. That's helpful. Simple texture, mesh texture, that uses a mesh to draw itself. It's limited because flags can't be changed and region drawing is not supported. I don't know what that means. That's okay. I don't need to know what it means. I'm still here. Well, that wasn't helpful to me. And this is just the albedo. I know, I'm not supposed to use a mesh texture. I know. I shouldn't. I should stop. What am I doing? Something wrong. I know. I should stop. My mod to skip Kellogg's memories is gone. I'm gonna have to do this. Oh, that is really annoying. Looking good though. Your stream can distract me. Thank you. You're welcome. Yes, you're welcome. Yeah, that part really sucks. If you want it to be as brown, you can modulate the color of decal. Oh, you're saying like with a script or something? That's interesting. And then it could be like a universal value. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. I really would love to use a material. I would love to use a material. I would love to project a material. Godot decal material 3D. I will let go of it. I don't understand for a moment how a mesh can draw a 2D image. Like, what? I know, it kind of doesn't make sense, does it? So then, like, why is it an option, though? Decals with a shader instead of a texture is pretty much, I guess, the same thing. Does not support custom shaders. It only offers some fixed parameters for performance reasons. Oh, so we can't do, it's not possible. You can make a viewport, render whatever you want there, and feed that to a decal. Oh. I've heard smart people talk about how 2D art is 3D sometimes. And I'm like, tell me your secrets. About how 2D art is 3D? What does that mean? You need to write a custom terrain shader. Gotcha. What does that mean, Rogi? Are you talking about like how there are cartoons that are made in 3D? Shaders. Shaders have got to be the secret. It's all about them shaders. Shaders are the future. AI? Puh. It's all about shaders. That's where we're really going. Soon everything will be a shader. This stream will be a shader. Your computer, your phone will be a shader. This microphone will be a shader. I don't know, but they said it. You want someone on Twitch who uses a shader to turn 3D meshes to pixelated 2D art. See? Soon I will be a shader. What you see, the graphics of your game is a you actually are correct. I believe what you're saying is actually true. I think it's actually right. I actually think that's correct. Okay, right. So we could do a viewport texture. It feels like we're being silly. Fine, I'm gonna let it go. I wanted to explore it a little bit for 10 seconds. I will let it go. Also, which one do I make again? Which one do I make again? I still don't really understand which one I'm supposed to choose. There's so many to choose. I know just load, but load what? Like, when I want to do the viewport thing, like, I would be fine, like, just let me make it a color. Just let me make it a color. Give me a color. You know? That would be fine with me. Me patiently waiting for Lisa to get bored of exploring this confusing Godot option. I mean, I don't know. I am bored. I am bored with it. But then I also have to figure out where to go from here. And then I just don't know. The viewport thing can work, but I don't think that is. I don't think it is either. I think it's. I know. I'm kind of over that, honestly. Do you want me to try it? It seems like you kind of want me to try it. Like, why am I doing a canvas texture with multiple things in it? Like, what about... Right, so an image texture is going to... Oh. Be that. Is it? Why does it look like that? Because I need to put an image in there? I want to do a color, not an image. We'll put an image texture in an image texture. I heard you liked image textures. Right, right. Buffer image. Classic buffer image. Yeah, I bet it's cool. What if you use a gradient and just make the same color on both sides? Is gradient one of the options? Oh, it is. You make a good point. Rogi, I think you've got the right idea. You know, I still wish, I wish I could make it a color. You know what I might do, actually? I have an idea. I have an idea. It's not a great idea, but it's mine. I'm just trying to keep consistency. I don't care how it seems. I wrote space positions of objects to pixels to use them in shaders. Man, you're getting me excited to learn shaders. I'm still not there, but I'm excited. Noise texture is also one of them. Right, right. RGB is a vector 3. That's true. That's true. Oh man, you're right. Like if I knew shaders, I could probably... Well, we can't use shaders with these. I don't know. But maybe on some level I could craft something myself. So I'm just gonna grab this color. Come back over here. Are you using Godot from years? Abo, I started learning Godot 7 months ago? 6 months ago? Something like that? I wouldn't say years. But I'm gonna come to this playlist on the channel page. It's right here, all Godot devlogs. My first seven months ago, right there. Yep. I started using Godot, basically my entire Godot journey. I have been pretty much in the last month, is as soon as I've started using Godot off stream, but the first 6 months of my entire Godot journey is cataloged right here. From not knowing anything about it to where I am today. How did you change the title of Google to your channel's name? Oh, I was like, wait, I did it. Google accepted my petition to change. This is an option in Chrome. Probably you could do it in Edge and probably in Firefox too. It's just like the background, so you can just change like the wallpaper. And I just made sure that it had a gap in the middle. So really this wallpaper is just hyper dev. And then Google is just in the middle. That's all. That's all. It's just a little trick. It's just a little trick. Maybe you like customize your Chrome somehow. Somewhere in here you can do it. Wallpaper, background. I don't know where you do it. It might just be like on that page. Oh, here, bam, pencil, bam. Upload image. Probably, maybe. Something like that. Anyway, okay, so this is what I'm doing. The Humble Bundle right now has a Godot 4 shader course, and you only need to pay $1 for it. Oh yeah, it's graded there now to Godot 4 Torito's Humble. Yes, yes. I guess, by the way, I mean, I freaking might as well tell you guys. I might as well tell you guys about this since like you already mentioned it. Since you already mentioned it, I might as well tell you. Yeah, there's a code. There's a code. There really is. In the description box, you can find the link to the Humble Bundle software bundle page, which is right here. There's a link in the description box right now. Follow the stars in the description box and you'll find it. And it'll have a special affiliate link code that will support Hyper Gamedev. Anything that you get here supports Hyper Gamedev. And then there's this Godot one that Pierogigon was talking about. Learn to make games in Godot 4. It's from gamedev.tv. It has a bunch of stuff in it. It has some assets. It has some tutorials. And it's a big discount. And you don't have to pay $30. You can pay $25 and you'll get all of this stuff. And here's how you can support the channel. Come down to adjust donation and hit custom amount. And then you can donate some to charity. You can donate some to Hyper Game Dev. Just balance that out however you want. It really helps the channel in a big way. Thank you if you're able to do that. And then Rogi further has pointed out that for only $1, you'll get just the shaders course. I should do that. This one's got 14 days left. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe for next week's stream, I'll buy this and we can check it out. That's a maybe. I mean, I guess I probably shouldn't have us check out something on stream that costs money, but you know, just show it off a little bit. So yeah, check it out. Links are in the description box to this software bundle page. There's a lot of other cool stuff on here. Thanks if you're able to support the channel. It means a lot. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, but maybe you will. Thank you if you end up. All right. Anywho's it. All right. Well, I stick with Godot. Yes. Yes, I will. I spent time doing Unreal Engine, and I really liked Unreal Engine a lot. I miss Unreal Engine sometimes, actually. I saw some video of someone doing stuff in Unreal Engine, and I was like, oh man, I remember Unreal Engine. I did 30 videos, live streams, just like this one, in Unreal Engine. The Sounds one isn't over. No, it's not over. I did 30 massive live streams in Unreal Engine, and I really, really like it. But I do like Godot more. GDevelop is cool. I like GDevelop a lot. GDevelop is also awesome. We did some good ones on that. Unity was fine, but then Unity became really scummy, and I didn't really like it anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with Godot. Like, I don't... As much fun as I had in Unreal Engine, yeah, I don't really want to do anything else but Godot. I don't know what to say. Like, it's free open source, and it has what I need. Why go anywhere else? But yeah, it's right here. The Krotos sound effects one. 10 days left. 10 days, don't worry. You still got time. Alright. So I'm gonna put this color in here. Oh. I'm gonna attempt to put this color in here. I guess it's not on the clipboard anymore. Okay. I gotta go get that color. I'm excited to see the past live streams of your journey with Godot. Yay, Ambo! I'm so excited. Yeah, it's wild, honestly. Just today. So, I don't know if you saw this earlier, but it cracks me up. It cracks me up to see, like, my first time using Godot, because if I pull up the transcript here... Oh wait, this isn't the first one. This isn't the first one. No. Give me that first. Give me numero uno. The very beginning. It cracks me up because I had only been using visual scripting at this point. So this was my first time, like, trying to use... Wait, what do you mean it's not in there? No, we just searched it earlier. It was my first time learning text code. No, where is it? Okay, this search is being buggy. No, where is it? Was it like 20 something?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Let me see if I can find this. There, right there. Right there. Right here. This cracks me up. Set text. So then, okay, let's just look at this video. I hate text code, you guys. I'm gonna try to like it. I swear I am. I promise. I'm gonna try to look at this video. I hate text code, you guys. I'm gonna try to like it. I swear I am. I promise. This was 7 months ago, and I was saying that I hate text code. Okay, that's good. That's good. This is set text. So then, okay, let's just look at this video. I hate text code, you guys. I'm gonna try to like it. I swear I am. I promise I'm gonna try.
Textless game.
When I say I hate
What you
something,
do is you add a...
you never know. You never know. Those days are so over. They're so over. That soundbite kills me. I literally can't believe, like, it still boggles my mind that, like, I went from that to just loving to sit here for 8 hours a day, just text coding. It's more fun to watch now that it isn't visual scripting because it's much easier to contribute ideas. Yeah, totally. That's part of why I love text code. People weren't able to participate in the stream in the same way before when I was doing visual scripting in Unreal Engine, Blueprints. It was so much harder to collaborate. Yep. The pseudocode, there was never pseudocode. It was just like, it was so much less engaging. Yeah. Total upgrade. Thoughtsy says, if you think we can make a simple texture mixer shader on the terrain field. Simple texture mixer shader on the terrain field? Oh, man. But I thought... Oh, so you're saying forget the decal. Like decal dookie. No decal. What you're saying is on the actual terrain, so the thing that I'm, you know, wanting to, the original instance or whatever. Where is it? Finally got to Preston after a slight distraction. It just uses the same dialogue as if you had the power armor from the roof already. Oh, right. It's like, I see you already found the power armor. Gotcha, gotcha. Interesting. We're using visual scripting in Unity. I was. Yes. Yes. Well deduced. Indeed, I was. And it was hard. It was hard. Thoughty, I will go on this journey with you. It was hard. It's not as good as Blueprints. And it took me a minute to realize that at this time, this was 8 months ago, but at this time, and probably still now, it's not very popular. It's recently implemented. And so I was looking up visual scripting in Unity, try to get tutorials. And then I realized that if I search for Bolt tutorials, which is what Unity's visual scripting is based on, when I started searching for Bolt tutorials, all of a sudden I was finding amazing tutorials for visual scripting in Unity. Even though it was a little different because Unity made changes once they integrated Bolt into there. So it was still not perfect. But it was hard, and it was still difficult to find resources. And, you know, it was a lot of tinkering, and man, I don't miss it. I don't miss it at all. The first time you tried text coding was the Godot. Yes. I mean, I had done like HTML, like in my life, but a little CSS, but never like for game dev, never anything for software programming or something. Just like, you know, oh, I want my web page to look cool, so I'm going to figure out how to make frames and buttons and things like that. So yeah, first time was in Godot, literally, absolutely literally. And I love it. It made me love text coding. I'm so completely all in for text coding. I will never go back to visual scripting on purpose. When you were younger, did you share a computer with someone? I got a little lucky, actually. My father worked you could say IT, an IT department at a bigger company. And so he would get computers for his work. They would give him computers to work at home. This is before laptops were a thing. And so he would get a desktop computer, and then they would give him a new one. And I got his old computers. So I kind of had my own computer when I was really young, and that's why I was able to like mess around and stuff with HTML and whatnot. At first step, just mixing colors by a noise mask. Okay, so you're gonna walk me through this. You're here to walk me through it. We'll do it. Okay. So that means I'm coming to the terrain texture. And then what do we, like, right click on it, convert to shader material, like that. And then we open up the shader script. Right? I kind of know how to get here. I kind of know. And then we got this tiny little window to live in. Delete everything? Even the color? Like, will this have the RGB in it? The reason why I've been avoiding this is because it's like basically another language. I don't see the green color in here anywhere. Albedo texture albedo, base UV, albedo RGB times RGB. So it sounds like you're right, I can just, okay, cool, we're good. I don't know, I didn't know. No, we made it white! No, put it back! I just wanted to copy the RGB value, but now I realize I don't know where it is. Thoughty is excellent at walking me through things, so we're in good hands. The first line, shader type spatial, that is obligatory. Understood. But wait, how do I get the color? I guess I could just open up. You said it was RGB is what we use? I just want this color. I understand, but I can't remember to find this color again. Do you know what I mean? I can't just remember how to find this color. You know what I'm saying? I'm backtracking. I'm panicking. I'm freaking out. Okay, so I'm screenshotting this. It's so irrational. It's so irrational of me. 46026. Okay. Now I feel comfortable in doing this over. I'm ready. Converted to a shader material. I'm so unhinged right now. Delete it all. First line. Shader. Type. Spatial. So the reason why, again, I've been avoiding doing shaders is because it's not GDScript. It's something else. It's like its own language. And so I've just been procrastinating doing it. But someone's here to help me, so I'm willing to take that risk. We're learning C? We're learning C? Is this my second language? Am I learning my second ever programming language right now? You changed the Fallout Gaming tab on the Discord to be more broad, so more people who play feel comfortable to chat there. Nice, thanks, good idea. No tabs, all right. You need two color variables, like in GDScript. Just it's a little bit different. Okay. Two colors. You need to use uniform instead of variable. Ooh. I like the autocomplete. Color 1. Color 1. Uniform. Color 2. And then, So what you're saying, okay. And then we'll get to like move it wherever we want. Type name, uniform type name. This is the syntax. So like spaces. You got the sound bundle. Nice, Rogi, nice. Oh, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it too. I'm gonna get it before tomorrow or by tomorrow. And I'm gonna use it in my game jam entry tomorrow. Uniform vector 3 name of color. Oh, I wasn't sure when you said type. I see. Uniform type name. Gotcha. Why do we need two colors? What are the two colors? Like, what are they for? Green and brown. Oh, we want both of them. Oh. Oh, right. Right. You're right. One for the... Right, because we're putting the... I see. And then, will I be able to modify this? So I would want to modify this in the instances. So in this one, it would just be set up to potentially be moved around. And then in the children... I'm sure you already... are prepared for this, but just to be clear to everybody, I'm gonna want to have different shapes on different blocks that derive from this instance. Green and brown, got it. I just met Codsworth and it skipped the sanctuary search. I have zero idea what caused it, but that's cool. Nice. Oh yeah, that part sucks too. So we're gonna say grass and dirt. I'm trying to keep things real simple here. I'll figure it out later. I'm not worried about it. Oh wait, what happened? To prove I'm not a robot thing, the prove I'm not a robot thing was lying and it blocked your IP? What? Did you answer too quickly? Is it because of your weird internet? Yeah, the anti-bot captchas are pretty stupid. The worst ones I've seen are from PlayStation. You need a fragment function where you can set fragments, pixels. But it's C-like, so you need to start at type, not with func. Type is void. I'm on this journey. I'm on this journey with Thought-T. Answer in digits, 4 plus 5, so I put 9. Then you put 9, you got frustrated and started spamming 9. Oh no, they don't like that. Only a robot would spam. Naturally. You probably got some high DPI keyboard. It was like a human could not possibly type this quickly. You are a bot like me. Sorry. Oh, we need to put parentheses in here? Okay. Oh, I see. So it is a func. I see. So it is like a function. You just don't use the word func. Why is it void? Why would it be a void? Is it like sometimes when you say like func process void? Like it's not gonna return anything? It's like a function that returns nothing? F bracket is the inside of functions instead of tabs. Oh, okay, so instead of like func stuff, instead that would go in here, func stuff, like that. Okay. Oh, I see. So we can do... Oh, I see. Gotcha. So we can put our funk stuff in here. Interesting. Okay, alright. This is it. This is all it takes. This is learning. This is all it is. It's so nice when someone's helping, honestly. I prefer it. The most important function or property. Albedo. Oh. It's an output. The color of pixels. That does sound important. That does sound important. I love my pixels to have color. Is it wrong that I just want to look at an alien face while I do this? Should I not want that? I mean, we might as well be looking at an alien face. I mean, we're gonna need to look at what we're working on at some point. I know. But what if for right now, that's what we're looking at? I think that's a reasonable thing to want. So. It's a vector 3, so you can pass a vector 3 variable to it. So albedo equals grass. So the albedo of something is grass. Even though we haven't defined what grass is other than a vector 3, I'm gonna want the albedo of that which we're applying this shader to be it. In the inspector. Whoa, hold up. Oh shoot, we should have been over here. Why was I on the alien? Monster that I am. Wait, so if I just keep it like that, it's gonna be white. What if I say blue? Whoa, okay. What if I say 1, 0, 0? Uh-oh, I'm going off of the instruction. Oh, let's go! Let's go! RGB, baby. Nice. Ooh, we can make it emissive if we go too high. Awesome. I gotcha. Okay, this is fun. In the shader parameter section, can I just like put it in here? But I'll do it in shader parameters. Not hard. No. And so could I also do it like if I say equals grass? Yo, I'm so excited. I'm loving my Thought T course right now. Could I just, I don't know, if I did that, would that work? Yeah, it works. You better believe it works. I want them to explain to me what exactly the vertex function does. Okay. Hey, okay. I don't know what that is. I'm really excited for you to... I want to know what you think about it. I really want to know what you think about it. Because that's going to influence whether I get it. Okay, so you said over here in the shader parameters section. Right here. Oops, I scrolled. Shader parameters. Oh, nice. Wow. So whenever I create something here, uniform vec4 magic. Bam! XYZW. Vec 7. It's nothing. Cool. That's awesome. Can I do like float? Floss. Float? I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Cool. Okay, starting to make a little sense. Starting to have a little fun here. Hint to variables for the inspector. But this after the variable name. Source color. There is some hint to variables. Sorry, put. Okay. Not but. Not this after the variable name. Oh, just this after the variable name. Source color. I see. I see. Okay, so we were doing that to make sure that it gets it from... Whoa! Oh! Nice! Oh, that's so confusing. Oh my gosh, I never would have known to do that. I never would have known to do that. Did you guys see what happened there? So if I get rid of this, and I save it as such, just uniform vector 3 grass, we get some vectors we can play with, and that's nice. Nothing wrong with that. Very useful, very cool. But if I do a little colon source color right there, then it's gonna be a color picker. I love it. Bam. Hex code. Let's go. The grass has returned. Thought T, you put me on. This is good. This is good. Okay. And then I guess we'll do the same thing with dirt. And you can use a default value with equals. That probably means something. I bet that means something. The words that you say. I bet they have meaning. What to do with those, I'm not sure. And then to be clear, so I can't like fetch these from anywhere, right? After the source color? So I can't like let's say I had like in globals or something, in my global script, and I had in there the color information, so I could keep it all in one place. If I were to do that, I couldn't fetch that here, could I? Or could I? After source color, we can do a default value. Yeah, but it's just a local default. Just a local default. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Gotcha. So we could set it, instead of being black by default, we could say it's something else, like red by default. So that way it doesn't default to some, if I reset this, right, it goes to red. Nice. So then if I wanted to change it, yeah, I gotcha. I'm still very curious about if I could set globals, but I'll let it go. I'll let it go. This is not what you're trying to teach me. I'm getting ahead. And now we can mix the two colors. Nice. All right, let me set a default here. Uh, 46026, but that's not it. It's the raw values, right? That's what it's actually using. So those are the ones that I want to put in here. Equals vec3 that. Wait, I wasn't done. I wasn't done. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, just do 0, 0. It's funny how those just disappear if there's an error. It's just like, nope, I'm done with you. No, you're typing nonsense. We're out of here. Okay. So now I've got that set as the default color. Yeah, we getting somewhere, Gab Games. Albedo equals mix color 1, color 2.5. It's a half-half mix, like alert function. So we could say, oh, so I still gotta pick the dirt color. So for the dirt color, that one was this one? Yes. So similarly, if I want to set those defaults, equals vec3 0 0 0. Paste that in there. .235. .184. Okay, so now we got grass, we got dirt, and your suggestion we test out mix grass, dirt, 0.5. Ew, looks gross. But I see. 0.2. Whoops. 1 is color 1, 0 is... Oh, 1 is color 2, 0 is color 1. Gotcha. This is interesting. Nice. Wow, so this is cool because we could add like a fade. We could have it be like a circle and then it gradually get more green around the edges. So it's not like harsh. That's cool. You can now make a uniform float like alert value and put it to mix function. Okay. When is it gonna be a circle on the ground? Actually, you know what'd be cool is if it was a blob. I want a blob. A dirt patch. That's been a dirt patch that's been worn out by the years of cow hoof trampling. That's my dream. Noise. Gotcha. Yeah, let's do a step by step. What's the next step? What's the next step? I want to know. Let's get to stepping. I'm so sorry. I'm so impatient. I'm so excited. It's like my brain is just like, yeah, new stuff. Let's go. Let's learn. Oh, I'm the one who needs to do it. This one Make now a uniform float, like lerp value, and put it to mix function. Oh, okay, I see. Wait, do I? Whoa. Oh, I have to figure this out. I have to figure this out. Okay, okay. Make a uniform float. Oh, right, uniform. I forgot. I forgot what uniform meant. I thought you were literally telling me to make a float that was uniform. I was like, what does that mean? Right, it's a variable. I see. Still learning the lingo. Okay, uniform float, lerp value, and put it to the mix. So we're doing mix, grass, dirt. I like that you didn't. I like that you didn't. It was good that you didn't. Expected a semicolon? Oh, here. I forgot. And so now I'm gonna somehow use this lerp value here. And what is this doing? Oh, I see what you're saying. And then we would do equals, right? Right. So that way we're defining it along the way. I gotcha. I now understand. Bam! Float inserted. We got there. And you can use it in the inspector. Oh, yeah! That's nice. Aw, yeah. Let's go. What if I made up something? What if I got fancy with it? Source? You got any other sources? I was talking to Godot, not you. That sounds mean. Wait, it was auto-completing earlier when I did source. Huh. Source slider. Range, source range. Oh, float doesn't have it. Not vector 3. Okay. Can't be color. Right. I was trying to play around with it. Like maybe there was some... What about hint range? What about that? Does that do it? Probably not. Maybe. 0, 1. Hey, I did it. I made a slider. I made a slider in the inspector. The teacher didn't even tell me. Yeah. Frick yeah, dude. Frickin' frick yeah. Frickety yeah. Satisfying. Nice. Now use a noise mask for it. Uniform sampler 2D is the texture. Oh, right, uniform. I'm so not used to. I'm like, uniform. What in the world does that mean? Why is it called uniform? Who named this? Actually, I don't care. Uniform sampler 2D. Well, that's all I've been instructed to do. That's all I know to do. Text your name whatever you want, like noise mask or something. I like noise mask. Oh, nice. And look, it just created a drop down with the normal noise mask stuff ready to go. It's ready. It's set up. We're in business. Okay, make a noise texture. Noise, fast noise. Bam. Noise created. We're getting somewhere. We're like really getting somewhere. I don't know how much of this I'll retain, but I'll try. We need to load the texture to a variable. Oh. Oh, I can't just be creating stuff in here? In the fragment function. What does that mean? What does that mean? We need just one color channel because it's black and white. So it's a float value. Between 0 and 1. Oh, so are you saying I create another thing here? Uniform float noise value? Inside the fragment function? It's not a uniform? Just a simple vec3 local variable. I thought it was a float. Now I'm all messed up. Now I'm all messed up. Vec3 mask value. But this one isn't uniform. This is not uniform. For some reason, uniform does not apply to this. And that's just the way it is. Like this? So we need to load the texture to it. And there's no, I'm not noticing if I hold control and click anywhere, there's no documentation for this, which is terrifying. Isn't uniform ones that you can use anywhere? Well, I am under the impression we want this to be local for some reason. But yes, I guess, is that what the word uniform means in this case? That it's uniformly available? Maybe. It's like standardized, a standardized variable. Vecmask value, vector3 mask value equals load texture. Whoa, we dropping some new function here. Load texture. Noise mask UV. You thought so, but it's been a while. What is this? Okay, now you're just making stuff up. UV.R. I think Godot thinks you're making up stuff too. Mask value equals load texture. Noise mask UV. It's a little complicated now. It's the hardest line. I like that it's the hardest line. Oh, uniform is like export. Oh. Interesting. So you're saying there is a version of variable that doesn't have uniform. And that would be like if we just came in here and said like vec3 shoes shoes I don't know. Am I doing this right? 1, 1, 1. And then it wouldn't get mad at me. Initialization of constant. Okay. Global non-constant variables are not supported. Expected constant keyword. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So I could create a variable here that is not uniform. That is to say, so uniform is like, that is really helpful to know. Uniform makes it appear as a, I have an error, so it's not gonna work because we have to do it just texture, not load texture, just texture. Invalid assignment of float to vector 3. But it's float. Noise mask sampler 2D because we just use the red channel with .r. Oh. But this is vector 3. So we need to add like more in here or something. Or just call this float. Nice. So the uniform makes stuff appear over here. That's why it's like export. So if I call this hippy dippy, I have to rename it. Hippy dippy. Then this will be renamed to hippy dippy. Just like an export variable. UV is something I used a little bit, but I didn't fully understand it. But UV is cool. UV is cool. Yeah, it's just like, you know, two directions. It's like X and Y, except instead of X and Y, it's U and V. And it's for mapping textures over 3D objects. Very cool. Not fun, but very cool. If you use just one channel of an image that is black and white and a simple float value, you can type .rgb if vector 3. I see. Oh. So if I were to want it to be vector 3, we say RGB. And then it's acceptable. But we need just one black channel float. Use this mask value variable instead of lerp value at mix function. What? So doing float, just R. And we're switching. So, man, I wish there was documentation. I'm so sad there's not documentation. I mean, I'm sure there is. I just wish I could right click and like pull it up. We're done with the simplest shader code. Whoa, look! Oh, shoot! There's the texture. Nice. So we've basically just done, you know, if I were to make a gradient. Wow. UV is not correct yet, right. I think I can see in my head what we're doing. I like that, Rogi. I maybe can. UV is not correct yet. We're making a black and white value. Black is telling it, make it brown, and white is saying, keep it green. Right. Right, so now I need to understand at least how to change that I mean, this lerp value doesn't do anything anymore. But somewhere, we'll be able to get more control over it, I'm sure. I really wish I could just pull this up right now. I guess I could just go on the internet. Just go on the internet. Is there like Godot C shader documentation somewhere? And then we're using the noise to project blacks and browns on the surface of the plane. And it knows that means brown and green. Right. Yeah, give me some shading language docs. Hook me up. Whoa. Float mix. Float A, float B, float C. Vector type mix. Vector type A, vector type B, float C. Are we using this one? Vector type A, vector type B, B vector type C. What? What on earth? We can modify the noise. Blacks and whites. And you can use a vector 2 for multiply UV to scale UV to the correct scale. Right, so then there's that texture. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, there's more here. Oh my gosh. Linear interpolate between any A and B by C. Oh, that's much more helpful. Linear interpolate between A and B by C. Gotcha. Right, that's what Thought T was trying to say before. Okay. And then texture. Oh, there's a lot called that. Oh my goodness. Just texture. Just texture. I don't even see that one. This documentation sucks. I don't like this documentation. Perform a texture read. Maybe this is the one that we're doing? This new Fallout 4 content is testing me. I got ambushed by an enemy with one of the new weapons, and it keeps stun locking me, and I can't kill him fast enough. That's kind of awesome, though. Pepe, you just started the game. It should be hard. That's a good thing. Honestly, I'm glad it's testing you. Right? You should be too, because that's part of the fun of getting some new DLC. It should be hard, right? Especially if your character build is powerful. UV times UV scale, where UV scale is a uniform vector 2. So wait, we have to create this UV scale. Okay, I can do that. I can figure this out. Uniform vector 2. UV scale equals we can't do source color here. I guess I just have to like define yourself shoes. I'm leaving it. I guess we can't get the same kind of fancy hint stuff for this. Default is the best. Vector 211. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, right, it's uniform. I forgot. It's already going to be export. Just because it's uniform. Expected parenthesis in expression? There's a parenthesis. It's right there, Google. Google. Good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling you Google. Vec2. Oh. Right. We have to say it again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. And so then UV scale. Nice. Beautiful. Hey, what? Look at it go. Yes, 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 yes. Can I do a hint range in here? Is that allowed? Why am I so obnoxious? Wait, maybe I can. But I don't know what the range is. So chill, Lise. Chill, 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 chill. And you can scale the other row. You said, oh! You think it's done? No. No, 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 no. Oh, but then we just change. Wait, this looks great. It's not really what, it's not exactly what I need. And I'll show you why in a minute. But I like where we're going with this. You'll see where my concern is momentarily. Gab says, so I have a title menu, options menu, pause menu, and an end screen, all with background music and a way to toggle the music on and off. Nice, Gab! Yes, let's go! That's a nice setup. That's a nice setup. And a pause menu? Nice work. Let's go. Are we scaling by a vector? We are. Why not float? Multiplying vectors is complicated. UV is vector 2. You can multiply it to scale it. Okay, we're multiplying by the vector 2. Yeah. Dot product or cross product? I guess it would be dot product by default. Blowing my mind. I love it. Pepe killed the DLC character, and the armor it dropped is better than the original XO2 set. Dude, you're getting me so pumped, Pepe. You're hyping me to play it. It all makes sense now. It's just multiplying components. Right. Hard to write it. Yeah. But, like, can we restrict it to a path in the middle? Exactly. Rogi knows where I'm going with it. First of all, Fati, freaking thank you for this amazing tutorial. I have learned a lot. Can I take that and make it exactly do what I need? I don't know. The shader isn't hard stuff in Godot, but can be really deep, right? That's fair. I was getting so confused earlier when Thoughty said multiplying vectors, because I forgot about simple vector multiplication. Sounds like you're saying the same thing to me. When you scaled it, I was like, trophy, 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 yeah, love! It all makes sense. So, well, now my imagination wants to go somewhere very different. Because now, I want to be able to localize this to a small sliver. I mean, like, generally speaking, will that give me an error? That'll do that. I mean, so I've learned a lot, but I don't really know how to apply this to my situation yet, if I'm being honest. So we do have it all exportable, which is good. So I could bring the lerp, well, the lerp value isn't doing anything. If I bring the UV scale down to 0, that doesn't do anything. Oh, it does. But I guess, you know, if I wanted to just use the inspector tools to bring it back to one solid color or the other. So here's what I want, and I don't know how clear that was before. You can mix textures like colors. Right. So here's what I want, and it's very simple. Yeah, Rogie understands. That's exactly what I want. Exactly what I want. So, like, multiple terrain blocks, right? There's one. There's another. There's another, right? They load into the game and they move across the screen, right? It's a hard thing with shaders? Uh-oh. Oh no! Okay. Well, this was still fun. Right? And then I want like a patch in here, right? A dirt patch. Just right inside of it. And the reason why I want it that way is because I need these to blend with each other. Right? Well, the problem with the varied terrain... Yeah, if that's what I wanted, which... Kind of, but I kind of didn't want to tackle that because it's gonna be complicated. Because these need to blend together. Do you know what I mean? Because these all connect, right? Each block is all connected with the other, right? And so if one of these blocks has stuff all over, you know, like the noise texture that you just helped me learn how to make, which I'm incredibly grateful for learning how to make. Right, it's got stuff all over the place. And I think you understand at this point, but I'm just gonna draw it out anyway. If the noise texture is doing these types of things, then it's not going to match I don't know where this isn't connected. Paint. Oh, there we go. It's not going to match with the other one. And I could try to adjust the UVs, maybe, to make it seamless. Or, like, loop somehow. I don't really know. But my thinking is that these aren't going to line up with each other. Maybe they will, and maybe I'm just wrong. It will? Nice. Well, I mean, in that case, I'm definitely... That's definitely a good thing, and will improve the visuals. If it can work this way... Das is good. But really what I want is more control over the shape of it. So this could be fine, right? If we imagine the stuff that you showed me are these yellow spots, right? The yellow spots are what you showed me. I want to make more yellow spots, but in the center, and have like control over exactly the shape. And ideally, I don't have to go into another program and create my own texture. I'll do it, but that's why I wanted to use the decals, because I knew with the decals, I could just literally stamp it on there, even though it's gonna look kind of weird. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, like draw a black path. Yeah. Yeah, that might be the best thing. I don't know. There's no real reason why I was trying to avoid that. I guess I just wanted it. I don't know. It's... I don't really need to do it, but I could. The definition of world position is a harder thing. Right. I remember something about that in a tutorial I watched. I can confirm world coordinates needs a fancy conversion, and I forget how. It would be so nice if you could just draw a black and white picture and project it on the surface, and tell the shader black is grass, white is dirt. I bet you can. Snow works the same in games. Can be solved, but it's a harder thing. Decal is easier for it. Okay. But here you can just use a simple texture. Yeah, I mean, okay, so with the seamless thing, I mean, if I wanted to just do that for the sake of getting the most out of what you've shown us here today, Thoughty. Like, does this loop? I don't think this loops around, does it? I would have to make sure that the size is like exact somehow. Like, if I save this and we play this, they're not gonna look connected, are they? Oh, it kind of does, actually. Actually, that looks kind of connected. Well, so then there's my next problem. My next problem, and this is something I was gonna have to figure out one way or the other at some point. Also, where did the script go? Did I remove the script? Monster that I am. Please reattach the script immediately. Thank you. I might have hit an undo somewhere. Seems probably just works. It just works. So let's say I wanted some to have a slightly different. I guess it would be fine. We just change, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want them all to have this texture, right? Ugh. What? What is it now? Invalid settings visible based on null instance. What? What? What do you mean null instance? Has node marker boundary right. Well, now I'm just confused. Why would any of these not have that? I must have done some like control Z-ing that I didn't mean to. All right, I need to sort this out real fast. It's hard to tell where the error is at, if I'm being honest. It could be in a lot of places. It's like all of these have markers on them. Every single one. They all have the script. Marker right, marker boundary. I mean, I do notice that these aren't... Oh, I see. What I did in my... It's what I thought. It's the control Z-ing. I unmade them I unmade them make unique name, I think. I think that was the problem. Please be the problem. So see, these don't have the percent symbols next to them, and these do, so it's not finding them. I Control-Z'd them away. Access as unique name. Now we should be loading. Yes? Who knows what else I Control-Z'd? See, that doesn't look very seamless to me. Right? You know, yeah, so this is like a whole thing that I'm not necessarily keen to bother with. So I can kind of get it sorta okay. If I do it just right. You know, you can still see the pattern pretty well. So that's like its own thing to kind of mess around with and figure out. Seamless blend. Nice. We can blend it a little more. But now let's say on a different... So I wouldn't want all of them to have this same texture. Right? I might want a different texture on other ones. For example. There's a cool thing Thought to put. I'll check it out. I like cool things. Whoa. That does look cool. So that's like cutting out like holes in the ground, like a path. Nice. Yes. You can't write the method of it, but you'll share the source. Yeah, I'm intrigued. You know, I can't really meaningfully implement it right now. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's you know, I'm disappointed that there's just so much implied by all of this that I can't possibly like deal with at the moment. And I wish I could like modify a few more values, honestly. Like it's mixing. I liked when we had like some control over the lerp value, but I know that was just like for the sake of demonstration that we were looking at that. But it would be nice to be able to hide the brown or something. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for this challenging thing. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know you were just advocating for what I wanted. Yeah, I mean, so it's tough because I feel like I don't. Yeah. If you have time, some other day. I don't know really what to do with this right now. I like it. I've learned so much, but it kind of, and this is like I'm going to come back to this, and I'm gonna make use of this, and I'm so thankful that you showed me this. So incredibly thankful that you showed me this. And I'm trying to figure out like how I can use this with what I'm hoping to achieve. Which is to put something I just wanted like a little ugly something in the middle. You know, harsh, not well blended, doesn't go with anything else. you know, just plop smack dab in the middle. And then with this, you know, it would be cool if, like, you know, I mean, I could... Yeah, it's just I barely know what I'm doing with this, and it's hard to know what to work with. So I feel unhappy to say that I think for now I have to not use this. So if I wanted to come back to this, I would want to save this. This has been an excellent lesson from Fati. I'm gonna say in texture colors, I'm gonna save this, right? This will save the shader, and this is gonna be this is just gonna be dirt grass. It's dirt grass. It's dirt grass. And now there's a dirt grass, and it's ready to be used for when it's relevant. For now, I'm just gonna keep it as regular grass. At some point, the shader thing has to be started too. Yeah. I think do I understand what you're saying? Yeah. I mean, I want to learn. No, you're right. So you're saying, like, I had to learn eventually. Dude, you heard me. Like, I've been procrastinating learning shaders. I don't know. I know, but, like, I don't want to. It's a different language, blah, blah, blah. You broke the seal. You got me to actually start fiddling with it. So now I'm familiar to some extent. And I go watch some tutorial, look at some tutorial. I'm gonna, like, have this foundation that you have given me. And for that, I am grateful. It's essential if you want interesting things. Right. And I do. I'm gonna be much less interesting for a moment. And we're gonna go get my little decal. And even though I can't have my decal just the way I want it, which would base its color off of some universal thing, which is what I want. I just want its color to match everything else and update along with everything else in a simple, predictable way. That's what I want. But I suppose I can't have that. But I like the idea we were doing before that Rogi had for us, which is just using a gradient. You're obsessed with the new song by Florence and the Machine, and it's stuck in your head, and you just want to listen to it all day. Wow. I don't think I felt that way about music since I was very, 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 very young. I don't know what happened, and I don't think it's like a young thing. But at some point, music just became something that I like to use to help me, like, get through a task or learn something or whatever. And it stopped being about, you know, enjoying it for the sake of it being like music or whatever. I don't know what happened, but it's like, oh, I'm in the car. I want to listen to music while I drive. Or, oh, I'm working on my game. I want to listen to music while I work on the game. Or, you know, I'm doing work. I want music that helps me work. You know, whatever it is. Working out or cleaning the house or cooking, you know. And it just stopped for me being something that I was like, oh, I like this song. I want to listen to this song because I like this song. That just kind of disappeared from my life at some point. I don't know what happened or why it happened, but it did. This is going to have Z fighting, isn't it? And the textures are going to compete and look like Dookie, aren't they? Maybe not. I hope not. No, because that's the whole point of this, that it doesn't do that, the decal. I'm just noticing that even though these are the same color, They don't look like the same color. I'm glad you can have that, Rogi. Because that sounds nice. That sounds sublime. Honestly, I don't know what... some like trauma must have happened to me. Because I don't know. Like, it's like, I don't think I have anything in my life like that. That like, something... You know what? Maybe like TV shows. I think sometimes there are TV shows that I find that I'm excited about and I really want to watch. Music is needed for everything. I'll sit back a bit, move my body parts. Yeah, wait, are you saying two different things or is that one thing? You're saying you'll step back a bit in general, or like for music to help you like move around? Yeah. I don't listen to music at all. You didn't listen at all until you were in college. Okay, this is starting to paint a clearer picture for me. This is starting to paint a clearer picture. I feel like I was listening to music so hard from being a child to being a young adult. Maybe I just like that's when I had my music experiences. Do I want Gradient 3D? Then I started singing and it became more and more personal connection. And now I listen and sing every day. That's pretty cool. I'd like this for beat to be like a circle, ideally. Not like this. I like this, but it's not what I'm imagining here. Yeah, I think I want a 2D texture. Because then maybe I can do a little more with it. Yeah, radial. Yeah, radial. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so then in here, I'll put this hex code. The green one, naturally. This new song is about the inevitable feeling that your art never fully captures your feeling that you want to share. That sucks. Why every single time you tell me about the lyrics from this artist, it's just so depressing. But I guess it's nice to like express things that make you sad. That's very nice. But dear God. And thinking of the idea of being able to understand how to communicate yourself perfectly. Interesting. Interesting thing to make a song about. It makes you feel more hope. Okay. Okay. Well, I hear you. That's what I'm looking for. Yes. Yes. That's what I'm looking for right there, baby. Just a splotch. A single splotch. In the middle of the terrain. You never thought about why it makes you feel like that? Therapy. Therapy will get you there. Phil, from oh, this is just like the values, but we can control them more directly. Gotcha. I just want it to be a little less soft. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I want. Oh, you know what would be even better than this? Is if it was transparent. Forget the green. Make it invisible, man. Then I can duplicate it. Look at that. It doesn't look great. Maybe I have to turn on like a transparency button or something. Mode linear constant cubic color space. Ooh. Okay, see you later, Rogi. You have fun. No, you have fun. There's some problems I have with this, to be honest. Yeah, making it smaller would probably be good. I mean, it's definitely missing some of the things that I would like to have. But I can let go of that. Because what I'd like is to be able to, like, overlap them. They're, like, fighting with each other. I guess we can't decal a decal. You can't decal a decal. The decal goes on the mesh. What would be nice is if it could be, like, more like a blob instead of a circle. That's kind of what I imagined when I thought this was gonna be ugly, is that it was going to have, you know, a pretty terrible, obvious shape. Can I just add more points? Maybe if I come to the raw data, I can add more points somehow. That would be nice. Add a new one. Yeah, give me another one. Wait, is that another one? Is that what we did? Yeah, but that's not really another point, is it? I feel like there's some way, especially if I use noise. What has happened? It's so interesting the way that it like blends. I wonder what that looks like. Like, I wonder just what that looks like rendered. Probably the same, but I'm curious. Just technically, what it looks like. It's not. Oh, it's flipping. You can see the sides flipping between them. Okay. All right. I see. And then because we have that here, so that did not do what I hoped it would do. Which is, like, okay. But I'm not really gonna quit. So that was the offsets. And then the colors. Well, that just looks the same to me. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. So if I add another element, oh, I see. It automatically adds a color. When I add a new offset, it automatically puts a color in there. Gotcha. Oh dear. Well, this gets messed up very easily. It's volatile, I would say. Well, I don't need it to be blobular. I wonder if there's something else I could use besides this. We've got gradient 2D, gradient 1D. What's texture 2D RD? What does that mean? Oh, it's looking for an RID, perhaps? Curve texture. What does that mean? New curve, texture mode RGB. What about a noise texture? But this would be like localized a little bit more, which might be nice. So if I add noise into here, we add a color ramp, and the gradient could be, go back to those hex codes. If I can find them. Maybe I can just copy the gradient from here. Copy that gradient. It's interesting. It like still has green. Is there just still green in there? I swear it's like still green. Like it never really went away. I wonder if it's because since it's projecting onto the green mesh that it's taking on some green properties. Okay, this is promising. Because what's most important to me is that it blends out to the rest of the other blocks. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the noise stuff, and I got lost. Oh, here. Okay. I don't always fully appreciate the differences between a lot of these noise types. You know, so if I make a noise type choice, it's not particularly because I'm sure that that's the right one. What I'd like is for it to be a little more gradual so it doesn't have like these hard edges. Hard edges are very much undesirable to me. But I'm not sure how to pull that off. This is more interesting to me. That's blobular. Obviously it has the hard edge. I guess I'd like to see... I'm noticing there's not like UV stuff in here, which I'm a little surprised by. Am I bugging that, like, is there... would there not be? Is it, like, guaranteed to be wrapped to our shape and size here? I guess what I could do, so... And also, I don't need to do this on the instance. I would want to do this on the actual level piece. Right here. And so in theory, if I really wanted to, I could hide this underneath the building, the hard edges. somehow. You know, something like this is kind of what I had in mind. But better. Ooh, oh, it was so close to being blobular. And then there's just like one little section. So that's why I wish I could just like stretch it a bit. You know? Or something. Get it to wrap around. No, the seat is fine, thank you. Parameters, this is quite different. I think this is more for between all of the different normal, emission, things like that. Or something. Whoa, that's kind of doing something. But it's not good. Like maybe I'm bugging. Oh, width and height. Oh, it's right there. I didn't see it. I couldn't find it. I see it now. Oh, this is all the stuff I was looking for. Okay. In 3D space. Seamless. As normal map. It's not as helpful as I thought it would be. But at least I found it. Just me and you now. It's been a long one, 8 hours strong. You know, I'm not a big fan of knowing how many people are here. I never look at the viewers. And the only time I ever know about how many people are watching is if somebody tells me. And I don't like it when people tell me. But that's more so when there's a higher number of people. But still, I still don't like it. I forgive you. So just because here's the thing, like, sometimes the numbers don't say that correctly. And your numbers don't always match someone else's numbers. And then people watch it after the live stream. You know, and so they're here in a weird way. And so when I know how many people are here live, or I think I know how many people are here live, then I perform differently. And I don't like that. I like to perform as if I don't know how many people might be here. It's 3 a.m. and you're still on Fallout. That happens to me too. When I was playing Fallout most recently, I was playing it way, 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 way too long. For way too long. Way, 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 way too long. So this is pretty much what I want. I just was hoping it would be more... I just have a little bit more control over it. And it's not to say there isn't a way I could have more control over it. I wish this wasn't the way. But I will cope. Because it's pretty darn close to what I'm looking for. Let me turn off the snapping. That's not doing me any favors. Yeah, I want it to be not sharp edged right here. Those sharp edges are not doing it for me. I also always do 8 hours. Sometimes I do more. I try not to. I mean, in theory, I do between 6 to 10 hours, but it always ends up being 8 hours lately. That's just the way it goes. I love working on this game, you know? At the end of the day, I'm not really doing these live streams for the engagement or whatever. Even though I'm still going to do that stuff. You know, I'm just here to be motivated to work. And so arguably, you know, there's a point where I should stop if all I care about is engagement. But I just don't just care about that. Man, I just really wish I could just... Oh, nice. Okay, that helps. That helps a little bit. Adjusting that width there. That's better. Oh, is it projecting the decal on the building too? No. Okay, so we would need to do like the layers, right? So if that's on layer 1, I mean ideally layer 1 would be ground. Oh dear. Visual instance 3D. So how do I... Uh-oh. Okay. If I put... Wait. That's confusing. How do I choose what it can project on and what it can't? Might have to look this one up. Visibility parent. Defines the visibility range parent for this node and its subtree. This visibility parent must be a geometry instance 3D. Any visual instance will only be visible if the visibility parent is hidden. I don't think that's what we want. Let me come back to... if I still have it open, which I don't think I do. Decal documentation. You know, usually it's like people are here and then, you know, I kind of take the lead of chat in terms of what I talk about, what I work on. But like generally speaking, I have like my own thing. I'm here to work on this and that. I'm here to work on whatever it is. And that's going to be my driver, and I'm going to keep going. And then chat comes and like nudges this way, nudges that way, and I push back or not. And that kind of push and pull happens. And then as chat fades out or isn't chatting as much, I assume either someone is watching or nobody's watching. But I don't really assume nobody's watching. I assume somebody's watching, no matter what. Whether it's a VOD or whether it's live stream. I always assume somebody's watching. But I notice if it's quieter. And if it's quieter, it just means I'm more full steam ahead on doing whatever it is I'm doing. Or I want to be doing, or I need to be doing. Although it's getting late, and I should stop soon. So if I want to tell it what to show up on, cull mask specifies which layers it will project on. Where is that? Give me that cull mask. Yes. Nice. Well, it's going to be quite a challenge to change everything. So I'm going to say that it only shows up on one. So I'm going to rename this to ground. Does this become ground as well? It does. Nice. So that means all of these grounds in these instances. Just think, when it quiets, more time to start the new Fallout 4 playthrough. You're 7 hours into yours. You know, I mean, I want to make this game so bad. You know? It's like all those hours I put into Fallout. You know, I'm now all in for this stuff. And then unfortunately right now, I'm Not unfortunately. Unfortunately for me in Fallout, I'm really spending most of my free time working on YouTube videos, which I haven't put out yet, but I'm working on. That's what I'm spending my free time on at the moment. And then besides that, just like doing chores and being with my family and stuff. But once in a while, that changes. Borderlands is better? Oh, the shots have been fired. Borderlands is better. I played... Which Borderlands did I play? One of them. I liked it. I think what I like about something like Fallout is it has some degree of like freedom to it, like especially with mods and stuff. And with Borderlands, it felt like it was just about being a shooter, and Fallout is largely about being a shooter. Maybe I just haven't played a lot of modern Borderlands, and I need to play more Borderlands. It's a little bit far from Fallout at genre. Right. That's fair, Thoughty. That's fair. See, Pepe, you don't always know if it's just you and me here. Gotta have a balance, don't work too hard. I know. Yeah, so I also usually say these streams are 6 to 10 hours. 6 to 10 hours. But I really try to avoid going too much longer than 8 hours. I liked 1 and pre-sequel. I think 2 and 3 are weak. Yeah, but you're right with the balance. Basically, you know, the longer past 8 hours I stay here, the less time I have to hang out before bed. And it's like, you know, when I end the stream late, it means I just gotta go have a snack, go to bed. If I want my life to balance itself back out. Tiny Tina Wonderland. Oh, you know, I saw people playing that on Twitch once, and it looked fun. That game actually looked pretty fun. It's the same, just more sci-fi. Maybe I should try out some Borderlands games. I don't know, Fallout just like got me at a time in my life, and I just was all up into it. Your favorites are 1 and 2. Man, you know, I've been meaning to play that. Someone who joins in the game jams on Fridays, Ariaki, has made 2 videos now about their Hyper Game Jam entries. And they're, like, good videos. And I saw that Ariaki had some Fallout videos, some old Fallout videos. And I was like, this looks kind of fun. They seem quite different. They're more like that ARPG genre, more so than just like whatever Fallout is, BRPG, Bethesda RPG. Yeah, that's something else I'm meaning to try. I didn't want to do it, but 76 Party. You know, I liked 76. I realized that MMOs aren't good for me, but Fallout 76 I really, really enjoyed. Oh, I'm closing my cow references. No! I want to save those. I was just like, tabs must die. These tabs exist for a reason. The channel is Ariaki. Wait, not that. Here. There it is. So this is someone from our community. Right there. Can you be Fallout 1 as Gordon Freeman? Just like some like fun, you know, approaches to making it. And then these 2 videos are both 1 hour game jam based videos, which I think is so cool. Yeah, check it out. You know, it's like they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job. Just someone from the community trying to make it in this wild YouTube world of ours. Fallout is more towards an RPG open world where Borderlands is a looter shooter. Oh, I see that. Yeah, I like the open world kind of vibe. Community game streams would be fun. Cough cough 76. Intriguing. Yeah, you know, there's room for that to ever happen. And if that's gonna happen, two other things would need to happen. One, I start making YouTube videos. That's one thing that would need to happen. And I am well on the path. If you're a patron, you already know about that. Then I'm working on that. I'm working on YouTube videos. The other thing that needs to happen, because see, notice we've got shorts, I've got live streams, but there's no videos tab. No videos. So that videos would need to be filled out here. That's one thing that needs to happen before we do community game streams. The other thing that needs to happen is I need to finish this game. That's the other thing that needs to happen. Because right now, I only want to work on this game live on stream right here with y'all. And that is gonna take up my time. So when those two things happen, my plan is to not do these 8-hour streams anymore, twice a week. My plan would be to start finding shorter live streams to do that could function as YouTube videos after they end, like the 1-hour game jam. Things like that. Or like maybe community game streams. Something like that. And then sometimes doing other game dev stuff. So who knows? Who knows? Fallout 1 without opening inventory. Ariaki can be a hardcore Fallout gamer. What? Is that really one of them? Is that really one of them? I love that. There it is. Can you beat it without opening the inventory? That's fun. I love challenges like that when it comes to playing games that you know really well. Avowed. That's like something, right? Fantasy RPG. Action role-playing game. Obsidian? What? I didn't hear of this. I love Obsidian. Obsidian is awesome. Oh man, you know what game I love? Outer Worlds? Not Outer Wilds. I'm sure that game is nice, but every time I've watched anybody play it, I'm like, this looks boring. Outer Worlds. I loved this game. This was by Obsidian. It's not an action RPG, right? It's like that. I mean, it is action RPG. Fine, whatever. But it's like, you know, it's kind of like, it's basically Fallout New Vegas, except different IP. And I freaking love this game so much. And I can't wait for Outer Worlds 2. Dude, I literally didn't even know Avowed existed. I guess I just slept. I slept like a baby on this. And I had no idea this even existed. Dude, I bet it's awesome. I'll watch a muted trailer. You better be muted. These don't usually mute themselves. There we go. Dude, what is it? I gotta be careful. These kind of things will get me a copyright thing. What? Wait, they can't do that. I guess it is their IP. What? That's a freaking NCR costume. What? What kind of bait is this? Good content, but better catching it live. I might understand what you mean by that sentence. Old guys of Obsidian made Fallout 1 and 2 in New Vegas. Yeah, right. Yeah, dude. You know who I love? Tim Kaine. Dude, I love his videos. Tim Kaine is freaking goated. And then, who's the other guy? Leonard? Leonard and Tim are fabulous. Yeah, I love his videos. I've watched so many of Tim's videos. Probably my favorite thing. No, that's not my favorite thing. But something I very much enjoy about Tim's videos. Hi, everybody. It's me, Tim. He cracks me up. He cracks me up. Do it for me.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
Every time. He's great. He doesn't do thumbnails, right? It's just like a screen cap from every video. And yet,
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
He's a legend. I'll just pick any video, and 89.6% of them are going to start out that way.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
just like spin the wheel and pick one.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
I don't know. I live for it. I live for it. The new Tim Kaine video. And they're good too. And it's great because he just like recounts his own personal experiences and with the projects he's worked on. And it's really, really nice. Yeah. It's good watching. Tutorials like user interface of a program. Yeah, so that's not going to be the kind of YouTube videos I make. I don't enjoy making tutorials. So here's what I will do for that. If I do stuff like that, it's going to be shorts. I'm going to pull stuff out of, the live streams, or I might do a separate tutorial, but it's only going to be in shorts. I don't really want to do full tutorials. I don't think it's really what people necessarily look for from this channel. Maybe it is. I mean, you're obviously kind of insinuating that, but it's just not really what I want to make. It's not really what I want to make. Yeah, so this is the guy, Thought T, that you're talking about. The guys who are at Obsidian, who worked on the original games. This is like one of those guys. Pretty much the main guy is this guy. So it's gonna be more, it is gonna be a little bit, it's gonna be like about making games, but hopefully it'll be like more fun than just like straight learning. That's my goal, is for the videos to be more about fun than learning. Yeah, for sure. I love the Stupendian song for this game, but I stopped playing it because it kept deleting my save. Wait, so Avowed is a game that's already out? Wait, it's a real game that's out? I thought it wasn't out yet. Now I don't know anything. No, it's not out yet. You're talking about something else. They haven't released a bad game yet, so I'm sure this one will be great too. I know, dude. Obsidian is so good. Obsidian is so good. Outer Worlds. Really? Outer Worlds? I don't know much about the music. I just played the game. I'm sorry that it kept deleting your save. I had just an amazing, amazing experience playing Outer Worlds. I loved it. I never wanted it to end, but it did. And it's not as vast as something like Fallout because they have a smaller team, but the story was great. It was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. The characters were great. Yeah, we can hope. Thanks for telling me about it, Gab. Literally just didn't know anything about it. I can't believe it has an NCR thing in it. Like, what? What are you baiting me for? Dude, try it again. It's worth it. It's so good. It's so fun. The whole game is fun. And it's great for role-playing, too. Like, not role-playing in a role-playing way, but role-playing in a, like, you know. In a Bethesda-type game way. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm just gonna skip around just so I don't, like... I don't know why we get content claimed, but it's possible. This ain't no React channel. Cool. So it's giving, I mean, it's giving Elder Scrolls, honestly. So Obsidian is straight up just like, hey, we're gonna make some Bethesda-like games. It's like Baldur's Gate Elder Scrolls IP type thing. It looks awesome. It looks great. Maybe I'll try it. Thanks for the heads up on that one. I dig it. Now, I'm probably not going to be able to afford to play it. Like, oh man, dropping $40, $60 on a game is tough for me. It's worth it. I'm not saying it isn't worth it. But I'm so laser focused on the channel. Like, if I spend money, it's because I'm spending money on the channel. You know, because it's the channel and working on this game are like my main things. I feel like this is pretty much what I wanted. I wanted it to be like a little different. Why is it also? Oh right, we'd have to make it wider. So what if if I add like a, well, there is this little section here that I hate. Just get it off there. But then it's gonna have like a hard edge over here. Just a little bit. Just... Maybe I can adjust the... You know, something like that. Something to just give it like a little bit more character there. This is definitely like not my favorite way to do something like this because, you know, I'm very much limited by whatever this seed is gonna put out for me. And I lose a lot of control ultimately. That's not too bad. You know, I wish it had a little bit more down at the bottom here. You know, but like, what am I gonna do? Because if I duplicate this decal, you see, it does this weird Z fighting where it's gonna try flipping sides on me constantly. So this is not a great solution, truth be told. I honestly, you know what I think is the best solution? Is I just make my own texture. I think that's the best solution, is making my own texture. Alright, well, you know, I do what I have to do at some point. And I think that is having to call it. I know I wanted to do so much today. Make lasers shoot out of a helicopter. Make a whole entire level 1 But you know, it ended up just being a guide to get other things that need to happen done. A starting point. And I think it's done that well. We have 19 other tiles besides that one that we made. And look how long it took to get to that one. But this is what I've achieved. I mean, it's kind of nice. I mean, the blob doesn't look bad, but ultimately I want more control. And so I think I need to start designing actual textures in an external program. I didn't want it to come to this, but I think Rogi was onto something too with finding a way to set it up where we just define the black and the white, and then the white is transparent and the black is the color or something. I'm sure we can get that set up and make that work for us just fine. And we got a little blob. We got a nice blob. Thought T showed us how to make shaders, which is freaking cool. We also got this 20 stacked spawning level tile setup, which is good and useful. It's instances now. Oh my gosh. We've got an invisible wall, and we've talked about how maybe a wraparound can work. Something that I want to do that I didn't quite get to was adding things on the outside. So like we could add some trees, and these trees wouldn't be interactive. It would just be like literally the blend file. That's probably a mistake. I would say don't do that because first of all, they're not colored, but you know, something like that. We put stuff out here in the external so it looks a little bit like things are always out there in the background. And because there's a little fog. There's a little fog. So it's like you can kind of see. It's invisible walls, but it's a little better than just invisible walls. So we'll make it so those aren't interactive. That's a whole other thing. What else got done today? I mean, actually making level 1 and level 2 pages, that's nice. These are good things. Figuring out distances the player might be able to pass through, not that. Not that. I'm very happy with this progress, you know? I knew trying to make level 1 was going to be an absurdly tall order that was never gonna come together quite like I imagine. But it didn't need to. It just needed to inspire doing the things that I wanted to do. One fix always starts with another problem. Ooh, I like that. I like that. That's nice. That's very nice. There's a lot of things in this world that I like. A lot of things in this world that I like. And one of them is people who support this channel. Thank you guys for doing that. Gotta give love to the patrons like Pepe. Patreon.com/hypergamedev is a way that you can do that. You can join the Patreon for free as well and get access to an exciting community check-in live stream that I do every Friday after the Game Jam, which is tomorrow, by the way. Make sure you have your gift subscriptions turned on, or you're able to get gift memberships. You know, it supports ads. That's true. Make sure you turn on gift memberships in your chat window somewhere. You can click on something, and if you opt into that, you'll be able to receive gift memberships when those go out. Tomorrow, I'm gonna give you a heads up. I'm gonna be putting out some gift memberships tomorrow. During the Game Jam. So just saying, you might want to make sure. You got an ad? Nuh-uh. You did not just get an ad. Really? YouTube's not supposed to show you ads right now. That's devastating. YouTube is supposed to let me choose when you see ads. By the way, we did unlock ads. We unlocked the ability to show ads, which is cool and exciting. You all helped make that possible, because the only way that's possible is if you guys watch this live stream. So thank you for watching these live streams. We've gotten to YouTube Partner by only live streaming. I think that's freaking awesome. Literally, only live streaming has gotten us to YouTube Partner. I cannot emphasize how cool I think that is. So yeah, here's some more great success. Good game to you as well. Different fog density boxes with no collider, then you hit the wraparound at its densest. Ooh, yeah, maybe something like that. You know, we've come up with some ideas today, and I'm happy with that. Thank you guys for being a part of it. And thank you, person who's watching this after the live stream, for being a part of this. Are you subscribed yet? You did make it pretty far in this live stream. Maybe hit that subscribe button, see what we're about. I'd appreciate it. And if not, that's okay too. You might want to keep seeing what we've been up to. So you, who's watching it after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I'll see you there. And yeah, thanks again for watching, everybody. See everybody on Friday. Game jam tomorrow. It's a game jam tomorrow. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.